than the UFC or boxing. I mean, it's all. Yeah, it's not that. The writer in this article is just saying, oh, it looked like we were kind of phasing out a lot of that, and now this stuff is gone. Oh, you can't believe America's like this. Why does America embrace violence this way? It has been sanctions like in Nevada Athletic Commission. I wonder how much money you get for taking class. They just don't understand human nature. Human nature entails watching violence. Oh, and it's the thing with violence, sure. The time, the popularity of car crashes, even more so than the U.S. Yeah, big fans of anything violent. We're animals. Why shouldn't we where anything goes? So why not have people killing each other? It can't all be, Norwegian. Conway's here. And now, that's true. I mean, it took us generations and generations and generations to become somewhat civil. We can't do it. This place coming on. Well, that's not the real reason he's coming on, but he's kind of a cool guy. He's nice. I mean, people like him around the home. Jennifer Kenny's coming on. She's currently fighting Granada Hills Charter. They're still not letting these kids going to graduate this year unless they're vaccinated. Oh, come on. They're not going to graduate or go to prom unless they're vaccinated. Which school is Granada Hills Charter. Oh, please, what kind of work? What's a fanatic? I thought this article was from 2019. I know. It's 2023. Why can't you let go? I don't know. We'll find out. So it's 5 o'clock when the lawyer comes on. And then we also have Forrest's Alpine Village. It's a really cool place, more than 50 years, and it's closing for good. Forrest's Alpine Village. Ken, I bet you've been there, right? No. Sorry. You've been there? Yeah, I had to work for Monkeys events when I was on the streets in Breinhart. Yeah, for Oktoberfest. Yeah, or just a random ticket giveaway. Are you sad it's closing? Sure. No, yeah. It was a cool looking place. It's great. Alpine Village. And then Conway loves to hang on to traditions. He wouldn't give up. I really do. It's ridiculous, man. Old school. Target is launching a drive-up return. You can take whatever crap you don't want anymore, drive up and just throw it to the guy. Wow. I got some ideas. All right. Good job. Right. And I got a button missing from my shirt. I don't know if you can see that. You wear shirts like my dad used to. I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, it's the same style shirt. I mean your brave dad that fought the Nazis and left Poland as a hero. Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. Yeah, the same thing. That's right. This is my Don Martin shirt. Wouldn't Don Martin wear something like this? Yeah, sure. It's white, blue with, or white with blue stripes. Right. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. John's best. Live in the 24-hour campaign. The more you know. Easier it is to avoid beginning at the rodeo. KOST 62. Los Angeles, I'm coming. Live everywhere on the Radio app. One problem to another. I'm Michael Groger, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Clouds may be clear the road, but that's causing other problems for people who've been snowed in. John Walcott, who lives near Crestline, says the clouds are pushing snow up along the sides of the road, creating 4-foot-tall ice walls and blocking driveways. You can see 65 and you won't be able to dig out the wall. But it comes to the ice wall. That's got 100 feet of driveway that has to be dug out. Just to get from the car to the edge of the road. He says he stocked up on supplies before the storm, but now he's running low and he's going to have to get to the market soon. He says he won't call for help unless he really needs to. Another wave of winter weather is heading for the central northern part of the state. ABC disease says that the air is going to get an atmospheric river. Remember, this took place, UC Berkeley has had 570 inches of snow already this season. He says the area is going to surpass the snowiest season on record. That was back in 2016 to 2017. He says the Sierra and Tahoe are expected to get another 4 to 5 feet of snow this week. The mountain lion roamed the Hollywood Hills for over a decade and laid to rest in a tribal ceremony. The exact location is not disclosed. However, Native American tribes have been searching for P-22 to be buried in Griffith Park, where it fell after leaving the Santa Monica Mountains. P-22 was captured in December because it attacked the circus dog in a leaf. Mountain lion is believed to be 12 years old. Apparently, he's been hit by a car. 35 people have been arrested for throwing flaming bottles and rocks at officers during a protest at Cop City in Georgia. We say several pieces of construction equipment were set on fire yesterday in a coordinated attack at a new police training center in Atlanta. A protesters dressed in all black and large rocks, bricks, Molotov cocktails, and fireworks at officers. No one was hurt in the attack. Officials in New York say they're trying to figure out what caused the crowd to surge after a rock concert in Rochester. Police stated Sadly, one of the victims has passed away, and two others are suffering in critical condition, still fighting for their lives. The officials in New York said they're trying to figure out what caused the rapper Glorilla had just finished performing when people began to panic as they left the arena. He said there's no evidence of shots fired or of anyone getting shot or stabbed. Iran's supreme leader says that a series of suspected poisonings at girls' schools across the country are proved to be deliberate. The culprits will be sentenced to death for committing an unforgivable crime. The supreme leader's comments are his first since the poisonings began last year, making hundreds of children sick. Officials in Iran have only acknowledged the poisoning in recent weeks and have given no details on who they would be responsible for them. They say more than 50 schools have been attacked since November. America, Alaska, and Frontier are the only three airlines that let families sit together on flights without extra fees. The Transportation Department rolled out a dashboard to let travelers quickly see which airlines and seats are available so adults with young children can click on it and see a list of airlines. Green check mark signal that the airline guarantees that parents can sit next to children 13 and younger for free if adjacent seats are available when they book. The Service says the guarantee is backstopped by the DOT as the airline sales are delivered. The dashboard rewards airlines with a green check when they guarantee that an adult family member can sit next to their young children. The seats are available. And archaeologists have unearthed a snake-like statue and the remains of a shrine in an ancient temple in southern Egypt. The Antiquities Ministry says the artifacts were found in a temple south of Cairo. It says archaeologists believe these statues' smile and features may belong to a Roman emperor. Ruled between 41 and 54 AD. Traveling weather this day at 5. Partly cloudy skies out there tonight. Cold, lows around 40 degrees. Mostly sunny tomorrow and a few degrees warmer. Highs around 58 inches. Above 60 Metro LA Orange County, close to 70 Inland Empire in the valleys, and around 60 in the high desert Antelope Valley. A little bit warmer all the way getting to Thursday. And chance of rain Friday afternoon. That'll kind of hang into the evening. Right now in Anaheim, 58, Newport Beach, 59, Toledo, 58, Long Beach, 61 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. The Dow finished up today. NASDAQ was down 13. S&P was up 3. The average price of regular gas in California is going up $4.90 a gallon.
Wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Just the same since 1972.
There's a stall in Anaheim Hills.
From the 91 eastbound and Dixon Canyon Road, that's where the middle lane is blocked. Delays, motors backing up all the way from the Imperial Highway. Check out People Rivera with Michael Ryan, KFI in the Sky.
Yeah, we got your dominant going here on the 605. 605 stops out at Washington. That is the number 2 and 3 lane of the block there. Really right now, back almost to the 63 Tech Road. Northbound 605, almost at the same exact spot, just a hair off of it. The 605 northbound approaching Whittier Boulevard. That's the problem. I believe it's just the stall of the number 2 lane that's really tough now. Back to you, 105. Still problem just to the Pioneer. Your Pioneer headed into the Point Park area. Out of Point Park, outskirts of Toledo. The 91 eastbound, west side, I should say, just at about Pioneer. The left move to the right shoulder. Selects the tight out of Orange County there for Canada. Michael Bryan, Brian, this guy.
And in Pasadena, the 210 eastbound falling down from Lincoln all the way to Azusa, possibly to head from the 57 into Rialto. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Eva Martinez.
This hour of KFI is brought to you by Sunlux Solar. Go solar today at sunlux.com. On High School Daily Doing Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes we've selected over the years. No punchable, as Ice has a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice Daily Doing on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
When I get my mind just places. I think about work, the kids, but we don't think about taking melatonin because I'm afraid I feel groggy in the morning.
Equal Jersey Showers has an optimal dose of melatonin for no next-day grogginess, so you can fall asleep naturally and wake up feeling refreshed. Equal Jersey Showers for better sleep like never before. And try Jersey Sleep plus next-day energy with melatonin plus extended-release D-vitamins. Call Pacific Coast Termites for a free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermites.com. Pacific Coast Termites. The green, friendly way. Give them Jacob remember, if you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-GIGA. More stimulating talk.
And I have radio stations.
NYPM is recording the Conway Show. All right, King Kong, we're back together again. It seems like we just left on Friday, and all of a sudden we're back together again. The mountain community, mountain people up there, day 12, digging out as drivers get stuck for days. The roofs are collapsing. It's still a nightmare out there. And then we have Target. You can launch as a drive-up return. You can drive up and throw your Target crap out of the window you don't want anymore, and they'll give you credit. I wonder if you have to stop. I wonder if it's going to be a drive-through lane, like a drive-through car wash, where you just get into 5, 6 miles an hour, you just throw all the crap out you don't want anymore. And they catch it. They got guys with big catchers in it. That would be interesting. That would be great, right? Everybody would want to look at that. Here we go. Car driving through the Target return line. And, it's thrown out an air fryer. Look at that. Must have been one of the ones they recalled. And you can have guys doing play-by-play. Oh, the kids in the back seat. Oh, 4 boxes, 54 crayons. Or crayons. Venmo's here is the only one that says crayons. Everybody else in the world says crayons. I say crayons. And I got my balls busted for us for a long time. Long time. All right, anyway, so we've got a lot to do tonight, or today. I wanted to inquire with Crozier if he paid his parking violation. He had a parking violation on Friday. Where? That's what we want to call it. He parked downstairs in the wrong spot. Put in the wrong spot. Put in the who? That's why I was told I could park. They can't make up their freaking mind. Crozier ripped it. It crumbled up the parking violation, just threw it. Yeah, that is old school, man. Yeah, that's like my dad and my grandfather, rip that up square and just move on. Right? I gave it a look. I saw what it was before I crumbled it. I didn't just, I'm sure to grab it off the wiper. I get it. But was there a split second where you were thinking it's a really hot girl who wants you to go back with the shorts and the neck shirt? And here's my phone number. Was there a split second of that? Really? Look, I've gotten notes on my car before, yes, but never for offers like you're speaking. But I've gotten notes on my, it's jokes and things like that. So, when I see a note on the door, I'm always like, what's this about? Do you remember when, and we'll get into the news, we got plenty of time. Do you remember when you were younger, and, in your late teens, early 20s, and this is for Celio and Angel as well, and you passed somebody that you thought was attractive, and you turned around to look at them, and they turned around and looked at you? When's the last time that happened? 20 years ago for me? 30 years ago? 35 years ago? Because everyone's buried in their phone now. Nobody even notices people walking by them.
Oh, I thought this was like an age thing.
Oh, no, I'll get to that later.
I'm used to that.
Yeah, we're all here. I'll hit you with that a little later on. But anyway, so I came in today, and I thought, I went to the Kings game on Saturday. I had a blast, man. We had unbelievable seats. We got them late, 2 hours before the game started. Fifth row, where the Kings shoot twice, $83 a seat. Woo! Unbelievable. So was my wife, dragged her down there. And she had an old Kings jersey. She threw on. I threw one of mine on. And as I'm walking out of the tunnel to get one of my 9 beers, I see a guy, and I'm like, that's Dave Taylor of the Los Angeles Kings. I'm like, what is he doing in town? He doesn't work for the Kings anymore. And then he works for the St. Louis Blues. And he's with the Blues. So I'm talking to him for a while. And by the way, Valio, he remembered me. Wow. He remembered me. Some people do. Okay? I mean, not everybody forgets.
Not everyone, but some.
And we're talking for a while, and I had on my Kings jersey, number 18. I had on my Dave Taylor Kings jersey.
Oh, that's cool.
And I showed him, I go, look, 18, Dave Taylor. And he's like, oh, man, that's great, Tim. That's really cool. And then I said, so where are you living nowadays? And he says, I said, you moved to St. Louis because he works for the Blues now. Right? It makes sense to move to St. Louis. He said, no, I'm still living in Los Angeles. And he told me what city he lived in. I'm not going to say what city. And I said, oh, we used to live in that city. I said, have you heard of something Drive? And he said, I live on that street. Come to find out, he lives 2 doors away from where I grew up. In 1965, my dad bought a house in such and such city, and he lives 2 doors away. If my dad stayed in that home and didn't need to hit the flats because he had 6 kids and didn't want to drive the kids up and down mountains for his whole life, I would have had Dave Taylor as a neighbor for 35, 40 years. How great would that have been?
That's very cool.
Yeah,
That would have happened.
that's right. Instead, we moved to another house in near Balboa and Magnolia, fairly close to a fire station, and listen to that all night. You know, when you live that close to a fire station, that fire truck is in your life a lot. But anyway, so I went to the King game, came home, and I saw something. I didn't even know where I saw it or what it was, but Chris Rock had a new special. I'm like, wow, Chris Rock has a new special? Why didn't Netflix do any publicity on it? I didn't know it was coming up. I had no idea. And so I flipped it on, and I'm watching Chris Rock's new special. And I'm about half hour into it, maybe 40 minutes into it. And I paused and I said to my wife, I said, hey, come here for a second. I said, this is really weird. Maybe this is me. Maybe I heard this joke somewhere else. But this is a joke that he did like 3 years ago. It's almost word for word in this new special. And she looked at the TV, and she held the clicker, and she was, Tim, you're watching the 2021 special. I'm not. It was an old joke. It was an old joke. I'm 40 minutes into a 2021 special thinking it was live earlier in the evening. So then, I gotta shut it off and go back, take a break, have another beer, and then watch the new Chris Rock special, and man, is that great. That is a great special. I know that he's getting beat up by a couple of people online, a couple of people on Twitter, a couple of people on Facebook, but it doesn't matter what you do, you're going to get beat up by somebody. But I watched it on Saturday. I watched it again today, but I watched it twice already. It's great. It really is great. The run he does at the end with Will Smith is terrific. You see it, Frozen? Have not. No, oh, you got to look at it. It's really good. Stephanie, did you look at it? I said, yeah. Yo, you saw it. Okay. Did you know it was coming up there, young guy? Well, you're right. There wasn't a lot of publicity for it, but I knew it was coming. Why do you think there wasn't a lot of publicity? Do you think Netflix wants to keep the door open to work with Will Smith in the future? That's possible, right? Did you ever think about that? You didn't know that your windshield from some hot woman? Elio, did you look at it?
I didn't. I did watch the segment just on Will Smith, but I didn't watch the.
Oh, you'll take a look at that.
Yeah.
Angel, you're probably you seem like the kind of gal would have seen it. Did you look at it?
Well, I knew it was on, I would have watched the whole thing, but I saw some highlights.
Oh, I'm surprised that Netflix didn't go all out with an ad campaign and announce it everywhere. The first I heard of it was 10:30 at night on a Saturday after it was over. I wish I would see it live. Part of the problem with Netflix that I find is that they kind of drop stuff and put it back on for a limited amount of time so often, especially with stand-up comedian specials, that a lot of times I'll see something and I'll go, I think that's older though. Like I haven't seen like with the Chappelle stuff when he put out one like, oh that's right, 2 seconds in. I was like, I don't know did I watch that one? I know. I'm the same way. Chris Rock thing, but I was like, I thought it was like an older one. I'm the same way. I'm exactly the same way. When I watch the Chappelle special, I can't tell whether I've seen them or not. Because 1, 2, and 3, and there's some similarity. Yeah, in the 3. Yes, absolutely. Yes, he did have a running theme through all. Yes. But anyway, I checked out the Chris Rock special on Netflix. Worth the entire annual fee, whatever it is. $100 or so. I'd pay $100 to see that content. Absolutely.
Hey, well,
worth it. All right,
shout out to everyone.
We'll
Hello,
talk
Logan.
to
I just wanted to really thank you again and update the room on my discussion with Gloria. The original Gloria Hart
ambassador
is
program. And also, we'll talk about the snow. It's still
I just read it.
and
He
living
has
hell for people.
kind of deeper
I'd like
connection
to realize
to the
on
Galactic
KFIA
Federation than I do personally.
personally.
And I came in the room yesterday and just asked the question, basically, is a recurring rate that we hear about in classical geobiology? Is the name of that, is no, it's the name that I got from ChatGPT. I never heard it before. She hadn't heard it either, but the other information that I've given her, she has confirmed that that stuff from ChatGPT is accurate. I don't know how she confirmed that, but she said she read on the tweet, and that we're waiting on the name of GFS from you guys or something with the confirmed name of that. But shout out to June, everybody does great stuff in the Twitter, and everybody know I really appreciate it.
18 years and winning. So I'm talking about Sweet James Action attorney. Sweet James settled $188 million last year alone. That's a lot of dough. And they beat people every time they went to pay, having settled with 80,000 people last year. Wow, wow, wow. Most people don't know what to do after an accident. I'm one of them. But I will tell you, who does know, to get people Sweet James. You might feel use your car, you may not be able to feel
I guess we all are.
Nothing works. So if you're either an accident, call Sweet James right away. Don't hesitate. Call all these details are still top of mind. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200. They were awarded best attorneys in America. So hit that website. If you get injured in an accident, sweetjames.com. Sweetjames.com.
Well,
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, let's go places in Snow and Irvine.
Looking at the 405, making heading northbound, the lanes are filling in away from the 153 freeway. Looking a lot better once you make your way past Jeffrey Road. But then you're on the bridge to heading Costa Mesa from Bristol as you travel all the way to Seal Beach Boulevard. It's People Rivera, Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Terrible trouble for the 605. 605 southbound, just pushing Washington. There's still the two middle lanes. So bumper to bumper, it is just the tight gigs that are way back to the 60. The 605.
We have a Russell here.
Almost the same spot. Those have the Washington, those go Whittier Boulevard. They're in the middle lanes there.
You got it, the Russell truck. That's the one down
the 105. And it's just a whole path. The 15 northbound is picking them up to the 216 up to the 138. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. What gets you there faster? I'm Lisa Martinez.
This is Football with Spawn Murray. Staples Cricket from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Staples Stores.
The Rams are allowing one Allen Robinson to pursue a trade. He caught 33 passes over 10 games in an injury-plagued 2022 season. They also intend to release edge rusher Leonard Floyd if no trade partner can be found. Colorado police are investigating NBA star John Morant after an Instagram video post shows him displaying a gun at a Denver area strip club. He's currently on leave from the team. I'm Spike Aaron. Staples Printed Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit staples.com/print for details. This is your time to try Staples, where you print the perfect guarantee. This report is sponsored by Blindster.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Want to save big on custom sewing blinds, shutters, cellular shades, and more? Try Blindster today and save up to 50% over comparable blinds from brick-and-mortar stores. Get custom blinds at low prices and free shipping at Blindster.com. On Amtrak, you can get your family and your wallet at spring break. That's because now more kids can keep it 12 right for 50% off. So not only will you get a sweet vacay, you'll save money too. Book now at Amtrak.com. Restrictions apply. Contact your license 1047-781. Get up some homeowner headache. We bet you get one of our team rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns such as over 6-minute adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on call in drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain thing. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and safe part. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. BOEPCL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
It's normal. With Carlos free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Welcome to
Pray.com's relentless hope process, a show that will help you love your life.
Oh, no, but if I did, I would say I want exactly what you gave Irvin Magic Johnson in the 1990s, and I'll be fine.
The true joy. The true joy.
Listen to Pray.com's relentless hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. I can get away with that sort of stuff. I get a pass on that.
And why do you make fun of the Catholics?
How can you not make fun of Catholics? What? Or Muslims. It's all hilarious. Does the God of each religion get their own lightning bolt to send down? They'll handle simultaneously. Please let me watch.
No.
I don't have any
anything on the radio app. You can touch me for that as well. However, yeah, exactly. I'm not afraid of a good time, though. Let's just say, that's right. There's a big life out there. There's a big world I want to explore. I will say this, though. If I did have it, I would exactly what they gave Irvin Johnson. Why wouldn't you?
Requiring retrofit of 2 buildings by 2033, 10 more years. And Forest's Alpine Village, went there a lot as a kid, loved it, closed after 50 years. 50 years. You know, there's definitely people around that area. Did you ever go to Alpine Village, or did you ever Uber or Lyft anybody there? There's a lot of Ubers there. Yeah, actually it was a bit of a homecoming thing for my grandma. She used to go there all the time back in the day. Is that right? Kind of just, yeah, because they had all the food and music and all that stuff. Yeah, it was super popular. Did you ever go there for Oktoberfest? That's the one thing I never did. Oh my God. Yeah. That's wild, man. It's like, you know, it was just like a cool part of Florence in the South Bay. And now it's over. And again, I'm a traditionalist. I like when stuff sticks around. I hate when it disappears. There's a lot of kids that, you know, that went to Alpine Village and have a lot of great memories when you were, you know, younger. And now those are gone. I remember, you know, when you're younger.
If that's how it works, then that is certainly one Magic Johnson.
Sticks around in your memory for a long time. When there's a place in San Fernando Valley, and I can't for the life of me tell you where it was. I think it was in Van Nuys. It was called Disneyland. And my mom or dad would take us there for a birthday party. And it was a small little theater, and there may have been about 10 different kids having their birthdays. And they did a puppet show called Disneyland, and it was really cool. But I couldn't tell you where the hell it was. I was like 6 or 7, maybe 8 years old when we did that. So I remember doing it for my birthday, my brothers, my sisters. So if anybody remembers that, email me and tell me where it was. I don't know anything about Disneyland. I just know it was a great place to go and watch a puppet show, and you saw puppets.
To complete Logan's 2 Freudian, but prostitutes and hookers are their company as well.
Which is right now where the Beverly Center is. And Cedar Sinai Hospital. Used to be called Cityland. They used to have rides there. We used to have birthday parties. There's a place where you could ride a horse next door. But that's gone. And now
I know exactly what I'm getting with the hooker. I know the time. I know that I'm paying for it simply to go away. With a stripper, it's all kinds of things. There's all kinds of rules. There's like a bathroom. I don't know where I can touch.
For more than
it's the whole
50
thing.
years, Alpine Village in Florence has been a well-known spot. A German market, bakery, and home to one of South Bay's most popular Oktoberfest. I don't miss it. But now the stores in the shopping court must close. The property has been sold.
Yeah, so that goes against the modesty laws, and you don't see it in Judaism all that much. I'm not saying there aren't some freakish Jewish girls out there, but they don't do it in a religious fashion.
And then tomorrow you guys going to get an additional how to get it.
Not how that should be the case. But maybe some, your mileage may vary out there, people.
For so many years in this parking lot, it closed. And now the stores in this village have to be out by the end of the month.
No, this is horrible. I got to go before the end of the month.
The stock owners blame poor management for the loss in popularity and the declining upkeep of Alpine Village.
Yeah, I don't have to say, the last time I was there, Alpine Village is what it used to be. A lot of these, the food wasn't fresh. It looked like it was, 1942.
The area visibly deteriorated college sits solely outside the shack.
How depressing is that? Alpine Village comes down to a hefty security guard sitting by himself smoking cigarettes outside of the Alpine Village.
On an early Friday evening, the security guard sits solely outside the shack as vendors goes early for the day. Some tenants suspect the village will transform into a courtyard to store cargo containers for the ports of LA and Long Beach.
Yeah, that's probably right. What's going on? Amazon, shipping containers.
The new owner's not publicly commenting as decades of memories are on the move.
It's all done. That's too bad. I know what a lot of people will do. They'll put a Facebook page together and they'll get some financing and say, hey, we're going to open up a new place, very nearby. We'll call it Alpine Village 2. That never works out. That is a whole fact of loser idea, and that never, ever, ever works out. You just got to let it go. It's like the dodo bird. Some things you get.
I consider myself. I'm an anti-circumcision rabbi, though I am circumcised, like most people. And really, I'm just going to go out there and just say publicly, and I've done it before, but in an interview, you need to start cutting your dick off. That needs to come to a certain point where we stop doing it as a culture. And when people start to hear that they're losing 20 times their certification during sex, and on top of that, that we no longer need to do the stem cell research, and we'll be able to grow back our foreskin, and then make a little pinprick so that we can still have the religious tradition, like is what is done currently in at some ceremonies that may need to be done for certain medical reasons. You take a little pinprick of blood. The Jews get what they want, or Muslims get what they want, because they also circumcise, but they do it at 13 to 8 days. And on top of that, then the member gets the organ is intact. But additionally, the people who have had circumcision can regrow their stem, regrow their foreskin, and women can regrow their harness if they want, using stem cells. People don't know this, but this will be something in the future. So I can tell you, Dr. Rogers, don't fret. You might be able to have that someday. You never know. You might have that lady again, and you can show her both virgins.
Whoa! Wow, that guy's good. All right. Hey, look, they moved that. Nice, we didn't move. They moved that. Yeah. All right. Steve Gregory's coming up next. That guy's
most certainly, and other places in the body as well that certainly would can't grow cells. So like our gum, you could use this there. If you were wanting to grow a hymen, really, that's those are the preliminary options. People are looking for things to actually grow human type as well. So yes, stem cells have really to the benefit.
Because the bill would add 2 years to a sentence when a ghost gun was in possession during a felony. Using or attempting to use a ghost gun during a felony would be 3 additional years. The bill currently is committed.
Great question. The reason why is some women have had traumatic events in their first time. It could have been a rape, it could have been molestation, it could have just not been the right person. And they have PTSD from those moments. And they'd like to perhaps have the aversion with their spouse. And so there's the opportunity to regrow their hymen and have that first time all over the
reopen areas that Caltrans District 8 social media. 2 people have been arrested for armed carjacking in South LA. LAPD says a person with a knife stole a Honda Accord. With 2 people inside it yesterday. Officers chased the car until it crashed near 127th Street and Central Avenue. 1 person was cut by the knife and was at the hospital.
That's absolutely true. And horseback riding absolutely is insurrection and gymnastics and things. So that's another reason.
Media influencer in Texas accused of scamming thousands of customers to set begins. Brittany Davis 1.3 million followers on TikTok and another 500,000 on Instagram. Fans who watch their fitness video can find fitness and nutrition plans customized to their needs. Agency Jim Myers has taken suspicious ignorance in the past of failing to deliver what she promised to her customers. Texas AG says some customers pay Davis as much as $300 for customized workout and diet plans in 2017, but they never got them. Davis is facing fines up to $1 million if she's convicted of deceptive trade practices. And the Army has had its worst recruiting year in recent history. Officials say it fell 25% short of its 60,000 enlistment goal last year. Army recruiters trying to meet their goal say one of the biggest hurdles is getting into high schools where they can talk to students one-on-one. Leaders say their surveys show young people don't see the Army as a prime career choice, often because they don't want to die or get hurt. Estimates also show that 23% of young people can meet the military fitness, educational, and moral requirements. Some clouds and cool tennis out there tonight. Overnight lows around 40 degrees. 6 warmer each day, getting through Thursday. And then a chance of showers in the afternoon to being on Friday. Right now in Mission Diego, 55, Huntington Beach, 54 degrees. Somebody broke down in Santa Clarita.
On Call 14, as this stall is on the westbound side road, Golden Valley Road, I just received word from the highway patrol and said, hey, Angel, we've got the stall out of range. But traffic is still pretty heavy, leaving the 5, and it was blocked out of once to make their way past Golden Valley Road. We've got Mike O'Brien, Coast to Mesa, KFI in the sky.
Really just taking a little Orange County play here.
That's what you think, and then you start learning that you can use stem cells to increase the amount of nerve endings in your genitalia.
Looks like the North 55. Typical point now for the
You can
405.
learn using stem cells that you can increase the amount of nerve endings in your genitalia. You don't think it could get any better, but it could double, it could triple. And when you start getting into those kind of worlds, and what about this? It lasts, what, as long as you want it to last. But it could last like a switch. You could turn it on, turn an orgasm on, and have it go for an hour if you want, and turn it off if you want. You could do this part-timer if you wanted. That's how advanced you can get.
Dan Conway here. This Satellite Eye Center offer has never been done before. This offer is for KFI friends and family. That's you. You can get this offer only if you're listening to KFI now. Would you like
you could have length. You could have length using stem cells. Okay, so you could
up to $1,800 off laser with the friends and family certificate. I walked into Dr. Mayor's office. My eyesight was 21,000. I left there better than 2020. You know, John came in my office one day. He says, "Why do you have 9 pair of glasses on your desk?" I said, "I don't know." He said, "Call Dr. Mayor, my doctor." And I did. Now I see beautifully. Anyway, call right now and get your friends and family certificate up to $1,800 off laser. We can give away only 10 discount certificates to KFI listeners who schedule a free LASIK exam. We can get a $1,800 LASIK friends and family discount certificate. You must call now, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444. Big dog. Looking to invest in real estate as a way to diversify, hedge against inflation, and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions? With First National Realty Partners, you'll get access to commercial real estate investments that are reserved only for elite private institutions. You'll enjoy all the benefits of fully passive real estate ownership, like tax write-offs, limited liability structures, quarterly tax distributions, and the potential for upside at exit. First National Realty Partners has thousands of investors who collect rent from national brand tenants like Walmart, Target, Whole Foods, Publix, and many more. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010.
No, but people only think that there's one. There are at least 12 different ways to make a woman orgasm, and we should study that. People are afraid to have this subject. No, there's 12 different ways, and that can be the reason. All of them. All of them. So that would be touch. But I mean, there's everything from mental to the A spot, to the G spot, to the clitoris. And that's what the thing is. People only think that. But hey, you don't even know what you're doing. And people need to be able to see this. They need to be able to see diagrams of the female body and the male body and understand how these things work. And they don't. Here's one that I feel is really bad. Is female ejaculation. It's called cum. But it's actually a different thing than what we call cum in a man. And I feel it's almost it's sexist to call it that. Exactly.
The DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is of course part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company.
Yeah, it's amazing. In fact, it like makes you connect with your pineal gland. The first time I ever had an orgasm from prostate, a prostate orgasm, So if a woman wants to know what is this for a man, it's your G5. So basically the come hither mode, that come hither finger of your upper part of your vaginal canal is where your G5 is male equivalent. And honestly, it was one of the most intense orgasms that I've ever had, where I could literally feel the orgasm go up my spinal cord into my pineal gland and like explode. It was amazing so much that I went on Facebook and sent my 3 of my friends messages about how intense it was.
And they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes.
That sounds like a new issue, my man.
Getrefunds.com, getrefunds.com. Injured are America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people. What if a mountain could change the world? What if elephants could fly? What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to take you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter for your chance to win one day, one park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI and join the celebration. Offering subject to capacity restrictions and changes of visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI, AM 64. More stimulating talk. So the mountains are still clearing up the snow up there and cleaning up the snow up there. We'll discuss that. Also, for instance, Alpine Village closed after more than 50 years. A lot of people in South Bay have great fond memories of Alpine Village. And Target is launching a drive-up return. Drive by, throw your crap out, they give you credit for it. I don't think that's simple, but whatever. And then I just found this out during break. Steve Gregory's with us. He bought himself a new suit at the Burbank Mall. That's wild, buddy. Good for you. Well, good for me. What kind of suit did you get? A regular one. And why did you need one? Well, the suit that I had before was just overworn, and I don't like wearing suits, as you know. I'm not a suit guy, but I'm going to the office this weekend to cover it, and you have to have a suit. And then the Golden Michael Awards are coming up. I have to have a suit for that. It's just time. It's just time to be there in a suit. Last time I wore a suit coat and a tie and a shirt was last Wednesday. Yeah, it was when I saw you at the Rally Traffic. LAPD had 12 officers retiring. We were half of them, and then 2 officers that someone jumped in on it. So there were 12. So I put on my shirt and tie. I only have one really nice white shirt. And as I buttoned the sleeves, I noticed that the left sleeve had no button. And so I didn't want to wear it like that because that's embarrassing. So I took a stapler like this, and I stapled my shirt top, my shirt sleeve. Well, you know what the quick fix is? A rubber band, paper cut, damn it. So I stapled it. And then as I put on my jacket, the staple caught and ripped up the inseam of the jacket. Yeah, so I don't know where rock bottom is for my low-end lifestyle, but we're getting it. Well, I can't believe that I think I've had the same suit for probably 15 years, and I'm thinking, this thing has seen a lot of action. Right. And it was time. It was time. You know my suit by? Ryan Seacrest. Really? I bought it Make something. They're Macy's. Mine is Michael Trainer. Wow! How jealous! Mine is Michael Trainer. All right, you're here to talk about the Metro. What's going on with the Metro? So Metro today unveiled or was introduced, I guess, the Writing Public to its new security ambassador program. This is the unarmed group that will be riding on the trains and the buses. And there will be additional eyes and ears on the trains and buses to deter crimes from happening and to respond and react in times of crises. So if a homeless person is having an issue, these people in these bright lime green polo shirts that access, kind of like the airport people with the vest on. They're not the undercover, they'll be identified. Oh, no, very brightly lit shirts so that everyone knows who they are. and people are encouraged to ask them questions, and they'll give them answers, and if there's a passed out homeless person that's throwing up all over the floor, then they're going to take action. This is a program that initially came out. There was a lot of concern on the part of law enforcement that somehow law enforcement were trying to replace IDs to activists. Because they will be unarmed, and they do not have radios. So I asked the question today, I said, okay, you're talking about all these great things you're going to be doing on the train. What happens if one of them gets attacked? Because they said there's a lot of violent crime on the train. See, they didn't want to talk about the violent crime. They wanted to talk about these programs work, and then Lindsay Ford, who's one of the new LA County supervisors, she was up there to talk about how wonderful the program is. She says, everyone who's on the city council of LA and this is the county board of supervisors is also a board member in that program. That's the way to do it. How many are there? Hundreds of them? 300. Wow! 300 today. Do you think people will put on those line green shirts? Is just pretending like they're ambassadors or nobody approves of them? Well, I don't think so, because a lot of people we might want to go up and start asking them. Like today, when we were leaving the event, I was with a colleague of mine, another reporter, right? And we had our clearances around our neck, and that person walked up to me and said, young man, can you carry my suitcase, please? I had a similar thing happen to me. I went to Target about 5 years ago, and I was wearing just a maroon pullover. Did you do anything with your card? No, that was another time, Steve, but I've always felt bad about that. But I was wearing a maroon shirt, like a polo shirt, and twice I was asked a question of, hey, where's the toys? Here's what's on it. I just wore some long shirt. Oh, yesterday I'm sitting in the computer, yesterday having lunch, and I'm working on my laptop, and everyone assumes I'm the owner. Because I'm sitting with a laptop working, the lady comes up and says, are you the manager? Oh, that's awesome. No, are you the owner? No. And not more than 15, 20 minutes later, a man comes up and says, are you the manager? And I said, no, I'm not the manager. You should have a blue shirt on that says, ask me. Ask me. Yeah. So this good. Let's see what's good. When I was at the story that Steve was referencing, when I first started at the station, I went to Target, got to get some shots, and Steve Gregory was on his hands and knees looking at a heater or a fan or something. And I ran my card into him, just jokingly, very nonchalant, and he didn't even look back. Never said anything, never looked back, nothing. And then I ran into a little harder with the card, and he jumped up and he goes, you mother... And I said, oh, Jesus, okay, cool. Yeah, money. Why are you running your card into me? And you just laugh. He was just laughing. That's right, bud. All right, your Giants got Oscars this weekend. Yeah, that's huge. Yep. And the first time you didn't go in a long time was last year. For 21 years, I think I did cover. Wow, you missed the best one time I missed last year when all the big stuff happened. Oh my God. I was down at the border covering the Russian families coming into across the border. Yeah, and I missed it. And I'm like, that will never happen again. Oh my God. Because they'll have planters in the building now. Well, now they have the crisis team. Yeah, they have the crisis team now. Yeah, so they'll be able to join on the spot. All right, so you'll be on the spot. They're going to have some options after that. Yes, are you going to get live on Sunday? No? No, it's Monday. They'll be on Monday. Yeah, we don't do things live on Sunday. We're not really a audio station. So what we're doing actually, that thing is where all the good stuff happens. That's right. Remember? Sure. We would play all the foreign reporter questions. Yeah. That's right, man. That's great. All right, I'm looking forward to it. You taking Jake with him? Yeah, Jake's going. All right. He's protecting from people. Yeah. All right. Well, very good. Thanks for coming in. All right, you're the best. Steve Gregory, everybody. Steve Gregory, KFI News. All right, now more coaching. Don't put me off, buddy. That's a compliment. All right, more now coaching. KFI 3 brothers. 20 students are carried in this Bible ceremony more than 2 months after Mountain Lion was used an accident injury from a car. The two closed burial locations in Santa Monica Mountains. Officials in Ohio today basically learned after a second train derailment in a monthly state. The hazmat team say there was no spill near Springfield on Saturday. And the Transportation Department released an online dashboard that lets you see which airlines allow families with young children to sit together without charging that extra fee. Partly cloudy and cool tonight. Teeny bit warmer Tuesday to Thursday, and then some showers through the day and late Friday. This report brought by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel and the Slow in Sun Valley.
Looking at the 5 northbound moving, it feels like a Laurel Canyon. The driver may slow ahead all the way to the 14. We've got Michael Ryan, clear at Eye in the Sky.
Yeah, this over to 5 southbound, going to about a retail lane interstate. This stretch is going to take you down to the 605 where it does lose up a bit there in Generation County. Now around the corner, 605 northbound and just about Whittier Boulevard. Looks like it finally cleared out of the middle lanes of that problem. Still very tough on that, but back to about the 105. And a similar problem on the south 605 and just about Washington. Looks like they cleared out the lanes there. Still suffering, though, back through the 60. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the Sky, what gets you there faster? I'm Lisa Martinez.
So when he's over, it's time to party. You kids on the block, and I'm confident it's a night you will never forget. Y'all Theater, Friday, June 30th. Get tickets now at y'alltheater.com for the casino box office.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. If cold credit calls aren't turning into hot hiring leads, then you need Indeed. Because Indeed's powerful hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all from one place. Find your next great hire visiting Indeed.com/credit. Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
Fanatics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
Fanatics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro-athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Fanatics is being pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
QC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. This week on the Marketers Report, Patricia Sagnaletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. There are 10 million job openings in the U.S., but less than 6 million unemployed workers. So no wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me tell you about JobGet.com. Now, there are other hiring sites, but when you use them, it costs a pile of money. You get inundated with resumes of people who don't fit the bill. They don't have the right qualifications. They're too far away from your workplace, or they ghost you on the interview. JobGet is different. With JobGet, your top candidates already have the skills you need. If you're only talking to candidates in your area, your candidates get immediate notifications right to their phones, letting them know you're ready to talk, and reminding them the interview is coming up. That's it. JobGet is always the most affordable hiring source on the market. Post with one click, hire the right people for the job. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle. JobGet.com/handle. That's JobGet.com/handle. Do you have heart failure and often hear those stomach issues ruin your birthday?
You're too tired to take that stand off.
When you have a touch the tools, it's the hypertonic syndrome diagnosis. If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come see a cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Hey, it's Steve Sharp. If you're planning on going solar, listen up. The state has changed the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And claims now in your favor. Fortunately, there's a grandfathering period to lock in the current rate, but time is running out. The deadline is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunlux. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Sunlux will help you get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Go to sunlux.com. Sunlux.com. CSLB 100 is 374.
Again, half of workers battling cancer due to hypercondition from their employer. It's time for those working hard to keep track. Together, Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center and Publicis Group are urging companies worldwide to take a stand and pledge to help create a more open, supportive, and recovery-forward culture at work. Not of us deal with cancer during our lifetime, but we all have a role to play. Sign the pledge today at workingwithcancerpledge.com and follow hashtag workingwithcancer on social media.
Dressed in layers of warm clothing as you plan to be outdoors. How long does it take you to realize that you have underdressed?
I know,
40 degrees?
it's like we're not 6 years old, are we? We don't need to be told to put on a jacket as we're going outside.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The Conway Show, a big storm, still digging out from the big storm other mountains, which is good stuff out there right now. But also, Alpine Joe's in Florence is going away, and Target is launching a drive-up return. You can take all your stuff back to Target without getting out of your car. That's a cool deal. Let's talk about these mountains. Big story. A week ago today, we were one of the first shows on the air that said there's a disaster going up in those mountains and nobody's talking about it. And then everybody was talking about it. I'm not saying it was us. I'm just saying that I was born and raised in Southern California. And I've been here in Southern California probably longer than anybody else on radio. That might be true. And I have seen it all. So I knew there was something going on up in the hills, up in the mountains. And unfortunately, I was correct. So the latest on San Bernardino, they're just here waiting, hoping they reopen the roads shortly. Now, in the meantime, a lot of people aren't waiting for that. Just about 5 minutes ago, we saw a guy drive a pickup truck through the cones here, right past that PHP lot. So he had to back into position to block the road. So this is to say a lot of frustration. It's been 11 days since the first of these storms rolled through, and all the main highways in the mountains are still closed. Oh my God, 11 days in, you can't get back up to your house or your place of business in the mountains. It was one of the strongest storms to hit Crestline in decades, and a week and a half later, they're still digging out. Just down the hill, Highway 18 into town is still closed. Wow, it's now been 11 days since the storm hit. More help, we need more help. You got a new thing, you're listening. We need more help. Entire rooftops collapsed. Gas lines are leaking. Many roads are still blocked. And those who are hunkered down up here are starting to run out of supplies. Many of the shelves at Hilltop Liquor are now empty. So what kinds of things are you running out of? Eggs, milk, cheese, cereal, tortillas, the basics. And that's just stuff for every day, breakfast and lunch and nothing, We're going to have to shelter in place for the time being. Question is, how long? We're going to need to be out because it's amazing. And this guy owns a liquor store. And the only thing he's running out of are eggs, cheese, and tortillas. I've never been to a liquor store that sold eggs, cheese, and tortillas. Cheese, cereal, and cereal. It's the only time I went to a liquor store and got cereal. Tortillas, the basics. Well, that's just what every day, breakfast and lunch and nothing, shelter in place for the time being. Question is, how long? We're going to need to be out because the life insurance stuff is fixing here, so you can't be if we have no clue on what's going to happen. Resident Jacob Yada says he's doing okay as far as food is concerned, for now anyway, but he's not been able to get through. That's amazing, though, that he had 11 days worth of food supply. That's unbelievable. But he's not been able to get to his teaching job at the bottom of the mountain for an entire week. I can't tell my employer why I will be back. I can't schedule my dentist appointment. I can't schedule my doctor's appointment. I want to down the hill and won't let you back up. Wow, this guy had a dental appointment and a doctor's appointment in the same week. It's a big snow. And I'm looking at it as I can't afford a hotel room right now. So what can I do? And one long-time mountain resident I spoke with over the weekend told me it's really the tale of two mountains, if you will. Way off to the east over in Big Bear. Yeah, they didn't get as bad as Blue Jay and Hillhead. Yes, they got more than 6 feet of snow, but at 7,000 feet elevation, they're used to this. The Big Bear Valley is wide, the roads are wider, it's flatter, but I'm told by an official that they're hoping they'll be able to reopen these roads later today. But at this point, no confirmation just yet. Live press line, Robert Miller, ABC 7 Eyewitness News. Wow, wow, wow. And then, they're hit by storm after storm. They got another couple of inches over the weekend. Dangerous wicked weather on the West Coast. California breaking from 5 more feet of snow, with people still trapped in this weekend storm. ABC News Chief National Correspondent Matt Gutman is in California with the latest for us. Good morning, Matt. Hey, good morning, Michael. It's hard to believe that this 9-foot wall of snow behind you at the bowling alley is less than 60 miles outside of downtown Los Angeles. Now, one thing here is the amount of snow, about 100 inches or more in places in just about a week. And it's also hard to believe that right under here is a car. But the other issue is the consistency of the snow. It's like concrete, heavy. It's making camping out for this community so much more difficult. This morning, the weather almost a re-weather still with severe weather conditions in California warned it could take days longer to rescue everyone imprisoned in the snow. I look to rooftops swallowing cold. Let's say to this disaster that these cities, Ryan and Cole, will hiking the Pacific Crest Trail in Southern California, like almost everyone else, they underestimated the storm that was up nearly 10 feet of snow in some areas of the region last week. He was climbing out there, and we were just speaking to us, essentially. And they in comments for over 2 days, they huddled together for warmth. Sure, they were going to die in those mountains before finally being rescued by Arrowhead. Oh my God, what an unbelievable story. The nearby Arrowhead Lake, where 2 foster her father had been staying in their home for nearly 2 weeks. The cabin now surrounded by 9-foot walls of snow. We actually fires, but it's just too thick and too hard, and it's just not equipped to this kind of ice. It's just too much. It's just like low water and gas rescue workers and volunteers delivering emergency supplies. This is how we have to get people out of the snow? And it's crews work around the clock to make the region health officials say crews have removed more than 2,000 Olympic swimming pools worth of snow in San Bernardino County alone. Now, man, it's unbelievable. Well, look, what can you say? They're on their way up, and they're trying the best they can, but there are a lot of roads out there that are really thin, and they don't have the equipment to pile all that snow up anywhere else. It's actually sad, man. It still continues up there for those poor people in the mountains. All right, we'll cover more about when we come back. Sound like we're live on KFI AM Report. You can listen to KFI everywhere, like you haven't noticed. KFI. KOST, Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the radio app.
In case you're interested, I tweeted 69 areas to make the woman orgasm.
And it begins. Hopefully that helps. I'm Michael Crozier, live from the KFI 24-hour news, and the first group of unarmed security ambassadors as officially started their duties aboard Metro's trains and buses in LA County. Chairman Aaron Nazarian says the 300 new employees are wearing lime green polo shirts and have been trained to handle a lot of different issues. Things like conflict de-escalation, disability awareness, trauma-informed care, cultural and situational awareness, and metro operations. Nazarian says the ambassadors will not replace law enforcement and will be a deterrent to prevent crime from happening. They'll also help the homeless find services. This report brought to you by Senator Solaris. The bill proposed by Assemblyman Corey Jackson in Riverside would create a post-crime intervention unit inside California's Department of Public Health. If passed, the legislation would establish a special ad council to create anti-racism campaigns. The bill proposed last month would work to raise awareness and promote understanding for people from all walks of life. Jackson says this proposal would form partnerships between state officials and community leaders. DOJ says California found increasing hate crimes by 32% in 2021. Sea lions and seals will soon have a little more room to stretch their skipper. They're listed to their beach, thanks to a $14 million extension. We are building a water reclamation plant. Pacific Marine Mammal Center Dr. Alyssa Denning says the rescue is one of the city's largest water consumers, but when the project is complete next year, 15,000 gallons of water will be saved per day. We're adding a few more pools to increase our capacity for taking care of patients in our hospital, and we're also building a brand new treatment room where we can do surgeries and endoscopy and ultrasound for our patients. Denning says that increases educational opportunities and capacity from 125 animal health at a given time to almost 200 in Laguna Beach. Corbin Carson, KFI News. Dozens of things to drink. Blackout rage gallons at a St. Patrick's Day party at the University University of Massachusetts have been sent to the hospital. They said they were drinking Fords and got the idea from TikTok. Fords are made with half a gallon of water topped with vodka, electrolytes, and flavoring to reduce the taste of the alcohol. The fire department said 28 ambulances were called to the Blarney blowout party Saturday. There were no life-threatening cases. UMass officials say it's the first time they've seen Fords at officers' parties. I don't see myself as running against Joe Biden. Just 37% of Democrats in the U.S. want President Biden to seek a second term. A new poll released in February says the Biden Associated Press says the number was down from 52% the week before last year's midterm elections. So far, only Democratic activist and author Marianne Williamson has entered the 2024 primary field. She says she sees her campaign as challenging the system. Biden is the oldest serving president in U.S. history at 80. The former chairman of Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign agreed to pay $3.15 million to settle a civil case filed by the DOJ over undeclared foreign bank accounts. Prosecutors said last year Paul Manafort failed to disclose more than 20 offshore bank accounts in the UK and other countries. Manafort was sentenced to 7 years in prison in 2018 for other financial crimes. Former President Trump pardoned him in the final week of his presidency. A woman has died on a cruise ship that was bound for the Bahamas. The FBI is looking into her death, calling it suspicious. She was found unresponsive during the Carnival Sunshine cruise late last month. Despite life-saving efforts, the passenger was pronounced dead. Carnival did not identify the passenger, but said the deceased and her husband left the ship in Nassau, and Bahamian authorities conducted an autopsy. The deceased Brian Clark says the FBI came aboard the ship when it returned to Charleston Saturday to process the passenger's room. Carnival Cruise Line says it's fully cooperating with the FBI. Partly cloudy skies out there tonight, and over around 40 degrees, mostly sunny tomorrow, 2 degrees warmer. Ice on 50 with features above 60 metro LA Orange County, close to 70, Inland Empire in the Valley, around 60 in the high desert. A little warmer Wednesday as well, and a little warmer Thursday before things of rain comes in Friday afternoon, not kind of rain until evening. Right now in Cotton Valley, 57, Lake Forest, 56, Marines LA, 54, Mountain Beach, 55 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorney. The Dow finished up 40, NASDAQ was down 13, S&P was up 3, the average price regular gas in California for 90 a gallon.
Password your copy taken after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Justice for you since 1972.
Low in Carson.
Officer 91 mentioned that those east down there towards the lake are filling in, coming up on Avalon to remain on the bridge all the way, all the way to Adams and Riverside. We got a couple of expresses, so don't get excited about that. We've got Michael Bryan, Hey Up on the Side.
Yep, it's over Boyle Heights, the 605 and the 710, actually the 710. Got a 10 southbound here, loaded up at about the 60. That height stretch is going to stick with you down through about Florida. Now, speaking of the 605 northbound, includes problems at Whittier Boulevard. Still suffering on that stretch from the 105. And the south 605, we have problems there at about Whittier Boulevard. And that is still suffering back through almost to the 10. Now, it looks like the problem's going to get to Milwaukee. The 405 southbound at just about Bellflower Boulevard. Looks like your surge is running shoulder. Nevertheless, it's almost at the normal point. It goes way back to the 105 of way to the LA area. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
In Corona, the 15 southbound, that drive is slow moving away from Magnolia Avenue. Looking a lot better by Temecula Canyon Road. Hey Up on the Side. Helps get you there faster. I'm in for Martinez.
It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio was a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audio, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Life is uncertain. You could feel stressed and just worried or frustrated. Almost one call. That's what childhood free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at childhood.org.
Service Champions for an $88 prescription meter tune-up. Or visit servicechampions.com. More stimulating talk.
Radio station.
Working on some big stories here. Steve Gregory came on with us earlier to talk about Metro's new ambassador program that's beginning. He talked about it at 4:30, so I'm going to go back and listen to that hour. Pretty good. Mount Vinny taken out after 12 days. Bills can't get out, can't get food, can't get electricity, most parts, dark. And Pete Davidson involved in a Beverly Hills crash. Wow. All right, so something for everybody here. We have a lawyer with us, attorney Jennifer Kennedy, and she's fighting Granada Hills Charter and their stupid back rules out there. All right, Jennifer, you're on KFI AM 640. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing great. Can't say the same about the kids at Granada Hills Charter that they're not letting go to prom.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they're doing it again.
Are you calling us from 2019 or 2020?
Sadly, we're in 2023, and this BS is still going on up at that school. They still have their vaccine mandates in place. They still have kids segregated off campus. And now they're not going to let those unvaccinated kids come to prom off campus at the Ronald Reagan Library.
Well, Ronald Reagan wouldn't have agreed with that. I'll tell you that.
He would not have stood for that for a second.
Yeah.
And you know what? Go ahead.
See this over.
Yeah, I can't hear you. I'm high on the hill, and in fact, I came up to the Ronald Reagan Library today.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Check it out.
All right, I hear you. Okay. All right, so what is being done for these kids? This is outrageous. Last year they didn't get to graduate from Granada Hills Charter. They're not going to let them graduate or go to the prom this year?
Well, here's the thing. They're not letting them go to prom. They changed their mind about grad night. They're going to let them go to Disneyland, and the word is not out yet about graduation. So who knows what they're going to decide to do at the last minute.
All right, well, let's go over to do with these kids. The state of Florida never had any bad rules for any kid at any point. And they wrote out the COVID-19 pretty well. Are there other schools like that in Los Angeles, or just Granada Charter?
As far as I know, the only other one doing this, in fact, the only ones that did it last year were New West Charter, that's over near Santa Monica, and Granada Hills. They were the only ones that went ahead with the segregation and actually took kids out of school.
And when you respond to them and accuse them of it like you're doing on KFI, what is their response?
Yeah, literally, their response is nothing. They're never engaged. They don't respond to the media. They barely respond in print journalism. They really just tip on people and press delete all. Parents complaining. They just say, hey, this is our policy, like it or leave it.
Wow.
Yeah.
But isn't that a public school? I think it is, right?
It is. It's a public charter school. They call themselves an independent charter, and they think they're above state law. But remember what happened just 2 weeks ago? They're not. 2 weeks ago, our California Supreme Court came out and affirmed that ruling that the guards are standing and verifying that no school can set a vax mandate.
And are you issuing them a subpoena to take them to court?
Well, here's the thing. We should go ahead and file a new action. But I'm afraid the new action wouldn't be fast enough to save prom, which is April 22nd. We need public facts.
Yeah.
We need some steps.
Look, I'm with you on this, but I'm 100% with you on this one. Is it going to be definite, or are they going to do
I would like to have
2028, or they still make kids vaccinated?
Honestly, if you ask them, I think they would keep it for others. Because you kind of have zero COVID school. They have a lot of COVID for other things up there. And unless we get another court order against them, I'm afraid they would keep it contained. Or maybe we try to add whatever new vaccine help they needed up there.
Is there a mask mandate up there?
Not anymore. Not because they were the last to pull it down. They waited a week after everybody else in LA County, but no, not right now.
All right,
Watch what you do up there.
Right, and it's sort of like, they're the outliers, sort of, having to go off the apocalypse now, having to go off the rivers.
outlier, and they're getting away with it, but not for long. And especially when you see, again, 2023, and kids can't go to prom. Come on.
Now, do parents have an option to pull their kids out of Granada Charter or another charter, another school?
You never go.
Most technically they could, but you know a kid that's really well big high school in the area, and who wants to have to put out their child if some jacked dog just comes along with some rule?
Yeah.
Who wants to have to do that?
I think, look, if they have their wishes, I think I think Granada Charter would go back to homeschooling everybody and doing it on computer if they could.
Well, they have certainly sent a lot of people homeschooling, that's for sure, yeah. And they send kids away because families have absolutely to get away from that tyranny.
But you know what's really weird is I know some people live in Granada Hills, and that seems to be an area that, not too liberal, not too conservative, but, working class people, maybe working class, upper middle class people who, if their kids are being mistreated, they speak up, and yet not enough of them have.
No, I would say that the majority of parents up there, the majority of families at Granada, capitulated. And it's just a tiny band of conscientious objectors. But Granada didn't even offer a religious exemption, so they didn't even give people of faith a chance to even assert that.
So they denied 100% of the challenges.
They denied everything. Basically, again, it was just a shot or hit the road.
Wow, man, that is incredible. All right, well, Jenna, how can people get a hold of you or website or help the movement here?
Well, to help the movement, number one, is to call Granada Hills Charter for sure and demand that they take this policy down. Number two, you can find me on Twitter at Jen Revere, on Facebook as Jennifer Lynn. That's a hard one because the media is a common name, but look for the Liberty Bell.
Okay, all right, Jen Revere.
Jen Revere on Twitter.
Okay. All right, on Twitter.
And also on Twitter, I got the thread from last year of the heartbreaking denial of graduation to last year's seniors.
Yeah, that was horrible. It really was.
Yeah, it was.
All right, keep up the good fight. Let us know if we can help you out, and keep it updated. We'll update everybody.
Thanks for the support. I really appreciate it.
Jennifer, take care. Jennifer Kennedy out there fighting by yourself. Trying to get these kids who, don't want to take the vaccine. Parents don't want to give them the vaccine, but they want their kids to go to graduation, and get that diploma on with everybody else. And this Granada Hills Charter keeps them in the middle finger. Crazy. It's crazy. There were property values out there, right? Now, nobody wants to live around crazy, and people run Granada Hills Charter seem to be a little nuts. I don't know them, but it seems to be still too strict. This California, goes more laid back, and stop with the rules. We're live on KFI. More now with Crozer in KFI's 24-hour newsroom. A woman in Pittston near San Diego who was convicted of killing her stepfather after she found hundreds of used photos of her on his computer in 2020 has been sentenced to 25 years to life in state prison. The FBI and Mexico say 4 U.S. citizens were kidnapped after crossing the border from Texas to buy medicine in an area of warring.
Kinetic Crucian sounds hilarious. I don't know why that was not used.
Toblerone chocolate dropping images of the Swiss flag and the Matterhorn from their packaging because of strict Swiss law, and they're moving some production out of Switzerland to Slovakia. But cloudy and cold tonight, being a bit warmer Tuesday to Thursday, and then chance of showers late Friday. This report brought to you by Jackson Hewitt. Things are slow in Griffith Park.
This is on the 134, making your way eastbound to Lakeshore Forest Lawn Drive, all the way to Glendale Avenue. And then you're open for a bit, heading into Pasadena. That drive slows down ahead at Figueroa, all the way to the 210. On the 210 eastbound out of Pasadena, loading up at the 134, delays all the way to Citrus. Michael Bryan from Long Beach, KFI in the sky.
Purple 6 here off the 405. 405 southbound at Bellflower Boulevard. Stuck your average lane to the shoulder, but adding recorded, truck the normal stuff that goes way back by LAX to the 105. It's 40 to get that far. You're hitting up Upper Valley towards LAX. South 405 on the break south of Wilson Boulevard, Food Lot in Hera. North 405, you'll hit them there at the 10. But the 10 is on and off to the all to the pass, most of the way to the 5. Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez. When it comes to your tax refund, think simple. As in, Jackson Hewitt guarantees your biggest refund or your money back. $100. Pick a Jackson Hewitt for your status refund guaranteed.
This report is sponsored by Blindsters.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com, and I sell custom blinds designed for do-it-yourself. Unlike stock blinds offered at big-box retailers, Blindster blinds are custom-made for your windows and shipping is free. Don't hire an expensive pro. Do it yourself and save big at Blindster.com.
Have you heard there's a new way here to deal with joint pain that doesn't require drugs or surgery or downtime?
TC Kinetics has arrived with real, lasting, all-natural relief using the latest advances in regenerative medicine.
They've got clinics in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo with more on the way.
TC Kinetics is the nation's leader in these amazing treatments. They take highly concentrated healing properties from your own body and put them in your achy joints. The goal is to restore and repair damaged joint tissue the natural way.
Patients are raving about this all over the country. Pro athletes have been doing this for years, but now it's available to anyone.
Enact being pain-free by this summer. Living life the way you used to. Walking, running, playing sports.
If you've got pain from arthritis or injury, don't think steroids and surgery are your only option.
Call and learn more about these remarkable treatments using regenerative medicine.
TC Kinetics now in Glendale, Orange, and Mission Viejo. Call for a free consultation. 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
Non-surgical joint pain relief has arrived. 213-997-PAIN. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages.
Shalom, shalom, Dr. Fred Rogers. How you doing, baby?
This person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com, and with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled Bam, B-E-E.
Oh, I was going to do that?
Bam,
Oh, I don't know if I know that.
That's Bambi.com.
Well, that wasn't there, so I don't know. I mean, I basically know what the average skill does, which is that that they are closer in age to us, or Patrick closer in age to us than the pyramids were to the first and the world. So they were already thousands of years old when they were active and they were closer than in time. Now, who did it? There are all kinds of interesting theories. Okay, so these are not the only pyramids on Earth. There are like other major sets of pyramids in the Americas and other places that all align interestingly to Orion, the constellation Orion, and like Orion Sun. And there, are all kinds of different ideas of what their original purpose was. Some people think it might have been a power generator. Other people think it was a funeral site. Other people think that it was a mixture of things because certainly if you read the hieroglyphics, there's a story that goes on of all the gods and how basic Egyptian society worked from its deities. Especially talking about like what the people depend on a daily basis in the flooding of the Nile and such. So I mean, it's not. I don't think it just has one purpose. When it comes to how it was built, honestly, if you ask me, I think it's probably the good old-fashioned way, which was slave labor. Obviously, any can say that, but that would be Israelites. That could have been Canaanites, could have been Hittites, could have been Ethiopians, which probably was a decent amount, and then other Egyptians as well, under different pharaohs, and essentially using ramps and other primitive
options. These were over the course of I think dozens of years. Eventually, they were created, and they've been able to withstand the sands of time. Do I think that aliens helped them do it? No. Do I think it could have been inspired by that? That the pharaoh was one day like, hey, there's something flying over. I don't know exactly what this is, but let's get their attention somehow by building something really big, and maybe they'll fly over it or they'll be interested in it. I think those are all very valid that's kind of my opinion on it. I'm not anti-psychologist, and I'm definitely not
from the past year. We watched that last night on HBO, and they were talking about, how they got to that stage where he was a little bit heavier, not quite big yet, but he was over back after 68, and he did that live telecast from Hawaii. Oh yeah, broadcast all over the world. And I told her I bought that album when it came out. Is that right? And I still have it. Wait, that's the one that they did at the Coliseum there where they used to play the Pro Bowl. I believe so, yeah. Yeah, it's got a little cut in the album with a picture of him on the sleeve that's tucked in there that you could do. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I don't remember when they actually did it, but I do remember seeing photos of that. It was wild, man. Still got that album. That's great, dude. That's really worth a lot of money. Yeah, they've been great for 40, 50 years. Wow. How about those albums that nobody ever opened them? They're still sealed, right? From the factory. Wow, man. Worth a ton of money. All right, Target. You can now drive over to Target and return your stuff.
Target is now letting people make returns from the comfort of their cars.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I'm sorry, I'm not a big fan of the drive-by returns, the drive-through returns.
The move comes after a successful trial of drive-up purchases in Minneapolis. Some locations even offer the option of adding Starbucks to your order.
Oh no! I'm with Al, man. You can return stuff and clog up the lane with Starbucks orders? Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
The service is expected to roll out to all of Target's 2,000 locations by the end of this summer. The company says it will be especially beneficial for people traveling with kids, pets, or people with certain disabilities, and it is free to use. I really like that idea.
Oh, okay. I know you like it. Does Al like it, though? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, Leonard Skinner just talked about this. This is a horrible story. The last living member.
Gary Lawson, the founding member of Leonard Skinner, who died. He was the last surviving member of the original 7 lockdown. Leonard Skinner was known for songs including Free Bird, Home Alabama, Good for the College Co-wrote. Gary Lawson was 71 years old.
Wow, Free Bird and Sweet Home Alabama?
Leonard Skinner was known for songs including Free Bird, Sweet Home Alabama.
Woo! He was the last original member that was surviving. Yeah, that was the highest story around. He wasn't an original. Let's do a quick whip around here. All right. Let me get the answer first, so at least I know it. All right. How long is the audio, the song Freebird? How long is the song Freebird? The original song. There's 2 versions of here. I'll just say version number 1. All right, how long is the song Freebird, the official audio of the song? Stefano County. Stefano, what do you got? 6.5 minutes. 6.5 minutes is wrong. Crows. I actually know this. Okay. All right, Crows knows it. Angel.
17 minutes.
17. Ah, okay. All right. I wasn't asking about my commute to Disneyland.
9 minutes and 36 seconds.
9:36. Wow. Very specific. Isn't it, Ricky? Who else is in there? I'm the guy. 7 minutes. 7 minutes. All right. Let me look anybody. Aaron's out here. She says 8.5. Aaron says 8.5. Okay. The actual winner, I think it's Elio. 9 minutes, 11 seconds. But there's another version of it that's 10 minutes. And 8 seconds. Oh, that's the extended music version. Okay. So it's 9 minutes, 9:08. 9:08. Wow! Is it time to play the whole thing before the break? Let's just start and see when Robin Bertolucci calls the station. We'll play during the commercial break. We're live on KFI AM 640. Where's Rose? KFI's 24-hour newsroom. The top of man who escaped to the airbase in Galen, Orange County is started.
The second of three defendants being tried for allegedly escaping, kidnapping the driver, and carjacking. Prosecutors say Hussein Nairi, along with two others, broke out of the Orange County North Jail in 2016 with outside help from one of the inmates acquaintances. They say the defendant celebrated the escape, referring to himself as being famous. The defense countered that, saying Nairi had responsibility for breaking out, but wasn't the mastermind behind the other charges. Nairi is already serving a life sentence for sexually mutilating a man in 2019. At the Central Justice Center in Santa Ana, Chris Adler, KFI News.
This report brought to you by Jacobian injury attorney. The woman in San Diego who killed her stepdad because she found hundreds of naked photos of herself on his computer is being sentenced to 25 years to life. Lawyers think she killed the man December 31st, 2020 by strangling and suffocating him and by giving him a lethal dose of prescription pills. Police found his body in the trash in his driveway a few days later, and the initial cause of death was substance abuse. Lawyers for the woman say there was little to no evidence suggesting the man was strangled or suffocated. DC Council Chairman Phil Mendelsohn is attempting to withdraw the district's criminal reform bill from congressional review. In a letter to Vice President Harris, Mendelsohn says the Senate has not yet passed it. That law requires the council to transmit legislation to both states with consideration. Chief Justin Fink says the DC Council will make changes to the bill in light of comments from Congress members. The bill softened criminal penalties for violent crimes like carjacking.
I could ask for.
Woman in South Carolina was pulled over for swerving on a highway has just been diagnosed with a brain tumor. Police officers who stopped her in December thought she might have been experiencing an
And I don't know where I'm going.
Almost was taken to the hospital after being pulled over since doctors found a tumor that had been growing in her brain for 35 years. Immediately underwent an 8-hour procedure and is now doing well. And Girl Scouts of America has asked people to stop selling their cookies on eBay. It says it takes pride teaching young women about entrepreneurship, and it's disappointing to learn people are reselling cookies online. Isn't that entrepreneurship? Raspberry Rallies, raspberry infused inmate cookies are specifically sold on the Girl Scouts website and Keep Scouts on e-commerce. Raspberry Rallies go for $5 on the website. The third party
I am, that's Big Reynolds. And also RJR Reynolds, the book show, all that.
Some clouds and a cold temps tonight. The overnight lows around 40 degrees. 6 warmer each day getting to Thursday, and then a chance of showers in the afternoon Friday. 56 in Costa Mesa, 50 in La Palma. Let's head out to West LA. Let's go straight to Mike O'Brien. Yeah, we got the trouble here. Looks like on the 60, eastbound at the 605. It's turned over to the right shoulder, so that's now we're traveling way back to the beginning of the freeway, just leaving the East LA Interstate. The 5 southbound up from East LA Interstate. Where is that 5? It'll be slow through the 605 to the Downey. Beyond that, though, actually, if you pretty good into Orange County. 57 out of Orange County. That is really a tough one. 57 northbound. I'm seeing yes, loading up your drive. So it's just about Lambert. Lambert on and off up the brake, so 3 on up to the 60. Mike O'Brien, we have fly in the sky.
Let's also take a look at the drive as you make your way through West LA. Stall on the 10 eastbound coming up on the 405. Looks like this guy's in the center divider and then switching the drive back out of Santa Monica, getting away from just about Cloverfield. KFI in the sky. Helps get you there faster. I'm Nico Martinez.
They know going the extra mile takes hard work. The company's pushing to go further. Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com. It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Sangalero, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your active company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they're simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
At that, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small trip for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at ROTHSCHILD.com. Well, fresh to everyone. The section of time is back to be there.
Right now, large 31 to 40 pounds ROTHSCHILD and butane shrimp for $5.99 a pound with your cars and digital coupons. Now, fresh to everyone. This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We're keeping an eye on a lot of big stories, man. Nothing gets biased here. We're like the Jonathan Quick of the Vegas Knights. He's now on the Vegas Knights, man. They traded him. He had a couple pretty good players, but that's tough. You know, you trade a classic guy like that. He got 2 Stanley Cups for the LA Kings, and then they ship him off to Columbus, then to Vegas. So at least he's on a good team. First up, the Kings get eliminated in the finals, and you still root for, you know, Wiki to pick up a cup. That's the only reason to root for that team in Vegas is Jonathan Wiki. So that's a big story. Wiki transferred out of here, now plays for Vegas. The storm up in the hills is still a big story. You know what's the third big story we're following? It happens, you know, I guess the old rule of thumb in the news business is never be the story. You know, you never want to be the story. You always want to report on the story. Well, Delio has messed up where she's now the story because her social media skills have kicked ass again. And Delio, people are talking about it all throughout the radio business. Yeah, you put out some video last week that got 1.7 million views.
So I posted a video in the news about the National Guard arriving in the San Bernardino in county during the snowstorm to rescue people and help everyone out. And that got 1.7 million views. Yeah, and increased their followers by like 1,000.
On TikTok?
Yeah, on TikTok. It's Tim Conway's Junior show on TikTok.
Wait a minute. Here, check that out. Tim Conway.
Junior.
JR? Show.
Show.
On TikTok.
On TikTok. Please follow us.
Okay, let's get them TikTokers. You know, young kids that will jump in there and follow us on TikTok.
Tim Conway's Junior show.
Yeah.
And then on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, it's at Conway Show.
Right, at Conway Show. Alright. 1.7 million, man, you deserve an ad, girl.
That's pretty good, huh?
That's great. How many do you usually get on a video? 5, 6 grand?
It's that.
If that.
Yeah, like 1,000.
1,000? Okay, 4,000, good. 1.7 million views.
Pretty good.
Wow. I mean, you knocked it out, Delio. You know? They should treat you like the queen of social media that you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
That's right. You should put it, you know, you gotta do what's that class? For, you know, you teach other people how to, there's that famous website where, master class, that's right. Master class on social media.
I don't know that much.
You don't know that much?
No.
Well, I really do, because there was a big meeting with all the program directors of all the talk stations for iHeartMedia. All 95 program directors were on the same Zoom call. And who did they invite on as a guest to talk about social media? Delio. No. They asked me, because my name's on the show, and they asked me, said, hey, how'd you get all these views? And I go, hey, Delio, how do you... And they're like, well, how do you know if a video is important enough to put on? Delio, how do you know if a video is important enough to put on? Which social media is most important to your show, Tim? Hey, Delio, which social media is most important to the show? That's exactly how that conversation is.
It is a little bit how that conversation is.
It's exactly how that is. Exactly. Now, by the way, before we take a break here, Steve Gregory didn't believe me, but I was invited, and I've told the story in the year before, but you know, a lot of radio audience, they dip in, they dip a weekend, and then they move on, they dip the weekend, and move on, and maybe they can hear it. But we have a regular guest on throughout the entire pandemic by the name of Dr. Ray Kasheri. World-class home knowledge of everything shows. I like to consider him a friend. So we consider him a friend, is that right? Like, you know, we invite us to dinner. We're friends with him. Not just joking, friends. And he invited us to Mont Capone's Italian restaurant in Orange County. And I said, okay, yeah, let's go. They went to on a Sunday night to you know, big, you wanted there at 4? Was it 4 or 5? I don't know. 5, right? But doctor's eaters. So we get to the restaurant, and he says, yeah, I'm going to invite a couple friends, and it's going to be a total of 9. I said, oh, okay, the more the merrier. I remember, I'm not one of those guys like, oh, who's coming? Who's invited? I'm not one of those guys. I don't care. So we go into this, like, semi-private room, and I see Dr. Ray talking to a guy, so I don't want to interrupt Dr. Ray. He's talking to a friend. And so I sit down at the table with all the other people I'm going to be eating with. I'm like, hey, how you doing? I never meet any of them before.
Oh, you're shit.
I know Dr. Ray do the radio. Hi, Coach. What's Mary? Okay, Mary and your husband? You were Baptist for with that. And so I'm like, okay, Jeff and Mary, and I sat down, and I'm talking, and I'm talking about, Gary and Shannon, and John and Ken, and telling all kinds of KFI stories. And then Dr. Ray taps me on the shoulder and goes, hey, Tom, that's not a sheep. Oh my God, it's humiliation. If I don't do that, I don't sit there and introduce myself to everybody. I thought that was our table, so I reason I did it.
No, you were just being very well mannered, and you were going to have dinner with
That's right.
wonderful people, but they weren't your table.
That's right. They have no idea who anybody was. So I could hear them during the dinner, because our table was fairly close to theirs, and I could hear them when they were eating, because they were having a couple of drinks, and they got a little louder, and I could hear this while we're eating. People don't introduce themselves. Maybe they work at some radio station. Conway, I guess, I don't know. Yeah, that guy right there in the jacket. Yeah, he just came over and started telling everybody what he does. Who cares? And I'm like, oh my God, that story's been go on forever and ever and ever. And then I thought, okay, that's the big hit. The thing, that story's going to go on forever. Like, who cares? But that was embarrassing.
That was very funny.
To introduce yourself to everybody at the table, and then to be tapped on the shoulder and say, that ain't our table. God almighty.
I even thought, why are you doing? I thought that was something like you. I knew that was our table, and so I was wondering, like, what?
The old Belio would have saved this cat. The new Belio wants to take video of it. By the way, Belio, real before we take a break, you know that if we did this show in China, like let's say we're doing the same show, but we were in China. Did you know it's illegal to make fun of your boss in China? Did you know that? But then many of you would have ridiculed me because I'm not your boss, but I'm, my name's on the show. I could fire you instantly for making fun of me. Huh? So,
Will we do
I can't remove the show to China.
I say we do that. We like the way the rules go, right?
I don't know. I think the in China would straighten you guys out. Doesn't make my life easier, I tell you that.
We don't put through too many embarrassing
We're moving to China. We're going to China. We're live on KFI AM 640, still here in the United States, so. More announced closing, KFI 24 News. Police in San Jose say a man is in charge with blowing up 2 Pacific gas and electric transformers in December and January, knocking out power to thousands of people in the San Francisco Bay Area. France says the reconstruction of the Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris is going fast enough to allow visitors back in at the end of 2024. That's less than 6 years after that fire got the roof. And Creed topped the box office in North America in the same weekend with $68.6 million. Man and Wasp, Arcanine came in second with Cocaine Bear, still hanging in there in his second week. They came in third place. We're at the 405 freeway. I was talking about building California with American Vision Windows, showcasing the way they've run this company with love and dedication to employees, creating the motto, revolutionizing the home improvement industry, interesting one customer at a time while changing lives of their employees for the better. It happens to work. People make the difference. American Vision Windows is built on a team of home improvement experts who take great pride in their work, and the energy-saving advice they provide is priceless. American Windows is the reason why AAMA certifications exist. And also, they would never let a technician into your home that they wouldn't allow into their home. So due to the high cost of energy everybody's trying to save, keep the heat in the winter, keep the heat out in the summer. So it's great. I see the windows. I absolutely love it. 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free installation. Oh man, what a sweet offer. You gotta go and take advantage of this offer. For all offers, see the website for details on free credit. Offer expires 3/31/23, California CSV 7783226. That's American Vision Windows. They're the best. AmericanVisionWindows.com. AmericanVisionWindows.com. Friday cold tonight. Even as warm as Tuesday, Thursday, some showers. Late Friday. This report brought to you by Air and Track. In Southern California, Toyota Dealer's Traffic Center. Metro Station since the past few months.
It's on the 405 southbound coming up on Lakewood Boulevard. It was blocking the left lane. They're clearing it off to the shoulder, and delays are pretty slow moving overall away from the 105. Looks like they have cleared it off to the shoulder. Keep got pockets going now to the 105. Hey, Anaheim Hills, Michael Bryan, KFI in the sky.
Just after the 91 in Battle last week, River, when you know there's a problem there. It's like delays clear, but you're still on the brakes. Pretty much almost from the Imperial Highway. Now up ahead, you get the 1 point, 71, chopping through Corona, into Riverside. You're heading up to the Gold Pass. 15 northbound. And don't get too much of the 215. Now right now it's the war. That should be up to the 138. Beyond that, not too bad into Bakerville. The top 50 looking great out of the high desert to the basement. Michael Bryan, yeah, Ryan the Sky.
North Center, the 210 westbound, flowing down away from the 2, all the way to McClay. KFI in the sky. Help get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
On Amtrak, you can give your family and your wallet a spring break. It's because now more kids think your Super 12 rides are 50% off. So not only will you get a sweet vacation, you'll save money too. Book now at Amtrak.com. Restrictions apply. This report is sponsored by Churches. Yeah, so many reasons to get hooked on Churches 18 trips. Acceptable, partially, that'll ride irresistibly. And it starts at $5.99. The only catch is only here for a limited time. Churches take the stick. Welcome to the great state of place. The experts at Amco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Double A, yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches. We fixed it, yes. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain set. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. COEPTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Sangaletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, tested influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company, iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Portions of the following program will be recorded. I want to know what happened overnight. I want to know the news of the day, but I also want you not to be ambushed. I want you to get up gently, have a cup of coffee, and let me tell you what's going on. Wake Up Call with Jennifer Jones, live 5 to 6 a.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. 640, it is the Conway Show. Still talking about the people trying to unbury themselves in the snow, with the snow in the mountains. Arrowhead, Blue Jays, Big Bear. And they're opening up some of the roads up there, which is good news. We'll talk about that in a second. Alpine Village closed after more than 50 years. That sucks. And Pete Davis involved in a several-wheel crash. celebration of a lifetime is waiting for you. KFI AM 640 wants to send you to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Keep listening to KFI AM 640 for details on your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-car tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. There's also an extra chance for you to win on KFI's Instagram page. Both tickets and park reservation required. Visit Disneyland.com for more important details. Yeah. All right, here it is. The list of highways and routes that are opening up, according to our Caltrans. Caltrans, hashtag Caltrans8 will be open. So the routes that include, these are the following routes that will be open. SR 18, 48 in San Bernardino to Snow Valley. And then SR State Route 38 will be open to Big Bear. The 189, the entire length is open. 170, all roads open. 330, Highland to Running Springs is open. SR 138, under R2 chain control conditions, you have to have chains for all vehicles under 6,500 pounds. That's almost everybody. And State Route 18 will remain closed from Snow Valley to Big Bear due to heavy snowpack and avalanche potential. So they're still trying to bail out of that, but that's been a big deal, man. Big, big deal. Can't get out of the snow. It's just too much of it. And this is day 12. Day 12.
People in our mountain communities say they're desperate for help. Even a week after a powerful storm, winter storm hit, many of them are still waiting for frustration, for resources and access back to their homes.
That's right. And it's not only the local people here, but it's affecting everywhere. They're expecting 5 more feet of snow up in the Mammoth area. 5 more feet. They have 700 inches. What is that, 15 feet? I don't know, 16 feet? They're expecting another 5 feet, so 20 feet of snow. Good God, 20 feet of snow! That's amazing. All right, we'll keep an eye on all things snow. It looks like the drought is over for a lot of California. Everywhere west of Calabasas up the coast, Thousand Oaks, Amarillo, Ventura, Santa Barbara, that whole area, completely out of the drought. The California has a scale of 5 means unbelievable drought. Don't even brush your teeth. So we were in a 4 and a 5 in most of California, especially in the Central Valley where all the crops grow. And now, for the most part, it's like a 1 or a 2. In LA County, we're at a 1. But again, everything west along the coast and 20 to 35 miles inland from Calabasas north and northwest is out of the drought. Completely out. Done. So that's a great deal. Fantastic. All right, still some residue from the storm and sinkholes. They're still going on. And they got a big one in Newport.
Newport Beach. It has impacted several homes on Galaxy Drive. Officials say it was reported Friday morning. The backyard of one of these homes is completely gone. The residents of the home, along with 2 neighbors on each side, were evacuated. Officials haven't said when those neighbors can return or the cost of the damage.
Yeah, it's sad, man. It really is sad.
That landslide caused significant damage to the home right behind me. City officials say that we're still in a bit of a wait-and-see type of situation. Although the landslide happened Friday, a city geologist did come out here and they determined that the soil is still not settled. 3 homeowners have been given evacuation notices. 1 home red tagged and 2 more yellow tagged.
This is the retirement probably for those homeowners. They have all their money tied up in their home, and all of a sudden their home is red tagged. I mean, that's a disaster.
After a landslide took down an entire back, including a cement patio.
The slide did go right up to the edge of the foundation. So at this point, the home itself is intact, but it has lost a lot of land that is supporting it. So it's in a brick area situation.
Residents from the area say this is rare to see, but very much a cause for concern. I'm glad I don't live in a house on a hill that could slide.
How close to the airport to these people? wow, man. I bet the people in Newport are pissed. Because there's some wealthy people in Newport. Chris Rock said, not of Newport, but Newport is this kind of lifestyle. Because if you walk around a neighborhood and you see women at 12:15 in the afternoon and they're pushing strollers or walking around in their sweat, drinking their coffee, he goes, that's a good neighborhood. That's the neighborhood you want to be in, where women are voluntarily not working and at home during the day. That's Newport Beach, Dave.
Hi, so yes, my grandkids, they have flights all the time, and it really concerns me. Everyone's driving by here and seeing it change. I would be worried for these homeowners and stuff.
Sounds like a war zone with their jets flying over. Man, oh man.
Although the damage was localized, there's still concern for the homes on either side of where the landslide occurred, and whether or not the soil will continue to be stable.
Don't count on it.
City officials say there's no time frame on when the investigation will be complete.
It's really, it comes down to investigations of the soil and waiting. We do have some rains that are in the forecast.
No, more rain. You hate rain? Oh, no, now it's darkened.
We do have some rains that are in the forecast, which...
Oh no, he hates rain too.
He does.
Oh no.
It could further saturate the hillside. So from a safety perspective, we really want to ensure that these homes are safe before we can allow anyone to come back in them.
Right now, the cause of the landslide has not been determined. Neighbors think the weather could be a factor. I think we're lucky to get the rain, and these are some of the after effects of having been blessed with the rain in our state. I mean, thankfully, there were no injuries reported.
And he's doing the story again. He's doing the third live feed or recorded feed, and there's yet another jet that takes off over her head, like 8 feet over her head.
Thankfully, there were no injuries reported, but the debris from the landslide did cause some damage to a water tower.
Well, that's what it sounds like all day long in Newport Beach. That's the kind of noise you deal with? That's incredible.
A water tower. No way. That sounds like that. We're probably taking this closer to the airport.
Yeah, maybe I'll give you that.
A water pipe. And workers are out here now trying to fix that and make sure that water is able to be rerouted to avoid further damage.
This is right at the scene. It's right at where the landslide was.
Rerouted to avoid further damage. According to Newport Beach, after that, 837 eyewitness.
Reporting in Newport Airport.
Further damage. According to Newport Beach, after that, 837 eyewitness. Further damage.
With wealthy people that is there. And wealthy people hate noise. I noticed that. They don't like it. And they don't like helicopters flying over. They don't like planes flying over. It's like quiet. All right, we're live on KFI AM 640.
Did you know that smart speakers can be used for more than just feeding all your input on Homeland Security?
Let's go. You could open your to listen to us. Like KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOS2 is 2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live and everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Coming from that side of the aisle. I'm Michael Burgess, live from the KFI 24-hour news from a Republican Assemblywoman representing the county coastal areas has written a gun control bill.
AB 758 will not impact by users who follow the law.
Assemblywoman Diane Dixon says she's a proud supporter of the Second Amendment, but those guns are a problem.
This bill specifically targets individuals who use unregistered guns because they are traceable in order to commit crimes.
It says the bill is making its way through committee.
It creates an enhancement charge.
The bill gives the person possessing a ghost gun during a felony 2 additional years. That goes up to 3 additional years if the ghost gun was used or attempted to be used during the crime. In South Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News. Police are waiting for a man who stole a car in East LA and then shot at someone who chased him. Person reported the man loaded his dog's charger from their home and onto a white tow truck early this morning. And then friend got into their own car and followed that driver who took the car onto the 10 until they both got off the freeway. The accused says that thief got out of the truck and fired several rounds at the dude's friend before getting back, getting into a waiting SUV and then taking off. Driver of the food truck also ran away. The Santa Clarita Valley Sheriff Station is warning people to protect their jewelry after getting many reports of theft. Officials say the jewelry stolen by pairs and target the elderly that they choose to distract them by engaging in prayer or asking for directions. Sometimes they even swap the real stuff for fake stuff. They give the theft at shopping centers during the day. Anyone with info can ask call the Sheriff Station. Lydia Pete Davidson and actress Kate Wonders have been in a car crash in Beverly Hills. Davidson was driving a Mercedes-Benz, lost control of the car before jumping a curb Saturday night. The car hit a fire hydrant and crashed into the side of the house. It's tourist area. Police in Beverly Hills say no injuries were reported. Oh. A man flying from LA to Boston has been arrested for allegedly trying to open the plane's emergency exit door mid-flight and trying to stab a flight attendant. 45 minutes before touchdown yesterday, a flight attendant from Francisco Torres for moving the emergency door handle to an unlocked position. Court records said Torres then rose from his seat and stabbed the flight attendant with a metal spoon. Eric Gregson says passengers tackled the van. He was arrested when the plane landed in Boston. Torres is facing federal charges of interfering with a flight crew and could spend life in prison. A person traveling on a business jet from New Hampshire to Virginia has died as a result of severe turbulence. Officials say the plane was carrying 5 people when it was forced to land in Connecticut on Friday. The National Transportation Safety Board says the turbulence did not affect airport operations. The conditions of the other passengers were not known. Iran's supreme leader says people responsible for the alleged poisonings of girls at schools across the country should be sentenced to death for committing an unforgivable crime. More than 50 schools have been attacked since November.
Some politicians suspect they may have been targeted by religious extremists attempting to block girls from receiving an education.
ABC Connecticut Qatar says the criminal investigation is underway as officials have admitted hundreds of girls have suffered from the mild poison attack. At least one boys' school has also been attacked. Southside weather from high partly cloudy and cold out there tonight. Lows around 40 degrees, mostly sunny tomorrow, and a couple of degrees warmer, not too much. Highs around 50 at Beaches, above 60 Metro LA, Orange County, close to 70 inland and Pine Valley, around 60 in and Low Valley. A little warmer Wednesday and Thursday, and a chance of rain coming in Friday afternoon and into the evening on Friday. Right now in Irvine, 55, Fullerton, 57, Burbank, 53, Torrance, 54 degrees. The KFI Financial Report sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorneys. Dow finished up 40, NASDAQ was down 13, S&P was up 3, the average price of regular gas in California, $4.90 a gallon.
Wait, maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. 63 since 1972.
And the slowly Culver City.
It's at northbound side of the 405 is slowing down at Venice Boulevard. Northbound car head just before the Chemist is turning out of the right lane. And beyond that point, the drive remains slow all the way to the heading into Stillmar. Also looking at the 5, this is making our northbound out of Sun Valley. The lanes are backing up from Sunland Boulevard as you continue ahead towards the 14. It's backing up through Pasadena, 210 eastbound, leaving the 134 freeway all the way to Azusa. What's going ahead in Upland from Baseline, looking better just before the 15. Also in Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound, still from the 55 freeway all the way to Green River. He's kind of out ahead out of Corona. And he stretches towards Pierce and Riverside. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This hour of the Conway Show is being brought to you by Purigan Water. Get a complete whole house water filtration system for $0 down and $49 a month. Go to PuriganWater.com.
What you've heard about probiotics is probably wrong. I eat yogurt. Oh, I don't need to take a probiotic. Probiotics? They don't really work. It's time to learn the truth about probiotics and join the Align Healthy Gut Team up. Align has probiotics to naturally help relieve occasional bloating, gas, and abdominal discomfort. Try Align probiotics for a month and see how great a healthy gut can feel. Get $2 off your first month of Align at AlignProbiotics.com.
On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? They're featuring a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a difference. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really No Really right there. Really No Really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, not the best stomach issue. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by ROTHSCHILD.
More stimulating thoughts. They used the soundbite. They contacted me and asked if they could use me in the song. And I said, for what? They said, just to do it. Yeah. And I said, sure. And they never recorded. They just took it from the radio. So they crank it up. They're going to play it right here. Here it is. That's me. Right there. Yeah. Yeah. So they asked to live if they could use that audio. And because it's a union thing, I had to get paid. So every once in a while, I get a check for like, $38, like once a quarter. And it has that in the description of the check. It's that song. You want to touch you back? I get a piece of that, man. That's kind of cool, right? Interesting. How it happened that way. That's the second time I did something like that. The first time was what was that that cop show Southland. Southland.
Oh, yeah.
Where they took some audio from the show and they put it in Southland, and they made me as the morning drive guy on Southland. It's like, he's walking the street in the morning going to work, one of the cops. He turns the radio on, and it's me telling a story about checking out at Bond and allowing a woman to go in. And then the woman has 2 returns, and the cop puts her head down and
Has your voice ever been used for any animation?
Yes, but an animation, it was weird. It was an animation show about like prank callers, like phony phone calls.
Yeah.
And Jason Squatto and I did one of those. And I'll try to find the audio, but I do a lot of animation. I stick mainly to, I'm pretty loyal to Paul Thomas Anderson. And so I was doing his, well, I didn't say that. I mean,
Offer only.
I am offer only. I do not on beat. I am offer only. But I will say that I'm pretty loyal to Paul Thomas Anderson, and we sort of share the same vision on what the silver screen, what fits best on the silver screen, what
Sure. And then you guys can tell us that you're making that from. This.
I see what you're doing there, but you're wrong. He did a movie called Vegas. It was a movie about Vegas called Party? No, Cigarettes and Coffee. And he asked me if I wanted to be in that short film that he was doing. This is very early on in Paul Thomas Anderson's career. And I said, no. I said, Paul, you got to get actors when you start your career. You can't get idiots like me, because your career will be over pretty quickly. I said, I'm going to do you a favor and turn this down. And guess what? I, so far, am the only one who's ever turned down a part in a Paul Anderson movie. How about that? Paul Thomas Anderson movie, so be sick at that if I Angel. How about that? And then you got to know me, and then you got smoke. How about that? How about that now?
How about that?
I might do another Paul Thomas Anderson movie. I don't know. We'll see if if our schedules collide again. Maybe. I don't know. I don't. Well, I shouldn't say it. I don't want to think that But I don't hold up a lot of hope for my character in Liquor Soup as a spin-off because I probably would have been notified by now. So I don't press the bell. I don't go all the time and say, "Hey, my character on Liquor Soup, we could expand it more and flush the character out, maybe a sitcom or a film movie." I don't do that with them. Peter friends, but you can almost feel the vibe in Hollywood going that direction. So, is that? And Dahlia will say, I do radio to pay the bills, put my daughter through school, and put Target clothes on my wife. Target. But the silver screen is my first love. And
That is true.
I've always said that.
I've always said that.
So, I don't know, while I sit here, over the mic, and crack the mic here, that's fine. But if you watch Booker's Pizza, you'll see that my heart really is on the shoulder.
You belong on the big screen.
Well, okay, I appreciate that. Said with sort of wild, less knowledge of anything that you've ever talked about before on the radio, which I find insulting, right? Like, how do you know? But yet you said it, you're giving my ego needs, that's gross. We are incredibly fortunate to get whatever small amount of talent we can get from you during the time that you grace us with your presence here in the studio. You know what's really weird? I almost word for word said that last Friday. Isn't that weird? You said that? Yeah. About who? About me. Oh, you were thinking about yourself? Yes. Like, I come in and give you as much as I can. And, without my name on the show, this, time would be nothing. But I try to keep a humble front when in public. You are. Humility? Thank you. Thy name is Tim Conley-Jr. Except for when I'm introducing myself at a table of 10 people. That's great. Here's something that happened to me over the weekend. I'll say real quick. I went to the racetrack, and a guy goes, "Hey, I got a great joke for you." I go, "Okay, lay it on me." He goes, "Are you offended by anything?" And I'm like, "What?" He goes, "Are you offended by anything with jokes?" And I said, "Actually, yes, I am." He goes, "Oh, what is that?" Well, you just said that offends you. Are you out of your mind? I'm at a racetrack. You're going to ask somebody if they're going to be offended by a joke at a racetrack? Get out of here. What an a-hole, right? Who does that? I got a great joke for you. And then, can you sign this disclaimer here? You need the term here for women not commonly used. I'm also going to use the term for short people not commonly used. And I need you to sign here and there, and for your initial here, because I'm also going to use a term for Catholics that I'm not allowed to believe. All right, anyway, we're ready for the joke? God almighty, people are crazy. They're really crazy. Really, truly are crazier and crazier by the day. Go watch the Chris Rock special over the weekend. It's great. Take an hour out of your life, crack a beer, maybe, smoke some weed, and watch that special. It'll be an hour of fun. Just an hour. Well, now, I think it's now in 10 minutes. I think it's now. Okay. It really is great. I don't want to oversell it, because when people say it's great, then it has to be great. Like Steven Spielberg did that series called Amazing Stories. Yeah. Guess what? Everyone better damn well be amazing, because you put it in that title. And when they weren't, they're like, "Man, this is pretty good, but it's not amazing." Can't call it story. Yeah, you can't call something amazing story. And like every one of them are truly amazing. And they weren't. They're good. Not amazing. That should have been right. You're right. Who said that? That should have been the title. Should have been called Really Good Story. Pretty good story. Pretty good story. Yeah. Nice story. Yeah, like if you had a restaurant, and the title of the restaurant was pretty good food. Hey, what do you think? That's pretty good. Yeah, wasn't great. We're live on KFI AM 640. We're now closing KFI 2400. He's one of these today, the final ceremony more than 2 months after the mountain lion was euthanized due to injuries from a car. The undisclosed burial location is in Santa Monica Mountains. But this was in Ohio, so they have no safety concerns after a second train derailment in a month in the state. Hazmat team said it was true in Springfield on Saturday. And the Transportation Department released an online dashboard that lets you see which airlines allow families with young children to sit together without charging an extra fee. Somebody broke down in San Fernando.
Police on the 5. If you make a way northbound coming up on Grand Boulevard, middle lane is blocked. The lanes are backing up away from Glen Oaks, and that southbound side of the 5 is doing just fine through that stretch. Well, just looking at the 101 coming up, southbound flowing from the 405 to the 171 34 split, flowing ahead in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. It's tough on the 60, eastbound out of East LA. Watch for a back up away from just about down, and that drive takes you ahead all the way to the 605. Even the drive in Brea is pretty bad. 57 northbound delays from Lambert all the way to the 60. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending on iHeart Network.
Presented by the Play It Forward Foundation.
Spring training action today saw the Dodgers beat the Padres 8-3, while the Angels shut out the Guardians 6-0. It looks like Phoenix Copley will get the start for the Kings against the Capitals in the NHL 6-game Monday night cap. The Seahawks didn't write off quarterback Geno Smith, rewarding his career year in 2022 with a 3-year, $105 million contract after guiding the team to a playoff spot. I'm Frank Allen. The Play It Forward Foundation, or PIF, elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support the development and secure their future. Learn more at PIFFoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunities. This report is sponsored by Momentum Agency. Visit Momentum Refresh at the LA Abilities Expo on March 10th, 11th, and 12th. When an ADA restroom isn't enough, Momentum Refresh provides an innovative solution for restroom equities that is safe, sanitary, and comfortable. Check it out at MomentumRefresh.org. Recently, Honey Dental is Infinity. It's the latest technology in use teeth in a day. That's procedure. Infinities are individually milled custom zirconia crowns that are more durable, lighter, and stronger than their competitors. Infinities will give you the natural look and feel of real teeth. Call now and get a free exam, CT scan, and X-ray. A $1,500 value, you get it free. To bring in any written offer from a competitor, and Honey Dental will beat that deal. Easy financing options available. Call 888-640-SMILE, 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 honeydental.com. Restrictions apply. During Staples Teacher Palooza, teachers stay big or you save. It's the perfect time to help your favorite teachers stock their classroom. Save 25% on classroom decor. Plus, 2 off bottles of Purell hand sanitizer at just 49 cents. Each store only offers 311. Hurry to Staples today. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 or more employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest GetRefunds.com. You answer a few questions, takes under 10 minutes, and you'll see if your business qualifies for this tax refund. There's no charge up front. They don't get paid until your business gets paid. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those at the CPP and nonprofits, even if you've had increases in sales during COVID. They are experts in the student loan payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned over $3 billion to businesses. In my business, a 6-figure refund. So to find out if your business qualifies, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button. It only takes a few minutes. Go to GetRefunds.com, GetRefunds.com. Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorite. Go to iHeart.com/podcast awards. Check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. Best comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards. Audible is the proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking original to best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession is Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com. Midlife crises are done differently amongst different generations. Jennifer, who bought a sports car, bought another house, now dating Pedro, the 18-year-old poor boy. She has no pool. Bill Handel, he was going to allow until Pedro. 5, 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Conway show. All right, ding dong. We got an email there. First of all, we're working on big stories, as we always work on. It's like a story factory here at KFI. Steve Gregory came on earlier in the 4 o'clock hour talking about Metro's new ambassador program that beginning. So if you see a guy in a bus with a green shirt on, and needs some help or attention, somebody threw up on the bus, or I don't know, maybe somebody's farting, tell the guy in the green jacket, with the green shirt. Mountain communities on day 12 digging out of the heavy snow in the San Bernardino Mountains. And Torrance's Alpine Village closed after more than 50 years. That sucks. I love that place. Here's an email we got. Hey, everybody. Since you're talking about the snow in the mountains, I'm hoping you can give Green Valley Lake a shout-out. It's located about 20 minutes above Lake Arrowhead. My sister and sister-in-law both have cabins up there. All the attention being put on Lake Arrowhead and ignoring the smaller communities. So if you can shout out Green Valley Lake. Yeah, greatly appreciate it. Have a great night, y'all. Thank you. Teresa. So, there you go. I don't know where we came up with that noise, but when the Dodgers hit or the Rams scored, you hear that stupid noise. What is that again? Jeffrey, flash that again, will you? What's an air horn, right? You have to go regular air horns, I believe. That's where we are. That's where we are. And another email here. Totally remember Genieland. We talked about Genieland in the San Fernando Valley to go there when I was a kid for birthday parties. It said everything you said and more. Also, they had these maybe 2-inch strips of paper with candy dots on them, 4 across, an inch or so apart. Yep, Van Nuys. I was at Van Nuys Boulevard and Burbank area, and Burbank Boulevard. A total hole in the wall, thinking back, probably seemed like a castle to me in the day. Gordon. Yeah, that's true, Gordon. It was probably an asshole and a crappy part of Van Nuys, but man, it was, to me, it was the greatest place in the world. I think it was in the old industrial part of Van Nuys. Van Nuys. Genieland. So, if you went there as a kid, you're not alone. A lot of people remember that. A lot of people. And great memories of this. All right, the ski resorts are closed due to a snowstorm. I think we started this audio and then didn't complete it. What ski resorts like to ski? A lot of snow. If you want to go every year, and it just keeps going. Maybe a little too much. You can see we're pretty high up and we're good. Here at Tahoe was one of many mountains closed today. Even the mountain operations crew had a tough time getting here this morning because of the conditions. Right? Couldn't see the street light out. We couldn't get into parking spots. They had to clear it. All just to get started to make sure this place is ready for skiers and snowboarders as soon as possible. You know, they said that Mammoth is going to have enough snow to last the entire summer. If they could stay open, they'll stay open if they can until next ski season. So they might be open throughout, June, July, August, September, October, and then stay open for November and December. People like Sierra Lakes and Isaac. We started with some flooding today for the big day tomorrow. I'm going to go snowboarding. Yeah, we're going to go snowboarding from out there down the stairs. For the first time. I'm going to tell you to go down one. It's one of the biggest shows. And something I'm looking forward to that. I'm going to need a lot of luck. A lot of luck for him after a lot of work for them. Yeah, the wind is definitely the biggest challenge. Michael Fraser is senior lead ski patroller here at Tahoe. That's kind of a cool title. What's his title again? Michael Fraser is senior lead ski patroller here at Tahoe. Wow, that's a long-ass title, man. And with ski people, you guys keep things pretty short, right? You're just ski patrol, right? Ticket taker, ski racer, hamburger maker, snow remover. Snow people can handle 2 quick feet with what you do. Not this long of a business card. Senior lead ski patroller here at Tahoe. Oh, mighty. Senior lead ski patroller here at Tahoe. Senior lead ski patroller here at Tahoe. Here at Tahoe, man. That guy's on to his 3rd joint by the time you're done with that. This season's been pretty intense.
especially since the snow follows a fire that transforms the landscape here.
We are dealing with a new ski area. After all the logging that happened,
It's like a whole new mountain.
yeah, this is the newest ski area in California.
And while workers try to get it back open, safely, rangers just ask for patience.
We're giving it all we got just to give our skiing public some good product.
During falling times, the snow had been falling throughout the day. You can see the layer on top of this SUV.
And you know what? It's not just the Sierra that's going to get more rain. I just saw this about 5 minutes ago. And if you are tired of the rain, you're not going to be happy with it. But it looks like San Fernando Valley on Thursday and Friday is going to get rain. 70% chance of rain this Friday. 70% chance of rain. And you know what's happening Friday? Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks at SoFi.
Oh, this is a great concert.
Oh, it's going to be great. But they're going to be slipping and falling again. When SoFi gets wet, people fall in their ass. And, 6 billion. Nobody talks to them. They put some sand in the paint. That's right. Yeah, you know it, bro. But you've been out there with them. So it's going to snow, it's going to rain on Thursday and Friday of this week. Friday's 70% chance. Now, listen to this. A week from tomorrow and a week from Wednesday, rain, 50%, 60%. So it's a week from tomorrow and a week from the day after tomorrow. So next Tuesday and next Wednesday, rain in Southern California. We are not done with it yet. There's going to be plenty more rain throughout Southern California and Northern California as well. So we just got to get used to it. We used to be very dry state, and now we're going to get rain Friday as much as about a half an inch, starting around noon till 7 p.m. Noon to 7 p.m. on Friday. That's the preliminary forecast. So we'll keep you updated on that. It looks like more rain Thursday and maybe Thursday, probably Friday, and then Tuesday and Wednesday of next week. Rain, rain, rain. Man, these people in the mountains, they've got to killing themselves when they hear stuff like that. They just can't take things more. All right, we're live on KFI AM at 640. More now Trojan, KFI 24-hour news. Metro has introduced its first group of unarmed security ambassadors who will ride on trains and buses throughout LA County. This will say all 300 new employees will be trained by Metro on a wide range of issues, including bus and rail operations, the Office of Civil Rights and Inclusion, customer experience, and system security and law enforcement. Our Nagari, the chair of the Metro Board, and says programs not intended to replace law enforcement on board, but will act as a deterrent before a crime happens. And when asked how the ambassadors were trained to handle a violent attack, Nagari said, at Union Station, Chief Gregory Killified nearly. This report talks about two strange accident attorneys. The wrong-way driver's been arrested along the 710 in Longview. Chief details responded to reports of the driver traveling north on the southbound 710 this morning. Officials say they were able to stop the driver before he crashed into others, but they didn't. Video from the scene shows the CHP officer had to drive the involved car off the freeway. ExxonMobil violated federal law for failing to take sufficient action as 5 hangman's nooses were displayed at its facility in Louisiana. This will say a black employee found the noose at his worksite in Baton Rouge in 2020 and reported it to its Equal Opportunity Employment Commission. Said Thursday the company also knew of 3 other nooses that had been found at the complex but never looked into all the complaints. This noose was found. The spokesman for ExxonMobil told the company disagrees with the allegations, but it does not tolerate leaks. The station master accused of causing grief and deadliest train disasters and charged with negligent homicide. He's in jail awaiting trial on Sunday. Responsibility the government has for the tragedy. At least 57 people, many in their teens and 20s, were killed Tuesday. Station master allegedly directed the 2 trains traveling in opposite directions on.
I'm surprised everyone was moved. The Fort Worth.
Former Board World actor Ben Savage is officially running for Congress in California's 30th congressional district. He says he's running because it's time to restore faith in government by offering innovative and compassionate solutions to the country's issues. He also says it's time to new leaders who can move the country forward. This one for Democratic Representative Adam Kipp, while Kipp runs for Congress. We'll check the 605 freeway next. All right, sadness at Sideline Sports Farm at Milongo. The entire 30-foot wall of big screens is going bananas with college people all month. Plus, they got on call live June 10th. You're thinking for that sells out. And then Ray Dunn gift giveaway.
How about Ray Dunn tongue?
A handy hand mixer.
Ray Dunn tongue is for under the seal.
The 13th or the 14th of March.
If you want to see Ray Dunn tongue at Morales Casino, guys, you want to see Ray Dunn tongue at Morales Casino?
And for $99. Wow. Select days through the 23rd. Call 888 Luongo. That's 888 Luongo right now. And then Play and Dine. You can get up to $100 in dining credit at the marketplace. That's their cool new eating facility there. When playing slots with the rewards card. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good times for everybody. The clouds, cold temperatures tonight, overnight goes around 46. Warmer Wednesday, Thursday, and then it gets the showers in the afternoon going into the evening on Friday. 55 in Placentia, 62 in Laguna de Gale. There's a crack in town stuff, 8 free.
Open from the 605 northbound out the 5. They just cleared the track off to the shoulder. The traffic remains pretty slow away from the 105 freeway. And beyond the sea of the crash, the drivers have to ahead all the way to the 10. Santa Clarita, slowing down on the 14 northbound, leaving the 5. Finally opening up once you make your way past Soledad Canyon Road. Little crowded ahead between Agua Dulce and Ashton. Also in Orange County, we were checking out the 91, which is eastbound in Anaheim, away from the 55 freeway. Looking better by Green River. Play Apple in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
Crypto.com Arena will be rocking this March as the LA Kings make their push for the playoffs. Don't miss out on an exciting month of hockey on the ice and a full slate of team nights and promotions. Visit LAKings.com/tickets to get yours today. It's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Sagnaletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just the media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. I realize the complexities of the human body and its ability to heal itself. That's orthopedic surgeon Dr. John Herzog talking about regenerative medicine at QC Connected.
It's a very well thought out process, and they use it in all the professional fields around the world.
Regenerative medicine uses healing agents from your own body, like your blood or bone marrow, highly concentrated and delivered right to the achy joint.
Putting it in the spot where it can't normally get to, you can facilitate healing.
At QC Connected, they are the nurse's leader in this exciting field of medicine. Lasting pain relief with no drugs, no downtime, and no surgery.
People are very happy they have an opportunity to get better without going through the entirety of a medical procedure.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain are no longer the only ways. Learn more about regenerative options that can help you get your life back. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics 213-997-PAIN. That's 213-997-PAIN. 213-997-PAIN.
And also support their vital part of child development, and will help mitigate the negative impact of stress. Keep your kids connected to loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by childhope.org. Life seems uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Child Hope can help. Access Child Hope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at childhope.org.
If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby & Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. American Vision Windows, SoCal's choice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. Hey, follow us on all these things at KFI AM 640. KFI AM got my jump. I got my 37 minutes after the hour. 23 minutes at 7 o'clock. Mo Kelly still on at 7 bells. That's cool. Metro new ambassador program for people riding the Metro. You can see these guys in green shirts. If there's a problem, you can snag one of them. Mountain communities are on day 12 digging out as drivers get stuck for days and days, roofs collapsing. No good. And Target launches a drive-up return. You drive up, give them back the stuff you don't like, and they'll give you credit or your money back. Kind of a cool deal. Makes returning stuff a lot easier. I hate returning stuff, but I do it anyway. Because if you're going to sell crap, then people have to know that it's crap. And so I do return. But I always wonder if I'm on a do not return list after a while. Because I do return. I don't know. I'd say they're like big box stores. Maybe I do 5 to 10 returns a year. Which I think is a lot. You know. When you're returning just one thing, or do you have usually one thing. But you know what? Like I returned, I bought meat at a grocery store in Burbank, and now it's across the road. Yeah, it went south on it. So I normally don't return the meat because I don't want to take it back to them and take rotten meat to a store. It's not a cool thing. So what I do is I freeze it. I put it in the freezer, and I take it back frozen. And I took it back to the grocery store. And the manager was very nice. He goes, "Oh man," he goes, "I'm really sorry about that." And then he said that he purchased from that exact same store, he bought a big bag of shrimp. And he cooked it for all the people that came over. And 5 or 6 people got from the shrimp that he cooked at his Super Bowl party. And so I got the refund. And he gave me back like it was like $18 or whatever. And then I said to him, "Hey, buddy, before I go, can I lay a tip on you? I think you're an older staff than you are." He says, "Oh, yeah. What do you got?" I said, when somebody brings a bad meat to your store because it's horrible, I wouldn't one-up them with your bad meat story. That's some market. I just give him his money and have him turn it. But I wouldn't say, "Oh, you think that's bad? I got a bad shrimp story for you that'll knock you out. I put 3 or 4 guys in the hospital. You just smelled the bad pork. I hospitalized a couple of guys." Yeah, I wouldn't do that. All right, now maybe that's your thing. That's possible. All right, Chris Rock has addressed the elephant in the room. Will Smith smacking him last year's Oscar Awards, the Academy Awards. Will Smith practices selective outrage. The public and the entertainment world still reacting tonight to Chris Rock's stand-up comedy routine, Selective Outrage, where he addresses that infamous Oscar slap from Will Smith almost 1 year ago. You know what people say? They say, words hurt. Anybody that says words hurt has never been punched in the face. The 58-year-old legendary comedian debuted Netflix's latest streaming feature, live programming. Rock performing in front of a full crowd. Netflix broadcasting the comedian's first full public response since Smith slapped him at last year's Academy Awards. Good for Netflix that they were able to do that, because they probably burned the Will Smith bridge and whoever Will Smith works with, because this is a pretty tough response to the slapping.
The merger was like, "Oh, dog."
Goodbye. Chris Rock, he said, "No, you do whatever you want, folks." Wow! After Rock joked about the short hairstyle worn by Smith's wife, Jada Pinkett. The actress says it was a result of the medical condition alopecia, but Rock claims he didn't know that. The comedian touched on several issues, like racism, abortion, and wokeness, before ending his set about Smith, suggesting Smith's response to his joke about Jada Pinkett was more about problems in their relationship. We all been cheated on. Everybody in here has been cheated on. He hurt him way more than he hurt me. That takes the slap. Smith has repeatedly apologized about the incident, even releasing a social media video for all to see. But so far, there's been no word on whether Will or Jada Pinkett Smith have had any response to Rock's stand-up special. Yeah, it's on Netflix. I recommend it. Pretty funny. Oh, yes. All right, yeah. Oh, here's something interesting there. Metro's new ambassador program and how they're going to not also, incorporate ambassadors onto these trains and buses, but they're also going to clean up. Public transportation is filthy in Los Angeles, and they're going to try and clean it up a little bit. Mexico is set to launch its new ambassador pilot program today. 300 ambassadors will be deployed across Metro's bus and rail system, and the ambassadors will be cleanliness and safety issues. They're also specially trained in things like transit operations, disability awareness, and conflict de-escalation. Metro says its program is all part of the push to improve security and to try to keep things a little bit cleaner. Just a little bit cleaner. Let's understand. We'll do it today. There was a woman who was driving at a Kroger center, and the cop was following her, and she kept crossing the median there, hitting the median, crossing the line, and he thought she was drunk, so he pulled her over. It turns out she had a brain tumor, and he may have saved her life. That's an incredible story. So we'll talk about that when we're back. Also check in with Mo Kelly and see what's on the big fan tonight. Later with Mo Kelly comes on at 7 o'clock every night, 7 to 10 p.m. And then you get George Norris. So go nowhere. Comedy Show, we're live on KFI AM at 640. 1 Hour Pros in KFI's 24-hour newsroom. A woman in Disco near San Diego who was convicted of killing her stepfather after she found hundreds of nude photos of her on his computer in 2020 has been sentenced to 25 years for life in state prison. The FBI and Mexico say 4 U.S. citizens were kidnapped after crossing the border from Texas to find medicine in an area of warring factions of the adult drug cartel. The makers of Toblerone chocolate, they're dropping the images of the Swiss flag and the Matterhorn from its packaging because of strict withdrawal with some of their production moving from Switzerland to Slovakia. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, Go Pages, complemented industry.
There's a crash on the 60 westbound coming up on Crossroads Parkway. Left lane is blocked. The lanes are backing up on 7th Avenue. Also in Santa Cruz Springs, just earlier back on the 605 northbound coming up on the 5. They're out of lanes. The traffic remains a mess off the 105 freeway with delays ahead all the way towards the 10. And if you roll through Orange, this is a slow drive on the 5 northbound using the 5722 all the way to Anaheim Boulevard. The driving with the home pass still pretty heavy on the 15 northbound from the 215 merge to the 138. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This is the Boat Champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's training on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
Spring training action today saw the Dodgers beat the Padres 8-3, while the Angels shut out the Guardians 6-0. It looks like Phoenix Copley will get the start for the Kings against the Capitals in the NHL 6-game Monday night cap. The Seahawks did a write-off quarterback Geno Smith, rewarding his career year in 2022 with a 3-year, $105 million contract after guiding the team to an unexpected playoff spot. I'm Frank Aaron.
Style runs in the family. Athleticism runs in the family. Extraordinary runs in the family. The Mercedes-Benz range of SUVs. Learn more at MBUSA.com or test drive one at your local dealer.
This report is sponsored by Almonte RV. Get ready to spring into warmer weather with Almonte RV Spring Special. Book your next open road adventure by March 31st and take 10% off of your nightly rate and receive 200 free travel between now and May 15th. The promo code SPRING22. For more information, visit AlmonteRV.com or call 800-337-2149.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at StartLAFitness.com. Free cycling to swimming, running to rowing, better works to box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities with Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new daily resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at StartLAFitness.com. That's StartLAFitness.com. And use their
Attention Southern California. Simply Solaris is ready to install your solar now and complete your paperwork in time for NEM2. They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting. More than any solar company in California. No one works harder than Semper does with esprit de corps and honor. Go solar American style. Declare your independence. Semper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877-211-5591. Worried about blackouts? and then pays battery to restock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC systems with a lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris for full net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. Live from the Hayes bedroom, another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to leave the range. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. He's getting fired. Absolutely, Bruce. He's tired of sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no host. John, learn more at Inspired.
Is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at inspiredsleep.com.
There are 10 million job openings in the U.S., with less than 6 million unemployed workers. No wonder it's so hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me suggest JobGet.com, a unique way for you to connect with qualified job seekers. Now, whatever hiring sites get resumes from candidates who don't meet the criteria or aren't near you or are hard to reach, JobGet is different. Your top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to workers in your area. Applicants get immediate notifications letting them know you're ready to hire right now. With one click, and most employers get their first applicant within minutes, which is why businesses report 10 times better hiring rates on JobGet and to save 20% more per job post versus other hiring sites. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle. JobGet.com/handle. A free job post. JobGet.com/handle. When you go into the sales universe, you can't get to the employees. There's nothing you can do. You can't even handle your money. The money goes into the box. The box goes into the face. Yeah, no, Kelly. Just put your food in the box and slide up and there you go. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. And we're on some pretty big stories here. They're still trying to dig out of the mountains, and they're looking at more snow, possibly, for Friday. Maybe late Thursday, early Friday. And Friday here in the class, noon to 6 p.m. is going to be rain, up to a half inch. And then more snow for the mountains Tuesday and Wednesday next week. Not this Tuesday, not tomorrow, and the day after on, but next Tuesday, next week. A lot of storms still coming in. And Northern California is going to get hammered as well with 5 more feet of snow. Up in Sierra, that's a big deal. Metro putting ambassadors. It's a big title for a guy wearing a green shirt. Right? Hey, you're an ambassador. I'm the guy with a green shirt. Right? Big title. So towards his Alpine Village closing after 50 years. 50 years. That's a long run. Nice long run. It just didn't work out there at the end. Hey, we got a great opportunity for you. The celebration of a lifetime is waiting for you. KFI AM 640 wants to send you to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Keep listening to KFI AM 640 for details on your chance to win a 4-pack of one-day, one-car tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. There's also an extra chance for you to win on KFI's Instagram page. So check that out as well. Both ticket and park reservation required. Visit Disneyland.com for more details. So that'll be cool. All right, let's get into this story here. There's a pet that was scanned. You go to TSA, you take your pet out, and then they scan your bag, you put your pet back in. Now, this pet got scanned.
Amir at 11, a warning from the TSA. Stop getting animals through the X-ray machine.
Come on now, this through the picture. Come on now. Come on, please, pet.
Come on now, the TSA through the picture from Norfolk International this morning. Someone had their cat in a carry-on bag and sent it to the X-ray at a security site. We're told that cat is okay tonight. TSA says you should expect carry the animal through the metal detector or walk them through on a leash.
That's right. That's exactly right. Man, I can't believe people don't know that. All right, the Oscars, maybe you passed Hollywood Boulevard in the last couple of days, and it's closed. Right where the other theater is. Is that the Dolby Theater they still do that? It used to call the Kodak Theater. Now it's the Dolby Theater. No, you're closed. For the Oscars, you Academy Award on Sunday.
Tons of excitement surrounding the Oscars. Like you said, a lot of people are going to have to deal with what's behind me, and that's construction on Hollywood Boulevard. Now, this is Hollywood's biggest night, so crews will be working literally around the clock to set up the stage on that long red carpet that you see every year here on ABC7. Now, all of this construction could impact your commute. The big one to keep in mind is all lanes on Hollywood Boulevard are closed from Orange Drive to Highland Avenue until 6 a.m. on Wednesday, March 16th.
Wow! They're going to be closed for 3 days after the Oscar Awards. They're closed now, and Hollywood Boulevard very busy. From Highland all the way to Orange, that's where the Roosevelt Hotel is, I believe.
To Highland Avenue until 6 a.m. on Wednesday, March 16th. Important to also note that train and bus services will be disrupted on Sunday, but despite all of this, folks are super excited to see construction happening for one of Hollywood's biggest nights.
And they also say like I went from my childhood, I remember when I was like about 7 or 10 or 12, I went also to the original on my country. And now, yeah, I mean, actually didn't know that they are happening here. Very big too. You know, we have big two. Gary talks like a big Hollywood director. Very big two.
You know, we have 6 Chinese friends, and it takes 1 or 2 or maybe 3 weeks to organize and to construct everything. So now it's, I think it's longer. You can watch the Oscars right here on ABC7 this Sunday.
Right, Sunday. What'd you say?
You know, we have 6 Chinese friends.
51?
6 Chinese friends, and it takes 6 Chinese friends.
You down with the Canada friends?
6 Chinese friends, and it takes 1.
All right, the brain tumor, this woman, they thought she was drunk because she was driving crazy. She got pulled over, and that probably saved her life.
This is not how anyone expects to find out. They had a brain tumor getting pulled over by the cops, but in this case, that traffic stop saved a teacher's life. This morning, a roadside rescue caught on police dash cam video. I bet I was 60 seconds and I don't know where I'm going. Watch as Cameron Palmer's red SUV swerves erratically, bumping the curb multiple times. Officers pull her over, thinking she may be driving under the influence.
Yeah, she wasn't. She's having dangerous brain tumor.
Those officers then realizing she's suffering a medical emergency. The 58-year-old South Carolina resident transported by ambulance to the hospital.
Wow, but that cop saved her life.
The doctor discovered a brain tumor. She was immediately rushed into an 8-hour life-saving surgery.
Wow, it's crazy.
Original day purpose is scheduled for Monday, but soon as they step and move, the surgery Monday needs to be done Sunday morning. And it is very successful surgery. I just had a conversation. I feel like I didn't have any surgery at all. The cops now credited with expediting her diagnosis and keeping her and other drivers out of harm's way. December 11th is my birthday, and now December 2nd is my second birthday because police officer is really big birthday gift I could ask for life. And Palmer says the doctor told her that tumor had been growing for 35 years.
Oh my God, 35 years!
35 years. Thankfully, it was benign. She is now doing well. She's back to caring for those kids. And she says she's thankful those officers have their eyes on the road. They are her guardian angels.
They certainly are. God, what a story. What a story! All right, later with Mo Kelly is up next here on KFI AM 640. How you, Bob? I'm doing well. Instagram launched your shirt tonight. Fantastic. Fantastic. I'm not lying. You, isn't it? Well, a couple things. One is I called my Don Martin shirt. This is something the program director at 5:70 a.m. would wear. Yes. And the second thing, I go to keep cleaning. And so after I put the shirt on, I realized that button was missing, so I had to put a pin in there. What's a very cool pin? I left it to Scotland. Yeah, it's a LAPD. It's a pin I got from the sheriff's department. But I go with deep cleaners in a part of Burbank that I got to stop going to because every time I put a shirt on now, there's a button burned off or missing. That's a problem. It's Yeah, you go to Newton's and it's just $9 to press, but it comes back with fucking cold. You get your money's worth of work, and that's on there for years. But, Neil Sabadra goes there because how convenient it is. They're a big world. I don't know if it's still open 24 hours or not. I think they cut back the hours for COVID. But man, they run you in and out of there if you're in there for a second, and they're always very good. You're worried at what they do, but you also take what you do. That's right. You use coupons over? No. Oh, you got if you bring a piece of paper and there's 25% off the line. Okay. Yeah. That's good to know. What did you see on the quick rock stuff? Yes, and that's going to be on the show tonight. I'm going to give my review and assessment of it because that's a story that we covered for the past year. Oh, yeah. Various ways that let me just say this. It was not his best work, but he earned the right to tell this piece the way he wanted to tell it. Sure. And literally, you got like $40 million for it. So who am I to say anything about anything? Wait a minute. You got $40 million for that one? That's in 1 hour. No, 1 hour. Not like one night. 1 hour. He had a great line in there saying that, he's one of the funniest guys in the world. And his wife has no sense of humor, and yet she's still as wealthy. Is that quite still as wealthy as yes? Yes. You said like my wife has as much money as I do, she's been funny at all. And I also like the piece where he talks about, I'm not going to ruin for everybody, he talks about why people date younger women because they're cheaper. They're less expensive. Yes, they are. But the way he tells the story is right. Really. That's not a big show, that stuff. Well, we're going to talk about that. We're going to be joined in the studio by Brian both White, who is the president of the Mayfield Company. And if you watch Live TV, you have the Icons on Earth TV series. One was done for Star Wars, one was done for The Simpsons, one was done for The Fast and Furious. It takes you behind the scenes and you talk to some of the original creators and find out all the dirt on it. Oh, that's excellent, man. Well, would you look down that area? Were you an Alpine Village guy here in Irving? Yes, I did. A lot of times when I was, went to South Point High School, which is about 3 miles from there. Okay. And then as a young adult, when I was in legal age, to join Oktoberfest was a great trip. And it slowed me down. I know. It's an institution. It's horrible. Yeah. All right, ladies, North Kelly, nice to see you. Thanks, there he goes. North Kelly next. You're on KFI AM support. Okay, KFI magically appeared using nothing but your beautiful voice. So your house robot can play KFI AM 640. Oh, and KOST HD2. Los Angeles, all time. Live everywhere on the radio app. Reopening. I mean, you see live in the KFI 24-hour user. More roads open up in the Snowberry Mountains of San Bernardino. This was open some highway routes to residents only. This will compress line was waiting at the bottom of the mountain for days to drive groceries up to a family. It's been terrifying, being down here and not being able to get home. Seriously, working nonstop to clear roads, but people are still facing challenges. Some say mountains still need some crews clearing roads that block their driveways. People became stranded in their homes more than a week ago when heavy storms rolled in. In San Bernardino, was solely paid by you. Nearly a foot and a half of snow is falling in the Sierra Nevadas over a 24-hour period. ABC Brian Clark says that's enough to break the record for the most snowfall in a single season. This winter seen 48.33 feet of snow in these mountains, breaking the old record set in 2017. Clark says the Sierra is about 16 feet of snow in just the last 2 weeks. The National Weather Service says more snow is expected to fall later this week. 2 people have been arrested for an armed carjacking in South LA. The LAPD says the person with a knife stole a Honda Accord with 2 people inside yesterday. Officers chased the car until the driver crashed it near 127th Street and Central Avenue. One person was cut by a knife and he's in the hospital. They say one of the carjackers was taken into custody thanks to the help of a stranger. The trial for an accused are slipping through the roof and rappelling down the walls. The jail in Orange County is underway. The man charged with escaping custody, carjacking, and kidnapping. Prosecutors say the man bragged about the escape in 2016, making references to Houdini. The man's already serving a life sentence for sexual mutilation in 2019. The mother of one of 4 U.S. citizens kidnapped in Mexico over the weekend says her daughter was in Mexico to get a medical procedure because her daughter and 3 others drove from South Carolina to get cosmetic surgery. The mother told her daughter months ago because Latavia said she'd be fine. The woman told her mother 15 minutes before her appointment in Mexico, and then wasn't heard from. ABC's on the Hill says the 4 people were caught in a shootout last Friday and later kidnapped at gunpoint. Mexico's president says the whole government is investigating.
The FBI is offering a $50,000 reward for the first return and the rest of the kidnappers. Another Norfolk Southern train has derailed in Ohio, its second crash in the state in just over a month. No hazardous materials were involved in Saturday's crash, but Ohio Democratic Senator Sarah Brown promised to hold the rail company accountable for the damages. Laid off a third of their workforce. They compromise their safety, but like the workers don't have enough time to do it. There are sections they can do. And said he's not satisfied that Norfolk Southern is going to change its behavior. If the railroad has a lot of questions to answer. The former chairman of Donald Trump's 2016 presidential campaign agreed to pay more than $3 million to settle a civil case filed by the Department of Justice over undeclared foreign bank accounts. Prosecutors said last year Paul Manafort failed to disclose more than 20 offshore bank accounts in the UK country. Manafort was sentenced to 7 years in prison in 2018 for other financial crimes. Former President Trump pardoned him in the final weeks of his presidency. And archaeologists have unearthed a sphinx-like statue and the remains of a shrine in an ancient temple in southern Egypt. The Ministry of Antiquities says the artifacts were found in a temple south of Cairo. The archaeologists think the statue's smile and features may belong to a Roman emperor who ruled between 41 and 54 AD. Sunshine weather from 45, partly cloudy, still chilly. Lows in the 30s and 40s, dipping into the 20s and 30s in the Middle Valley. Look some clouds tomorrow morning, then sun for the afternoon, highs around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA and Window City, 50s to low 60s for the valleys and Inland Empire, 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy with highs in the 50s to low 60s Wednesday, warm at a bit into the mid 60s Thursday, and with that 50% chance of rain Friday. It's 54 in Anaheim, 54 in Redondo Beach, 53 in West Covina, 50 in Rancho Cucamonga. The KFI Financial Update is sponsored by Jacoby and Myers Injury Attorney. The Dow ended the day up 40 points. The Nasdaq lost 13, S&P 500 gained 3. We have a price for regular gas in California, $4.90 for a gallon of regular unleaded. Don't wait. Maximize your compensation after an accident. Call Jacoby and Myers now. Texas for you since 1972. That's Fashion Commerce on the 5. Items on the southbound side, and it's coming up on Garfield. Looks like everyone's out of lanes to the right shoulder. Delays are backing up in just about the 60. Beyond the scene of the crash, the driver remains heavy to the 605. Still is slow moving out of Sherman Oaks, 101 southbound, away from Woodman to the 170 134 split. For delays in Hollywood from Sunset Boulevard as you continue into downtown Los Angeles. Mississippi backing up on the 10 eastbound using the 405 all the way to the right side. And slow in Hamilton Hills, 99 eastbound there again to Green River. Pay up on the sign, help get you there faster. I'm Mr. Martinez.
This hour is sponsored by Advanced Hair Restoration.
What's the deal, Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods for the fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the Symptom Center and identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by Ashley.
On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. This is Jacob Emerald. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk.
And iHeartRadio station.
It's later with Mo Kelly. KFI AM reported live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app, some of the bigger headlines that we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. In Lake Arrowhead and surrounding areas, some residents still are snowed in. Can you imagine that? They are still snowed in, so we continue to follow that story to make sure that the residents are safe, rescued, for lack of a better word. You know, to be there for that long time, I don't think anyone was planning that this snowstorm was going to have these after effects for this long. Also, the water main break, which has created a sinkhole, has led to a gas leak in Laguna Beach. And both surgeons convicted of taking $315,000 in bribes tied to Long Beach Hospital. We'll follow up on the story. And let me just get this out of the way. Not because I, have been getting it. It's because I have been delinquent in doing it. Here's Martinez. Let me start my show with saying hello and good evening to you.
Oh, hi there, Mo. Good evening to you, too.
Tell me, so what it looks like on one thing.
Right now?
Yeah.
Or 3 hours ago?
Well, 3 hours ago. Since you didn't tell me 3 hours ago, I might as well get it now. What did it look like at 3 o'clock when I was driving here?
I did.
Okay.
We were talking about it 3 hours ago. But right now, it's slow on that northbound side from about Expedition to about Stadium Way.
Yeah, that's how I'm getting to downtown. That's always pretty fast. So what's going to be about 3 hours from now? Can you forecast the future?
Let me get my my packet crystal ball out.
Okay, you pretty good at that. All right.
Here it is.
All right, I'll see you about 4 o'clock. About 2:03.
It looks like the 110 will be looking good.
All right, yeah. Well, that's anything. Not only is she the news queen, she's also the movie queen now. It's good to see you. How was everything?
Good.
Uh-oh. Did you see some movies and some TV shows and stuff?
I had about a perfect weekend. I binge watched some shows. I finished Andor. We talked about Andor on Friday night. I was about halfway through. So I finished that. And then I went into full Star Wars mode. And just...
That means you like it. When you say you went into full Star Wars mode, that gives me I would say the inclination that you really like Andor and was looking for other stuff to digest.
Yes, because after Andor was over, now it's like, hey, because I want to watch this, and Rogue One came up, which I saw like forever ago when it came out, and I went, wait a second, that's the same actor. How did they do that? So then I was, whatever. And then I watched Rogue One, and then that led me to A New Hope, and that's
you went down the rabbit hole.
I told you that I was supposed to go to an art show and dinner with my brother. We ended up not doing that, and I was all Star Wars all Saturday.
There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah, and then I went to Disney.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw more Star Wars. The fans out there too.
You are rivaling my Star Wars fandom now. Look at you. I'm just rubbing off on you.
I think it's
we're rubbing off on each other?
Yeah, maybe. I think we were both aficionados.
Okay. Yeah. Gentlemen, how was your weekend? Very good, sir. Just time to relax, and honestly, mine's probably the most boring week because I just did nothing.
Stefan, I watched Star Wars movies all weekend. I mean, come on, that's not exactly thrilling.
Pretty close. Doing nothing is okay sometimes. Yeah, honestly. I know. I mean, like, to Walla, I can't tell all of this business, but if you watch out of 24 hours a day for 6 days a week, I'm not exaggerating when you throw in all the transportation of kids here and there. And then you found time to sit there and I said 2 or 3 movies this week. How many did you see?
Yeah,
that's good. Oh, one in theaters. What you saw other stuff? Oh, yeah, I saw other stuff. So you have your own pre-3 review. On your way. Because it might just get away. Okay, that's disappointing. But, we'll talk about Tuesday later on because it's the #1 movie this week and it exceeded all box office expectations. And I'm not so sure that I'm happy about that. And that's just welcome to a stylish discussion. But we'll get back into that later. Coming up in the second hour tonight, I'll be joined in the studio by Brian White. He is the president of the NATO company and also the director. If you ever watch Vice TV, they have these specials called Icons on Earth. They do documentaries over anything. Highly recommend if you watch Vice TV, watch the Icons on Earth Star Wars series. They go behind the scenes with some of the original cast and creators of Star Wars, and they tell you all the behind the scenes stories that as a Star Wars aficionado, I just leave it down. Ooh, and that's on Earth Star Wars, and it's on Vice TV.
You know, there was another, there was was the name of the series. It was the same kind of thing where they went behind the scenes of like Top Gun and other movies, like big blockbuster hits, and tell you the backstory, not the story of the movie, but how the friendship, how they got the movie made. Like when Top Gun, they barely got approval from the Navy to get it done because they were like, you can't have people dying in a movie about fighter jets.
That doesn't do anything for recruitment. Yeah.
Right. So they had this whole back and forth and the story. I mean, like, those kind of things are really fascinating. So I'm going to check that out.
I'm glad you said that because when Ryan Wolf comes in, we'll also ask him about his other series that he has on Vice, where one was on The Simpsons, one was on The Fast and Furious, and this is season 4, which is about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Oh, we're going to have some fun tonight. And also, in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll be joined by Jackie Ray, our normal contributor. We're going to get into some very controversial topics regarding boys and girls sports. And also, the transgender line. It's going to be controversial tonight. We're going to ruffle some feathers. And then we'll talk about the Chris Rock review right after that. So, some people might get triggered. Please don't come up and stop them. Okay? Stephanie, you stay there. Amy, you stay there. And Angel, please do not slap me. Please. I know we've had our issues in the past, but I would appreciate it. You just stay over there.
I'm fine. I'll be back.
It's late for most fellas. We're going to talk about, we got to get this politics out of the way. Between what our governor's doing and what the Florida governor is doing, I just don't get it anymore. I know they're both running for president, but it's still pretty ridiculous. When we come back, we'll talk about Governor Newsom and how he's done with Walgreens. How could anyone be done with Walgreens? KFI AM240 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now for 82 in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
A judge in Riverside County has ruled a man accused of selling fentanyl-laced pills that killed a 29-year-old resident of Norco must stand trial for second-degree murder. The jury has awarded $1.5 million to an LA County veteran prosecutor who said he was denied important jobs in retaliation for complaining about directives set forth after DA George Gascon was elected in 2020. Tribal lead scientists and conservation advocates have buried C-22, the mountain lion, in an undisclosed location in the Santa Monica Mountains where he roamed for years. That makes famous for wandering near the Hollywood sign and in Griffith Park died last year. We've got some partly cloudy skies on the way with lows ranging from the 20s to mid-40s tonight, becoming sunny with highs in the 50s and 60s tomorrow. This report brought to you by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. We've got flowing in Hawthorne on the 105. This is on the eastbound side. That's where it's delaying for loading up in stretches, leaving the 405 freeway, taking you ahead all the way to Lakewood Boulevard. Mid-City on the 10 eastbound, that's closed from the 405 all the way to the 110. And in Santa Clarita, we're looking at the 14 northbound. It's still a slow drive from the 5, looking better by Forward and Canyon Road. And the Cajon Pass also slowing down on that 15 northbound from Kenwood to the 138. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lane project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFCCCA.com. That's GoFCCCA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lane project.
This report sponsored by The Accident Guide. Need an accident attorney by your side. All you got to do is call The Accident Guide. Need you in a car accident or at work? Call The Accident Guide. Because unlike other firms, an attorney will negotiate your case, not a paralegal.
Planning a spring getaway? This month gets 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages. From Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, shortness of breath, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those female-related symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may add up to
What up? How's Queenie tonight? How you doing, Joker?
It's a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Bye.
Hi, I'm Kyle at blindster.com. If you're like many people, you may think custom blinds is a job for expensive professionals. So at Blindster, if you have a tape measure and a screwdriver, you can install our custom blinds and save big. Plus, we guarantee they'll fit. Blindster.com. The LA Kings push to the playoffs has begun. Here now by placing a deposit on 23-24 season ticket membership. With multiple plans to choose from, there's a plan for every fan. Learn more at lakings.com/membership. If you own a small business and you got through COVID and you were able to retain 5 of your employees, you could be eligible for a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that one. That's real money. So let me suggest getrefunds.com. You answer
Every day is a holiday, every minute's a feast. How you doing, Eli the Great?
For this tax refund. There's no charge up
Taking ass, taking aim.
until your business gets paid, and businesses of all types can qualify.
All day, every day. Currently, we're live on 6 different YouTube, 7 different Instagrams. We're live on Twitter, Twitter Live, the video version, which I've come to find is really nice. You can do this 24-hour video, so basically you can watch my whole life, speed it up when you want. Wow time.
Click on the qualify me button. It only takes a few minutes.
We got ChatGPT here. I will take anybody's question. Anybody have a question for ChatGPT? Ask me anything. Ask ChatGPT anything. We'll find out all the obscure reasons why the world is the way that it is.
Wonderland. You can now ice skate at State Farm Park. In State Farm neighborhood, you can compete with snowball fights.
We're gonna do so. Give me some time, and I'll get back to you with an answer. Just tonight now.
Podcasters all month, along with scavenger hunts, exclusive content, and unique items. So enjoy the best of winter weather at iHeartland on Roblox. Head to iHeartRadio.com/iHeartland today. Wake up call with Jennifer Jones. I get up at 2:45 so that you can sleep in until 4:59 so that you're ready to go for wake up call. Live 5 to 6 a.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's later with No Kelly. Some of the other stories that we're following right now. The OC surgeon, Coach Don, has been convicted of taking $315,000 in bribes as he tied to a Long Beach hospital. 4 U.S. citizens, I don't know if you've seen this story, are missing after being assaulted and kidnapped in northeast Mexico at gunpoint. The latest on that is they allegedly went into Mexico looking for medicine. I don't know if that means pharmaceuticals or something else.
Well, you know, her mother, one of the girls' mother, saying that they went down to get cosmetic surgery.
That's believable. Put it quick. I got the sense that they were crossing the border for something that wasn't quite either legal or smart. So let me just put it like that. Yeah. Whether they were there for prescription meds at dirt cheap prices or for cosmetic surgery, they were trying to skirt U.S. laws, fines, whatever. And yes, they got tickets. Mexico has found 343 migrants in an abandoned truck trailer. You might have heard that story. And there's this. You heard the Walgreens intro. And so I'm going to take your line, and we're just going to go with that. Governor Newsom says California is done with Walgreens over the abortion pill restrictions. You may remember last week, Walgreens said it won't sell the abortion pill in 20 states following warnings by Republican attorneys, of legal action against the company as well as CVS Health Corp. The 2 retailers could face legal consequences if they mail and distribute abortion medication in those states. And in response to that, direct response to that, California Governor Gavin Newsom said California will stop doing business with Walgreens as, I guess, a form of retaliation.
How do you do that? You're going to take them out of the state? Or the state of California wants to do business with Walgreens?
Well, I'm sure. said that the state would not work with any company that cowers to the extremists and puts women's lives at risk. I don't know if that means fewer subsidies or making it more difficult for multinational corporations of a certain size. It's very vague in that regard, but it's more for public political posturing, and it's in direct response, I would say, to
all right. So if you didn't know, Eli the Great asked us, when could AI predict when the angry society NFT comes to a price? Now, it can't give us that kind of accuracy. I wish it could. If you know how to make it do that, please let me know. But I think these are some options that it gives us of fairly speculative, but significant points where you may see angry society NFT increase in value. So this one from the March 15, 2023. This date is significant because it marks the 2-year anniversary of the launch of the Angry Society NFT collection. It is possible that by this time the popularity of the collection will have grown significantly to higher demand for NFTs and value up to value November 27, 2023, Black Friday. This is Black Friday day when the retailers offer discounts and deals. If the creators of Angry Society NFTs decide to offer such promotion or discount for that day to grab the money. February 14, 2024, Valentine's Day, for the creators of Angry Society to release a special edition of the collection. And the final date that they put on here is August 8, 2024. This is interesting. This date is significant since it's the 8th anniversary of the launch of the first NFT, the Bitcoin NFT, with Angry Society NFT is so popular at this time because they go deep into. So, long story short, that's not the answer I want. I want the same answer that Eli the Great is. It's going to be like, February 3rd, 2029, this motherfucker is going to be worth $1 billion fucking dollars, and here are all of them.
I think, as the Gavin Newsom, I think the most Democratic voters would want, and that is abortion rights or women's reproductive rights. And here's the thing: does anybody honestly believe that Governor Gavin Newsom personally cares about women's reproductive rights? I don't. I don't know the man. I've never met the man, but I don't think he personally cares. I just think that he knows.
Word. It's a ratcheting effect. I think it keeps going up and up, and it keeps getting locked in. And I really, it's still very new. I mean, January is like so long. So here we got essentially some up and coming opportunities in addition, and it's just going to explode once really the term NFT becomes mainstream. It's going to be like, oh, you got an angry ape. You'll just be able to tell people, I've got an angry ape, and everyone will know what the fuck you're talking about.
Because when they start crossing that line of government interfering directly.
Thank you so much, Eli. And I agree. Getting out the word, teaching people, educating people in the game. I mean, like I knew nothing about it coming into this, and you could literally watch this and now have. I got like crypto jokes and blockchain jokes because of the language that I've learned throughout these conversations. It's an incredibly educational, academic process of learning this. And it just helps you grow as a person, and you meet people, but you also learn a whole lot. I mean, it's one of the coolest niches there is. There's art and there's tech, and they're combined, and it's just a beautiful, beautiful field.
This is going to be tit for tat ad infinitum, yes. And it's not good governance. This is about what they call.
I gotta see, sometimes 24/7, 365. You should see. Angry Queen and I are up all night, up until the early morning show. Like we're holding court, so to speak. So I gotta get my Z's at a certain point.
And then you wonder, like, okay, so the next thing that the Republican side of the aisle will do that doesn't mesh with what the Democrats want to do, then there's going to be a backlash immediately over here. And it's not good governance for anyone. And they're just getting ready to run for president.
Word, I'll have to see which one it was. Hold on 1 second. I have learned and like adapted to be able to sleep in like the craziest conditions because literally I have so many screens on me and I have like radios and documentaries and I've got Twitter spaces going. I can basically fall asleep in a bombshell.
I just want principal debate. I just want better policy for Americans. This is not good policy for Americans. This is about politics and running for election and when.
Word. That's how it's going to be. I mean, honestly, sleep 8 hours a day is about a third of the time I will be asleep. But if I knew you were there, man, I would have awakened. I would have given you a private show. I would have been your private dancer. Anything you wanted.
private dancer. I would get in a karaoke show. I would have done stand-up. Anything I could do to make Neil G happy.
You can't have that. You can't. Because once you start down that quickly plus, it will never
Hell yeah, on over a dozen different devices. Neil G, do you have any questions for AI, for Big Brother? Like, we just asked AI basically when the Angry Hate NFT was going to go through the roof, and essentially it gave us some dates. Do you have any other questions? I just tweeted 69 ways to please a woman, give her an orgasm. You can check that one out. That's an interesting one that's getting retweeted around the Twitter space now. I also looked up all the reasons why the Egyptian pyramids might have been the reason why they're there, according to ChatGPT. Any questions that you could perhaps have?
The first group of unarmed security ambassadors has officially started duties aboard
That's okay, something.
buses in LA County. Chairman Ara Naziman said the 300 new employees are wearing lime green polo shirts and have been trained to handle a lot of different issues.
Things like conflict de-escalation, disability awareness, trauma-informed care, cultural and situational awareness, and metro operations.
Jardine says the ambassadors will not replace law enforcement and will be a deterrent to prevent harm from happening. It will also help the homeless find services. News brought to you by Rooter Zero, a bill proposed by Assemblyman Corey Jackson in Riverside to create a hate crimes intervention unit inside California's Department of Public Health. If passed, the legislation would set up a special ad council to carry anti-racism campaigns. The bill proposed last month would work to raise awareness and promote understanding for people from all walks of life. Jackson says his proposal would form partnerships between state officials and community leaders. The Department of Justice says California has shown an increase in hate crimes by 32% in 2021. 35 people have been arrested for throwing flaming bottles and rocks at officers during the protest at a cop city in Georgia. Police say several pieces of construction equipment were set on fire yesterday in a coordinated attack at a new police training center in Atlanta. The protesters dressed in all black and threw large rocks, bricks, Molotov cocktails, and fireworks at officers. No one was hurt. 2 United Airlines flights have slipped wings near the base at Boston's Logan International Airport. One plane was backing up from its gate when its wing hit the tail wing of another plane at a neighboring base.
Now, a United spokesman says they reclaimed both of these aircraft and are now working to make accommodations for the passengers as each flight has been canceled.
ABC's Peter Eliopoulos says no one was hurt this morning. It comes a week after 2 planes nearly collided at the same airport when one was landing and the other was taking off. Girl Scouts of America asked people to stop selling cookies on eBay. It says it takes pride teaching young women about entrepreneurship, and it's disappointed to learn that people are reselling cookies online. ROTHSCHILD, raspberry-infused statement cookies are specifically sold on the Girl Scouts website and teach Scouts about e-commerce. RASPBERRY sold for $5 on the website, but third parties are selling them for up to $100.
Donald is very creative. Shout out to him on that.
Selling Girl Scout cookies does not violate this policy. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy with lows in the 20s in the Antelope Valley, 30s and 40s everywhere else. Becoming sunny tomorrow, high around 60 at the beaches, metro area and the low 50s to low 60s in the valleys and 19s, 40s and 50s for the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy skies Wednesday and Thursday, then a good chance of some rain on Friday with showers tapering off by early Saturday. It's 53 in Fountain Valley, 54 in Newport Beach. We've got flowing and it's going to pass in 101. This is the Northtown sign for raise away from farms, taking it ahead to Fineway. And it looks like the Circuit Street situation in that area is pretty tough. There was a downed tree, and as a result, Barn Boulevard is off limits from Lake Hollywood Drive or Farm Drive. So both directions shut down right now. Everything is all cleared out. And that's what's causing kind of a mess on the 101 for that stretch and also the surrounding Circuit Street. So we're also checking out the drive as you make your way along the 101 southbound. Going down out of Studio City from Coldwater Canyon to the 170, 134 split, and the heading Hollywood from Santa Monica Boulevard to downtown Los Angeles. Los Feliz 5 southbound, turn down at Los Feliz Boulevard. Please turn to recap drive ahead to the 110 freeway, more delays in Commerce. From the 710 all the way to the 605. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. Heading to Martinez.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Seriously, Mike, dealers just fixed the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusive backlog. See AMCO.com for complete details. If you've been seriously injured in a car accident, it's important to work with an experienced team. At Jacoby & Myers, we've been fighting for California accident victims for over 50 years, and have helped clients get 10, 20, even 100 times more than the initial offer. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
Well, you said a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Velvet Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
If you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer closet. The Velvet Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99.
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website before you call. Just go to thesmellgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you went up front and everything. I just had a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us 1-800-446. Mike, contact your I'm Martin Cook, the inventor of Navage nasal care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Tara, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for been able to successfully use a neti pump. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. There are nights when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. With such relief, it's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
Injured in an accident? Visit superwomansupervision.com.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. What if a mouse could change the world? What if elephants could fly? What if the whole world could celebrate together? KFI wants to send you to the celebration of 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Enter for your chance to win one-day, one-park tickets to Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park from KFI. Enjoy the celebration. Offering credit capacity restrictions and age deadline. Visit KFI on Instagram and enter to win a chance to celebrate 100 years of Disney. Good luck from KFI AM64.
More stimulating talk.
It's later with Mo Kelly. KFI AM64 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And you can always hit me on social media at Mr. Mokelly, MrMokelly. If you want to interact with me in real time, hit me on Twitter at Mr. Mokelly. Something I've discussed on air before, maybe you don't know. I'm not a nervous flyer. I just don't like flying. I'll do it. It's not anything I look forward to. I think the whole process of trying to get to an airport and getting on a plane and actual flight and landing and all that kind of stuff is an unpleasant experience. But I just don't particularly care for flying. Now, I'm not going to just, I'm not in need of Valium or alcohol when I fly, but I'm not exactly, that's the only way I can describe it. I'm relatively uptight when I fly. Now, when you throw into that mix that there's crazy people on these flights, it makes it even more unsettling. So when I saw the story today about the man who tried to open the exit door, the emergency exit door on an LA to Boston flight on United Airlines, that really bothered me. Then when I saw that he stabbed the flight attendant 3 times with a broken spoon, that really bothered me. And invariably, I think about what would I do in a similar situation. In other words, let's say I'm sitting in row 22, and I see some idiot start walking up to the emergency door. Do I immediately go after that dude, or do I hit the little button that says, sit there? Now, have you thought about it in advance, how you would handle an unmoving passenger? Because if that fool gets that door open, most likely everybody dies. You can't let the door open. I don't even want to. Right.
I was just today that you can't open the door. You can't open the door.
If you are going for that door, my first thought is that there's no air marshal around, and he is already stabbing flight attendants with spoons, and did it for me to throw every elbow, every jab, every foot cross, every choke on this individual that I know. As it turns out, passengers did jump in, and we could see. But here's my thing. The moment that I see stab one, and I assume it was very quick stab, it's not like people put it into the second and third one.
The fight attendant comes to your phone, so
Good. Yeah, good. But I'm still trying to kill him, and I have no problem saying that. But I'm trying to kill him because he's engaging my life now when else on board. And after he's trying to open the door, whether he's can or not, his instinct is death. Either his death or our death. When he's stabbing the flight attendant, he obviously knows that a fight is coming after that. Have you ever thought about what you would do if in a similar situation before you get in that situation? And this goes back to all the other conversations we have about this funeral safety. I don't like flying to begin with. And now I have to worry about stabbing midair. It's all too much. It's all too much. And that's why, I don't know if I ever told you before, whenever I fly, I never take off my shoes. Never. Because I'm always assuming that I'm getting ready to have to do something. Either run down the aisle, or want to get someone, or go after someone. I'm always in a state of high alert. I'm not getting that. I'm taking my shoes off anyway. But I just can't do it. I can't do it. Now, during this flight, the flight crew saw an alarm that a door in the plane had been disarmed. An inspection of flight attendants on the door's locking handle had been pushed out of the fully locked position, and an emergency fly arming lever had been disarmed, according to the Justice Department. So he was 3 or 4 steps down the line. It wasn't like he just put his hands on the door. He started the complete process of trying to open the door. Now, a flight attendant who saw the guy, whose name is Francisco Cedro Torres, he's 33 years old. The flight attendant who saw Torres near the door went to talk to Torres about the door, and according to the Justice Department, Torres asked if there were any cameras showing he had tampered with the door. I don't know why he would ask that, but he did. Quote, according to court documents, the flight attendant then notified the captain that they believe Torres posed a threat to the aircraft and that the captain needed to land the aircraft as soon as possible.
that's very. That sounds very methodical.
Yeah, it's total all hell breaking loose.
Truman that after trying to open the door and the lever was in the wrong place, that maybe something was wrong.
Then, Torres allegedly got out of his seat again, mouthing something before thrusting towards one of the flight attendants in a stabbing motion with a broken metal spoon, hitting the flight attendant on the neck area 3 times. Torres was then tackled by the other passengers on the flight and was immediately taken into custody after the flight landed. Now, here's what makes me really angry, beyond all that. United Airlines says it has banned tourists from flying on future flights following this incident. Since this happened in the area, and it's a federal offense, why is he not banned from flying on altogether, just put on the no-fly list? Why did he get a chance, presumably, on another airline to do something similar? Because United Airlines is only banning it from United Airlines, national. No, that's what it is. It's national now. Yeah, you should not be able, because this is not happening, I would say, at an airport, like in the parking lot. This is happening in the air, and that's the jurisdiction of the Fed. That's why the FBI arrested his ass when the plane landed. So why is it the federal government can't step in and say, he's on the no-fly list? Period. In the story, you will never get on another plane. Because why would someone get two opportunities to do something like this?
What if he has to do? I'm just saying.
How about this? You don't have to be convicted of a crime to be on a no-fly list. Because that list is long. And not most of it, I can't presume most of them have been convicted of crime. You can be put on the no-fly list with a terror subject. And believe me, if you try to open the door on a flight and you try to stab the flight attendant, you're a would-be terrorist as far as I'm concerned. You're someone who's trying to commandeer an airplane and take it down. So you may or may not be convicted of a quote-unquote crime, but there's enough reason to say, if United Airlines has enough to say you'll never fly our airlines again, why is it Southwest can't do the same? Why is it, why is it the FAA can't say the same? Why is it the DOJ, FBI can't say the same? Why is it he presumably gets another chance? This is something that doesn't make sense to me on any level.
Next time you guys are supposed to fight somebody Southwest, you go, oh, hell no.
Maybe. I mean, maybe. I don't know if his name goes in a nationwide database across all the airlines. I don't know if they share information like that. Because United Airlines is stepping forward, but it's not unanimous across the board.
Well, the no-fly list is an FAA.
Yeah, there's a no-fly list, but this is saying United Airlines is banned for. Yeah, there's no mix of any no-fly list which would be banned on this. It's just like, look, the moment you get arrested for this, you go on a no-fly list until further notice. And that's not what we get.
Well, maybe he'll be convicted and then spend his life in prison, because that's what...
I don't think so. I don't think that he will be up for anything like this because no one died.
But I think for what he's arrested for, he could...
If he's during the pandemic with all the people who are acting a fool on flights, I haven't heard of anybody who had that stiff of a penalty. So this would give me more anxiety about flying. Now I have to worry about being stabbed in the neck.
Okay, so here's something to temper down your anxiety, because I'm Googling this, and there's all these things about what if somebody opens the door during the flight. Physics explains why you can never open a plane door during flight. A passenger cannot open a plane's emergency door because of the pressure difference. You can only do it on the ground. So I'll send you some links, so that will at least ease your mind a little bit.
Okay, so you can't open the door.
No, you can still do some of the other things.
And how do you get a broken metal spoon on?
Maybe it was a plastic thing. Did it say metal?
Metal.
Huh? Yeah.
Again, you go for that door. Right.
So while we're coming for you,
We're not having a physics conversation. But don't worry about it. It's a pressure thing. You can't open the door. No. I'm not listening to that. It's great with most of it. Let's figure out our horoscope when we come back. KFI 40 live everywhere in the now, in the seat. KFI 24-hour news.
stores of fast food supplies in the parking lot in Crestline, so people stuck in the snow can go grab some supplies. One guy says his snowshoes are usually a decoration over his fireplace. Says he's been using them to get around and to help others who have been stuck in the snow. As Mo was just telling you about, man on the United flight from LA to Boston in charge, he turned to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon after officials tried to open an emergency door mid-flight. Passengers tackled him and held him until he was arrested. The makers of Toblerone are stripping images of Switzerland, Spain, Matterhorn, and the Swiss flag from packaging of the milk chocolate treat. production is moving to Slovakia. So under this law, it has Christmas. Partly cloudy tonight and tomorrow morning, sunny in the afternoon, highs in 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by Jackson Hewitt from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, which still places. We're going to go to Culver City, where we've got some slowing on the 405. Looking out the southbound side, and that's where the drive is loading up away from Arsenal, looking a lot better once you pass the 90. The 10 eastbound in the city is still slow moving away from Robertson to the 110, and in the football that it passed from the 405 northbound. That drive is going down away from Screwball Center as you roll towards the 101. I'm seeing a bit of a backup here. It looks like there's a crash heading into Calusa Lake, 134 westbound. This is just before Vineland. And the drive, as a result, is still moving out of Burbank, getting away from Taft Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez. Want to be 100% certain about your taxes? Jackson Hewitt, that's your return for life. Take today the 50% off tax prep. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing a participating location. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50%.
This report is sponsored by Blindsters.com. Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. Since 2010, Blindster has sold millions of custom blind shades and shutters to satisfied customers across the country. With 20,000 5-star reviews and an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Custom blinds at low prices and free shipping. Blindster.com. On the podcast, Really Know Really, best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silver, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? Our feature is a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a duplex. Really? Wait, that's new to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Listen to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art. Use Cindy. You've been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to Canada for about 6-7 years.
Tangible, just takes more.
Here's a great example of difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me 50, they offered me 100. I bought it to tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible, speaking as well, it could be the person coming in with, $10,000 for the gold.
Tangible investment owner Phil DiGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Who said that if the United States was to test a new type of nuclear weapon, Russia would do the same?
Well, yeah, because you said we won't start the test, but we will respond to the U.S. carry out the test.
Serious damage. We mean business, but only to the first. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. With most of it, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And we're continuing to follow the story in Lake Arrowhead and the surrounding area regarding residents still snowed in, even after all this time. And that water main break, which has created a sinkhole, has led to a gas leak in Laguna Beach. And there's this, our weekly horoscope check-in. What type of muffin are you based on your zodiac sign? Aries. Aries is a Being with an Aries is akin to driving very fast down a heavily potholed road, and the English muffin, with its nooks and crannies, is the golden baked representation of that experience. Add to the dough that Samuel B. Thomas, who brought Americans, whether these descendants deserved it or not, to English muffin in the 19th century was a card-carrying Aries. Taurus. Taurus is chocolate chip muffin. Representing Team Taurus in all its ruthless glory is toy selling indulgent to the hilt. Taurus is a sign that considers oral sex cardio. While wife is giving this. Cream spinach. I will something I trust him. Longly. If cream spinach, sex cardio, cream spinach and salad, and intimate package mint muffins to be a health food. Some argues that the absence of high fructose corn syrup equates to nutritional value. Gemini, fascinated and carefree. Gemini is the coffee cake muffin of the year. You know what pairs well with coffee? Cheese muffins, peaceless chatter, curiosity, talking itch, and taking one. Wow. Coffee or any other stimulant equates to the drug of choice for Geminis who share a deep affinity with heavy caffeination and whose ADHD runs the gamut from adorable to jarring, multitasking to energetic scattershot. Gemini folks are aces of communication. The written word, the tweeted thought, and fitting their sentiments are points made by Gemini Lionel Richie. Cancer, moody and a little sour. Cancer is a blueberry muffin. Cancer is a moody MFO, prone to singing the blues and treat their field. A combination made carbohydrate manifest in the blueberry muffin. These are the 10 offerings of choice for Cancer comedians, sad clowns around this block, Minnie Kaling, who, disappointed by the lack of berries and inexplicable addition of candy sugar in store-bought varieties, made a homebound bag, apropos for a son that would prefer to never leave the house. Leo is top berry and all banana muffin. Leo is represented by the lion, known colloquially as the king of the jungle. A misnomer, as lions prefer a savanna, a scrub, or grassland environment, but whatever. The Lion King, the head honcho, El Jefe, or top banana, if you will, all apply to the station Leo, who prefers to call the shots, curry the favor, and energetically top in any and all situations. Consequently, any banana, space, varietal, banana blueberry, banana nut, banana chocolate chip, pick your poison can be metaphorical muffin of the lion tribe. Virgo, echoes biblical Eve, the most notorious apple eater in history. Virgo is represented by the hermit card, symbolizing a sage that retreats from the world into the wilderness to bring humanity the knowledge and spirit it needs. Would argue that apple picking, snake weapon Eve was following the same rough loose itinerary and was also most definitely a Virgo. Same love for nudity and terrible taste in partners. Apropos of this, the fruit of knowledge baked with anti-inflammatory cinnamon, heart health, Parkinson'ism is Virgo, energy personified. Libra. Libra is the pumpkin spice of the zodiac. Pumped up on decadent and autumnal attitude, the pumpkin chocolate chip muffin is kindred to the cardinal air sign. Scorpio, the patron planet of cranberries. Cranberries and their blood clot coloring are associated with the planet Mars, the ancient ruler of Scorpio, and the fruit is harvested during the season of the Scorpion. Further, Scorpio rules the genitalia, and cranberries are a cure for its UTI. Both citrus and cranberry have medicinal properties, and Scorpio, at its apex expression, is a sign of deep transformation and utmost healing. Sagittarius, cornbread, like Sagittarius, travels well. Sagittarius is born to aim high, travel far, and keep wisdom along the way. In time, cornmeal was introduced to the European settlers by indigenous American tribes who have been roasting, dyeing, and grinding corn for centuries. The sustenance proved salvation to the ill-prepared colonists, and cornmeal has been an American staple forevermore. Capricorn. Breakfast food is all fuel and no fun for Capricorn. Ruled as they are by Saturn, the main gas planet of restrictions, punitive damages, and flossing, Capricorn, I know this is true, my mother's a Capricorn. Capricorns are prone to suffer from a punishing need to be practical and an utter lack of whimsy. Enter the brand muffin, the embodiment of the cat daddy ethos of it might not taste good, but it's good for you. Aquarius, future focus and plant-based. Aquarius is the zucchini muffin of the zodiac.
Oh, come on.
Not fair, but
Not fair. I haven't seen a banana muffin or something.
maybe you should just take one. Get one that way. Okay? The age of Aquarius is long. The age of Aquarius is strong, and sentiment is associated with long hair, high times, bare feet, and LSD. The hippie counterculture also gave rise to the popularity of vegetable, forward bread stuff like zucchini muffins. Far out and right on target for rabble-rousing. Pisces. Pisces and poppy seeds are prone to test positive on a drug test. Pisces are the drug muffins of the zodiac. Ever the hopeful romantic, they believe in the ability of love to turn a lemon, i.e. their philandering trash monster X, into a dream partner or lemonade. Poppy seeds can also make you urinate hot on a drug test, and Pisces is associated with opiates, altered states, and the gospel veil between worlds, dreams, and Catholic confessional. I have no idea what that means. That's absolutely no idea what that means. Well, well, these are wrong. It's later with most felonies. We got more in just a moment. KFI84, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Don't break this way, figure. Just tell them what to play.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Local film race and live from the Shanghai 24-hour newsroom, House and reopen some highways into the San Bernardino Mountains to residents only, and will keep them open unless there's an emergency. Roads will be open in both directions. SR-18 will remain closed from Snow Valley Resort to Big Bear Dam because of heavy snowpack and avalanche potential. Residents will be allowed back with proof of residency. For a full list of reopened areas, you can check out District 8 social media. Another wave of winter weather is headed to the central northern part of California. ABC from Jersey says the Sierra has been a good atmospheric river. Remember, this took place in recent Berkeley has had 570 inches of snow already this season. He says the area will surpass the snowiest season on record, which happened in 2016 to 2017. Because the Sierra and Tahoe are expected to get another 4 to 5 feet of snow this week. It is brought to you by Duffy Power Services, and a gun control bill has been written by a Republican in South Orange County. Assemblywoman Diane Dixon, who says she's pro-Second Amendment, says her bill addresses a gap in the state that has the strictest gun laws and still has targeted down shootings. It creates an additional enhancement for the possession of unauthorized or unregistered ghost guns at the time a felony is committed. Dixon says the bill would have 2 years to a sentence when a ghost gun is in possession during a felony. Using or attempting to use the ghost gun during the felony would be an additional 2 years. The bill is in the Committee on Public Safety. The trial for Ben reports through air vents of a jail in Orange County is underway. And it's the second of 3 different machines tried for allegedly escaping, kidnapping the driver, and carjacking. Prosecutors say Hossein Nairi, along with 2 others, broke out of the Orange County men's jail in 2016 with outside help from one of the inmates acquaintances. They say the defendant celebrated the escape of Burns and himself as being famous. The defense countered that Hossein Nairi had taken responsibility for breaking out, but wasn't the mastermind behind the other charges. Nairi is already serving a life sentence for sexually mutilating a man in 2019 at the Central Justice Center in Santa Ana. Chris Adler, KFI News. An elementary school teacher in Connecticut has been arrested for allegedly putting several 5th graders in a martial arts chokehold. School district says the teacher was demonstrating defensive holds to her students. Here, I don't think she knew what she was doing. I mean, if she did, I don't think she would have intentionally choked them out, but she did. So it just kind of goes to show you, like, she should not be doing that on kids. This woman who lives nearby says the teacher's behavior on February 24th is not appropriate. Police say one of the students passed out. The trial for a social media influencer in Texas accused of scamming thousands of customers is expected again. Brittany Davis has 1.3 million followers on TikTok and another 500,000 on Instagram.
Instagram, then to watch their fitness video, then finding fitness and nutrition plans customized to their needs.
89 says delicious treated ignorance in the past to failing to deliver what she promised to customers. The Texas Attorney General says some customers paid Davis as much as $300 for a customized workout and diet plan back in 2017, but many never received that. Davis faces fines up to $1 million if he's convicted of deceptive trade practices. Sea lions and seals will soon have a little more room to stretch their flippers at a rescue in Laguna Beach thanks to a $14 million expansion. We're building a water reclamation plant.
Pacific Marine Mammal Center Dr. Alyssa Deming says the rescue is one of the city's largest water consumers, but when the project is complete next year, 15,000 gallons of water will be saved per day.
We're adding a few more pools to increase our capacity for taking care of patients in our hospital, and we're also building a brand new treatment room where we can do surgeries and endoscopy and ultrasound for our patients.
Deming increases educational opportunities and capacity from 125 animal health at a given time to almost 200 in Laguna Beach. Corbin Carson, KFI
I love the sound of the sea lions. Delta notice in KFI, partly cloudy, chilly with lows in the 30s and the 40s, 20s and 30s in the Antelope Valley. Morning turning up to sunny skies for the afternoon. Highs around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA and Windows 3, 50 to low 60s in the valleys and in the Empire, 40 to 50s in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy with highs in the 50s to low 60s on the wind, so warming up to 4 degrees for Thursday, and then a 50% chance of rain Friday. It's 50 in North Alameda, 48 Santa Clarita, 53 in Pure Beach, 54 in Gardena, but a pass in Irwindale on the 210. Listen, on the eastbound side, turning up on Vernon, that's where only the lane is open. There was a still of some stores and now traffic as it was back away from one of this out of 40. So look at all two, Toluca Lake on the 134, westbound at Lincoln, 60 offense that's gone through the pass. Maybe off limits for the next while, so if you needed to exit that, just hop off Coanda instead and watch out for a very slow drive. This is getting away from just about Olive out of Bourbon. In between the paths, comes for Barn Boulevard. That's where it's shut down in both directions between Lake Hollywood Drive and Fort Bond Drive due to a fallen tree. And there has also, at last pass, it was causing very slow drive on the 101 north side, but it looks like things have pretty much moved out there. Southbound side of the 101 in Hollywood, loading up at Santa Monica Boulevard into downtown Los Angeles. Hey, FI in the sky, help go through there faster. I need to watch you next.
Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. Original comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get help. Call Jacoby Myers. Justice for you since 1972.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Sandy, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor, outdoor, repair, or redesign. And we handle the rest. Send in the top pros to get it done. You don't have to lift a finger, except if you have the screeners put them out. Plus, Andy is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Andy.com. That's AMDI.com to get started.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Schedule a home for safety check for just $77 with Ruger Hero Plumbing and Air. More stimulating talk.
And I have to do it for you.
Recording is great with located. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Each season of Vice TV's Icons on Earth focuses on a different iconic media property or entity. Previous seasons covered Star Wars, The Simpsons, Fast and Furious, on Earth premieres tomorrow night at 6 p.m. on the West Coast, and it is titled Icons on Earth Marvel. It does a deep dive into the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and joining us as he always does, but now for the first time in person, is the CEO of the Nacelle Company and director of Icons on Earth Marvel, Brian White. Good to see you, my friend. Good to see you. Good to shake your hand. I know, finally, in person. COVID must be over. Yeah, I guess it is. Then forget what the governor said like that. It is forget. We shook hands. That's right. All right, let me ask you, you're someone who, of my generation, you're a little bit younger than me, but you grew up with all these wonderful properties and movies and toys. What compelled you to start telling these stories of the behind the scenes?
So, like, my entire career, and this is going to sound like some cliche BS I say all the time, and I do say it all the time. And maybe it is cliche, but it also happens to be true. I just heard hobbies and work. Like, I love stand-up comedy. We built a stand-up comedy library, production company, and all that. I love documentaries. I love pop culture. That's what we did after we figured out stand-up comedy. Like, it's just, it really is that simple. We just cover things that I love and hope people like it.
If you weren't fumbling around in the dark, it wasn't like you said, hey, let's try this and see if it sticks or see if it works. Did you have a plan, or were you fumbling around in the dark?
I wasn't fumbling around in the dark, but I would also say, I mean, it's like I had a no plan, like, because this is basically what happens. Like, everybody thinks that actors are the only people that get typecast, but producers get typecast too. So I was typecast as a stand-up comedy producer. I wasn't even directing.
Let's talk about some of the comedy you produced. I made this some with Kevin Hart and others.
What I always say is, and I'm trying to sound like a jerk, but the easiest way to do this is like Sarah Silverman. That is the only comic within reason I haven't worked with.
Well, damn.
And I don't know why. Like, there's no reason for it. It's completely random.
Yeah, I'll say it's not personal.
You name anybody. I'm sorry to say yeah.
Okay. But it would seem like it's both a long leap away, and maybe not a long leap away from talking about the Marvel Cinematic Universe as far as, is it just entertainment, or are they more specific than that?
So what happened was, we did this show called Toys That Made Us for Netflix 5 years ago. And that typecast stuff, in a good way, in my opinion, as a company that could be trusted with pop culture stuff. And, like I said, when you typecast, you're typecast. So, if you're the short ball guy and you go in for an audition, who's sitting in the room?
Right.
25 other small guys. So, basically, we started taking all these meetings, and that led to movies that made us, Behind the Attraction, and Disney Plus, all these shows. We had a meeting with Vice. Vice was like, we love what you do. What can you do for us? And I always wanted to do a show, because the problem with movies that made us, it's one episode for an entire film. And I always wanted to do a much, much deeper dive, and that's what Icons on Earth is. It's a deep dive into a subject that everybody knows, but nobody really knows, like, how did it happen? Where did it come from?
When I saw Icons on Earth, Star Wars, and I would like to consider myself a Star Wars aficionado, and I'm sitting there watching like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that. And then you hear from people who you thought you knew, and they're connected, and you realize, oh, they're not exactly cool with that, or there was actually friction behind the scenes. Do you find yourself, and I've asked you this before, but I want to ask you this because we're in a different time slot now. Do you find yourself learning more than you thought that you would?
Every time, every show, everything. On the Star Wars show, the Marsha Lucas interview and the Anthony Daniels, his ex-wife for sure, but she also edited the film, and I could sit here for an hour and give you examples. Absolutely saved A New Hope, and I would argue also saved Return of the Jedi. Like, for example, with The New Hope, she edited the film. She was already an Oscar winner. She had to go do another movie with Scorsese. So she's on for like 2 months. She comes back and she watches a rough cut. They brought in another editor, and they had completely removed this thing called the force.
Yeah, it's just dumb. And Mark is the one who put it back. So, and I could talk for an hour telling you stories like this of what she did. So, she saved the movie. She saved the franchise. You and I are not talking about Star Wars without Mark DeLuca. Then Anthony Daniels, I don't know if I got 3PO. C-3PO, thank you. And I don't know if I got a lot. And this is the truth about interviewing people. You never know what you're going to get. Like, have they eaten enough that did they have a fight with their husband? Yeah. So you got Anthony in some mood. Because his wife was there. We sat in a hotel room in London, and like his wife was there, and I could see it out of the corner of my eye. And he'd be talking, and I'd look, and he did not look happy. Well, he didn't look happy. He was very quickly, and was not as wistful when he was remembering Star Wars. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you remember this or not, but he literally tells the story about how each cast member, including, what is it called, the guy who played Maisie, the guy who played Chewbacca, they all got a quarter point, but he did. And in terms of money and Star Wars, it's believed to be bare minimum or $40 million. So Mark Hamill, I guess about 10 years ago, his quarter point was worth about $36 million. So that was 10 years ago. You could do the math, but it's probably around 40 now. So imagine, he's in, talk about Anthony Daniels, he's in every movie. He's in like, how did he not get a quarter point? And if you listen to what he said, I just think George didn't like it. These are some of the types of stories that you will get, the behind the scenes, which haven't been told anywhere for the most part. And you may think you know a subject matter, but you honestly don't. But that's not why we're here today. I'm not going to talk about Star Wars. We're here to talk about Icon Hunters Marvel, which premieres tomorrow night at 6 p.m. on Vice TV. My guest in the studio is Brian Weiss, the director and also the CEO of the New Self Company. When we come back, we're going to get into Unearthed. Icons Unearthed, Marvel in Earnest. So keep it right here. It's later with Mo Kelly. KFI 840 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. Let's go to the KFI 24-hour news from an 8 days.
16 inches of snow fallen in the Sierra Nevada, bringing the total to about 16 feet of new snow. Other storms expected to roll into Northern California tomorrow Wednesday. The sons of the man who was shot and killed by an LA County Sheriff's deputy after he stabbed an elderly woman has sued the county and two deputies. The sons claim the use of deadly force against their dad was excessive and unreasonable. A woman in Florida floated an idea at a board meeting in Boca Raton that would make March 9th National Sugar Daddy Mommy Appreciation Day. Ashley Green lives in Boca Raton. She says it has the largest per capita population of sugar daddies in the U.S. Partly cloudy tonight, lows ranging from the 20s to the 40s, and sunny highs in the 50s and low 60s tomorrow. Got a crash in Irwindale on the weekend. So this is on the eastbound side where just before Vernon, a crash has only the partial lane open now. As a result of this wreck, it was a spill, and the spill is being cleaned up right now. Delays are backing up out of Florida, getting away from Buena Vista. The drive is also going to be tough as you make your way through Toluca Lake. This is the 134 westbound at Rankerson where they have the off-ramp off limits due to another wreck. And if you needed to exit there, just hop off at Cahuenga instead and watch the control traffic out of Burbank getting away from Hollywood Way. Now, if you're cruising around Universal City and you see that barn is closed, you can always give us an update. Pound 250, keyword KFI traffic. There was a down tree there earlier, and it looks like it may still be off limits between Lake Hollywood Drive and Coyote Canyon. So if you see it is, or if it isn't, you can always get an update. Pound 250, keyword KFI traffic. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. TRILLIONAIRE.com. Car prices are at all-time high. Our donors are now getting clients for you selling. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate. Giant heat transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just what's the break?
We all know how it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe it. The engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call every day at the marketplace. So now there's top reasons to visit Louisiana.
Ready guys, let's give away. Get a handy points on your website.
The 13th of February, and the number one reason.
It's Madness at Skyline Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of history is going bananas with college people all month.
Rolando, good time for everybody. It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having its big fall sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big fall sale by dialing 310 Kitchen, 310 Kitchen, and on the web at 310kitchen.com.
Honey, is that car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs. Ox gets it fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We can call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. Welcome to Play.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, the show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
God can do anything. And He puts this down from deep, deep pain to true joy and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Rihanna's net worth. What is her net worth weigh? Her account, $1.4 billion in $100 bills. Never $1 trillion. Well, no, wait, stop music. That's got to be one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Let's get Conway Jr. show. You ever held a $2 bill? Not often. Okay, live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. For following KFI newsroom in Lake Arrowhead and surrounding areas, some residents still remain snowed in. We are following also that water main break, which has created a sinkhole and led to a gas leak in the Buddha Beach. But if you just see him right now, I'm joined in the studio by Brian Goldwhite, who is the director of Icons Unearthed, Marvel. He's also president of the Maytel, and president and CEO of the Maytel company. This is the CEO. Okay, not only is he that, my goodness, you don't look at yourself. And then do another to yourself. But yes, that third one. You underachieve it. Well, fine now, fine. Let's get into Icons Unearthed Marvel, which premieres tomorrow night at 6 p.m. Why do you want to do Marvel? So the entire premise of the show is summed up in the title, icon. So it has to be something iconic on Earth. And for me, on Earth, what that means is, as it relates to this topic, and this is what the whole series is about, what you want to do is like, there's so many key things that people are inspired by. It changes career choices. It's what it's what so many billions of us do every year. No one knows. Like, he did the Simpsons for season 2. Like, the most diehard Simpsons fans, you hear from them every time an episode airs, all the time. You like, whatever, like, this is my favorite show. I've seen every episode. I have no idea how it got there. So that's what we try to do. So with Marvel, everybody just takes it for granted. Like, yeah, we made Iron Man, and it worked. And then we made the Hulk, and it worked. Then Disney bought us. Like, none of that was like, it was the most, it was almost like 150 Iron Man. It was almost like $150 million TV film, or even an art film. Like, everybody in the industry who was there was like, it was like Jeff Bridges said it best. Jeff Bridges was like, you know what? I'm feeling really angry every day. I like kick the wall in my trailer and get so annoyed with everybody. And then it just occurred to me, just depends on an art film. And he was like, yeah, so he was like, I knew it was going to be a disaster. I knew it would bomb. I had no desire to probably even go to the premiere. And then it saved my career. He was like, I literally was like getting half of my quotes when I made the movie, but I got a huge loss because they couldn't get anyone else to do it. Well, how many careers did it save other than Jeff Bridges and Robert Downey Jr.? I mean, he made everything. What's his name? Favreau was on the verge of being in jail. Like, he had just come off with 2 bombs. Like, and the reason he got it, which again is not very well known, he was obsessed with Iron Man. And he literally, he didn't even want to be out. He did out to get Iron Man. And then he lined back out
share, get everybody back
to do Iron Man because everybody forgets now that Disney didn't always own Marvel. Right. So at one point, Beeline was supposed to do Iron Man. So Favreau, who is not a takeout of Elf, to put it mildly, he did it. And he didn't even get the film, and he kind of goofed around for a little bit. Then he heard Marvel was getting ready to do it, and he just made the case, I'm your guy, I think you can read Iron Man. It got the gig, and then, you know what else? Robert Downey Jr.'s his choice. Yeah. Yeah, but that's it was his suggestion. I backed it, and you know, it worked. But they couldn't ensure Robert Downey Jr. hadn't like worked on a studio, and by the way, he wasn't the studio film. I mean, all the movies that got it's absolutely an independent film. Marvel, the comic book and toy company, got a $500 million loan, and now we that's how they all wanted to make that. So the bottom line is they made the movie, they couldn't really get anything going, but what happened was, and the reason they were able to get money and Merrill Lynch, and by the way, all of this is in the show, first I hope people are basically they didn't have the money. Then Blade came out. Blade was, yes, Blade was not only a monster hit, but I would argue maybe even more so than Batman '89. Let me put this in some context. We all know about the success story of Iron Man and how that's pursued within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So you're saying that Blade has much more to do with saving Marvel and putting it in a position to even go forth with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's 100% accurate, but the reason you would probably not expect. So Blade comes out, and Blade is a huge hit. But there's 2 problems with it. Well, one good thing and one bad thing. The good thing, it showed the community how to make a modern superhero film. And what I always say is, all you have to do is look at his armor. Look at his chest armor in the comics, and look at his chest armor in the movie. In the comics, it's the kind of thing that if you really look at it, will never stay off. It's like all these straps and all Velcro and stuff. In the movie, it looks almost identical, but it's simplified. Simple clip through. So just using that as a microcosm, the lady figured out how to take just a comic book. It's an unlimited budget when you make it. Right. So you can do anything. You can have a character spawn into 50 million clones spawn. That's another thing. But that's easy work. Like spawn is easy work. So Hollywood often so great because these things don't work. But here's the other thing that happened at Rage with Mark. Huge hit, monster hit, $45 million budget, did about $250 million worldwide, all of the ancillary, whatever. You know how much Marvel made? 25 million. You kidding? No. So that's what got Marvel, the leadership, to go, eventually they ended up at Merrill Lynch, to basically say, look, this movie works. This type of storytelling works. Who got 25 grand? We need money so we can do it ourselves. That's what led to Iron Man. Originally, by the way, it was supposed to be the Hulk. The Hulk was supposed to be the first film. But Lee Hulk or the Incredible Hulk was Ed Norton. The one that eventually became Ed Norton. But it was originally supposed to be Russo. It was always supposed to always be. Yet, Marvel said no to Ruffalo and cast Ed Norton. So, but that was supposed to be the first film. I told you the CEO of Marvel, he was a little, he never got the Hulk with humanity, I guess. That was it. So, he was like, let's just get a bunch of 12-year-olds in here. Let's just watch them play. So, they got all these 12-year-olds. They gave them Hulk figures. And they were kind of goofing off. Then they gave them Iron Man figures. And the kids were crazy. Flying, all that kind of stuff. And they're all sitting there watching the kids, and they're like, oh, yeah, I guess we're doing Iron Man. That's why Iron Man was the first movie. And that's why they got the money, so they could do it themselves. That was a great stopping point. If you just tuned in, my guest is CEO of Brian Volkweis, who's the director of Icons on Earth, Marvel, which premieres tomorrow on Vice TV at 6 p.m. It's the fourth season of the Icons on Earth series. They are all fantastic. The first season was Star Wars, the second was The Simpsons, the third was The Fast and Furious, and this is Icons on Earth Marvel. You will not find a better documentary out there. I mean that wholeheartedly. We have more with Brian Volkweis in just a moment. This is later with Mo Kelly. Still by 8:40, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app now. You can't buy 24-hour news from any day.
And I'm flying from LA to Boston. Has been arrested for allegedly trying to open the plane's emergency exit door mid-flight and trying to stab a flight attendant. 45 minutes before the plane touched down yesterday, a flight attendant confronted Francisco Torres for moving the emergency door handle to an unlocked position.
Court records said Torres then rose from his seat and stabbed the flight attendant with a metal spoon.
Then Syracuse passengers tackled the man. He was arrested and landed safely in Boston. Torres is charges of interfering with a flight crew and could send his life in prison if he's convicted. An LA County prosecutor has been awarded $1.5 million in a retaliation suit against DA George Gaston. The trial was the first of dozens of similar cases. Sean Randolph says Gaston's tenure has been an epic failure of leadership. He filed a complaint in October 2021, claiming when she complained about Gaston's policies, she was denied jobs and raises and was demoted. Lawyers for the LA County Counsel's Office unsuccessfully argued Randolph didn't suffer a demotion and ran for a pay cut, but it was just part of a reshuffling. Metro has introduced its first group of unarmed security ambassadors who will ride on trains and buses throughout LA County.
This will say all 300 new employees are successfully trained by Metro on a wide range of issues, including bus and rail operations, the Office of Civil Rights and Inclusion, customer experience, and system security and law enforcement. Our Nagari takes care of the Metro Board and says programs not intended to replace law enforcement on board, but will act as a deterrent before a crime happens. And when asked how the ambassadors were trained to handle a violent attack, Nagari said they'll call the police at Union Station. He's Gregory King News.
Arnold Schwarzenegger sold anti-Semites and other racist hate groups to stop going down the path of hate. In a 12-minute video on YouTube, he said he understands how people can turn to hate, but they should rise above it.
There has never been a successful movement based on hate. I mean, think about that. The Nazis, losers. The Confederacy, losers. The apartheid movement, losers. And the list goes on and on.
Because no matter how far hateful people are gone, he wants them to know they still have a chance to choose a life of strength. The mountain lions who roamed the Hollywood Hills for over a decade have been laid to rest in a tribal ceremony. The burial location is said to be in the Santa Monica Mountains, although the exact location has been disclosed. Native American tribes have been pushing for C-22 to be buried in Griffith Park, where he roamed for years after he left Santa Monica Mountain. C-22 was euthanized in December after he was hit by a car and was in pretty bad shape. Mountain lion is believed to be 12 years old. Southbound weather from 4-5 partly cloudy, lows in the 20s in Antelope Valley, 30s and 40s everywhere else. Becoming sunny tomorrow with highs around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA, and in the seas, 50s to low 60s for the valleys and Inland Empire, 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy Wednesday and Thursday, then a good chance for some rain Friday, and showers tapering off early Saturday. It's 51 and potential 48 in Mission Viejo. Still working on that pass in Irwindale in 210. So we're going to start off with the one that we mentioned last time. Coming from the eastbound side of the station before Vernon, where only the carpool lane is open due to cleanup after the theft. Traffic is loading up away from Buena Vista out of Glory. Now, on the westbound side of the 210, before the 605, this is another crash. It's blocking the carpool and left lane with a bunch of debris and the wreck, and that's keeping you slow getting away from Vernon Avenue. So to take a look at that drive as you make your way along the 101. This is southbound in Hollywood. Delays are filling in at Melrose, taking you ahead to the 110 freeway. And passing South LA, the 110 southbound. Via Expedition, it's targeting to out of lanes, and it's slowing you down from Adams. Head up on the side, helps get you there faster. Heading to Martinez.
Hey, Steve Sharp, water softeners add sodium to your water without even filtering it. Here is something better. A Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source filters water from every tap and keeps all the healthy minerals without maintenance, salt, or services. And right now, new customers can get a free AquaPure antibacterial filter with a qualifying purchase, a savings of $825. The offer ends soon, so call Life Source at 800-803-2696 or go to LifeSourceWater.com.
At Ralph, you'll find high-quality products at great prices in every aisle every day with the program. When you stock up on your household favorites for lower than low prices, it feels like a win. Shop now in-store or online. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
You can earn 4 times the pay points on your meat, seafood, deli, and bakery items through March 7th. Simply click your digital coupon and save more at the pump today. Restrictions may apply.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. They obviously have a price.
You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Snowbird Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The Snowbird Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website at snowbirdplumbers.com. The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-to-1, rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Bill DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Bill coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. Featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit and copy of the award-winning documentary, Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navaj Nasal Care, and I love Navaj. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navaj's powered pressure will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And the Navaj will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navaj? Let's test, quote, my doctor wanted me to do sparing rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use an Neti-Pot. Navaj uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navaj. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore, and stay healthier without drugs. Navaj is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call Route 4424 GIGA. 5 AM 640.
And I radio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Dr. David Banner, physician, scientist, surgeon, correlation, and visiting brings the whole human pattern. Then an accidental overdose of gamma radiation alters the body chemicals. And now, when David Banner goes on RioRabbi, starting metamorphosis sequences. And we're talking about icons on Earth. Marvel. Joining me in the studio right now is Brian White, who is the director of the series on Vice, which premieres tomorrow at 6 p.m. And Brian, you know that intro from the classic television series, The Incredible Hulk, starring Luke Rigno, who's also in this series. What's it like when you're bridging not only the gap as far as the age gap, but I would say just the generational gap? You have the icons of the 1970s who set in motion, I believe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe that you see today. What does that do for you as a fan as well as a director?
So, I mean, I'm very good at separating my fandom from my job, for lack of a better expression. So I'm very, like, in fact, people I work with are actually annoyed at how good I am at like, there's a toy company where I'm like a little legal steward. I'm still buying their product. And it's real bad, legal situation. But, and you know, I'll post a picture. I would post whatever pictures, whatever, like I just got back from New York, posted all the toys I got when I was in New York, Olympic toy collector, right? But, and you know, colleagues of mine are like, hey, why are you advertising? I'm like, I'm not advertising. I bought their toys. They don't need me. I didn't help them sell more stuff. There's like 15 minutes. There's nothing to do with our lawsuit. So anyway, that's your question. I'm just like, you know, we do the best we can. Like, Luke Rigno, by the way, for example, I grew up on that show. I love that show. Anyway, I don't know if he listens to KFI all the time. Hello, Lou. If you're listening, I love you. It's a reunion. It's a listen. By the way, I don't think he's ever put this in a special. It's one of my favorite jokes of all time. Dave Chappelle, about 20 years ago, used to do this joke where he's like, yeah, as a kid, I used to watch the Hulk, and I'm watching it, and I'm like, one day I'm like, maybe it's you. Every week you go to a new town. Every week you have a problem. And then turn up the door. Yeah, it's like, here it's you. But anyway, ever since I heard him say that probably 20 years ago, so any time I see that Alt Step show, or I see this radio or anything, I always hear Lou, Chappelle go, it's you. But anyway, the best thing about Lou's interview, he talks about Ed Norton Hulk, then you see him talking about the Ruffalo Hulk. Really? I mean, literally two different people talking practically.
I can't wait to see that, because I can only wonder, he can be a tricky at times. You know? Yes.
You know, he doesn't warm up that quickly, I guess how I put it, but I would just say I've interviewed way quicker than I've interviewed people where I'm like, you wouldn't voluntarily agree to do. I didn't have your daughter with a gun to her head in the other room. Like, just say no, don't do the interview. But yeah, so that's what I've dealt with.
So we're talking off air, and so what was the...
Hey, that was off the record.
We're off the record now? Okay. No, we were talking off the air about some stuff that we can't talk about on the air, but some of the stuff that we talked about off the air that we can talk about on the air is what was the thing that made the Marvel Cinematic Universe happen?
Well, it's funny. Like, I love the Simpsons, but I'm not like a lunatic Simpsons. So when that season got greenlit, all I had to do was massive amounts of research. And I learned about the Simpsons from my research. With Marvel, I mean, like, I'll give you one story to put this in context. I used to go to summer camp every summer. That's when you go to summer camp, by the way, in case you didn't know that. Not in the middle of the winter. So I would literally all year long tell my mom, I need that black blanket, I need that black blanket, make sure I have that black blanket all year. And then it was probably wasn't necessary. I got it within 5 minutes of the first time I started doing it. But it was because I needed a black blanket so I could be under the blanket reading comic books, and the counselors couldn't see me there. So I've been into Marvel since I've been like 8. So I didn't think there was really that much for me to learn, and I was like doing research, and there was a lot for me. And something that I do when I direct, I always look for what I call the final column. I'm always like, what's the column of the story? So I know Marvel, I love Marvel, but I've been checking it out for 3 decades. So I'm like, what's the final column? This is the final column of the entire season. When they were shooting Avengers, Captain America and Thor had not come out. So while they're in Albuquerque shooting Avengers, they're literally sitting there with their fingers crossed, being like, well, I hope Captain America does well, because these are going to be some really bad movies. We're going to be in a lot of trouble if it didn't work. And Thor didn't do exceptionally well. I mean, it did fine. I guess it did over $150, which is what they always use it to do. But, as you know, both of those movies, not because of the movies, but because of the characters, these are really, it's what I like to call short runways. These are strange movies. These are strange stories. So the fact that Marvel had the confidence within radio, so I'll say the word confidence, but I'm thinking a different word. But the fact, yeah, can I say cojones? The fact that Marvel had the cojones to greenlight a $200 million movie with 5 leads, and 2 of them haven't even come out yet. So Captain America comes out 3 weeks into shooting. Again, it's easy now to think, what if it, oh, it's Captain America, he's destined to be big. No, it wasn't. It was a weird-ass period piece. The guy's using weird CGI. By the way, that's another thing in the episode about Captain America. They wrapped the film not even knowing if the techniques they would use to make him look cool worked. They shot every single scene 3 times because they didn't know if the technology. So 3 weeks into Avengers, Captain America comes out and it works. And they're like, woohoo! 2 weeks before they wrap, Thor comes out. And it was like, just to understand, statistically speaking, over the last 100 years, 80% of Hollywood movies lose money. And I don't believe Marvel lost money until the 10th. Let that sink in.
Let's pause right there. They didn't lose money until like last year, basically.
Yeah, in the middle of COVID, by the way. Like, COVID was still going on. They took a huge risk, basically being like, let's start from scratch. And we still made a decent small profit. But when I always say therapy, like, for me, what the control experiment is for Marvel, is a good example, is doing fine.
Right.
They've been making it for 50 years. They've made fewer Bond films than Marvel movie has made in 20 years. And Bond films have bombed.
I think that's pretty much says it all. We got to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to tie all these up with the bows. We talk about Icon Hunter Marvel with Brian Boatwright, its director, and also CEO. If before you realize everyone, the iHeartRadio app now, so if I put our newsroom in the museum.
The people in San Bernardino Mountains are still cut off and stuck after several feet of snow fell. Officials are warning another storm could hit the area, and sheriff is warned it could be another week until they can reach everyone. A judge is set to announce his verdict tomorrow in the non-jury trial of a woman in Lancaster and her boyfriend, who are charged with torturing and murdering her 10-year-old son, Anthony Avila, who died in 2018. Both are facing charges of murder and torture. Several roads around the Dolby Theater have already been closed. The crews roll out the red carpet and get ready for the Academy Awards. Streets are going to be closed through next week. Train and bus services will be rerouted. The Academy Awards are Sunday night. Partly cloudy tonight and tomorrow morning, sunny in the afternoon, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Got a crash in South LA on the 110. Different on the southbound side just before Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, and they're clearing it out of the bus lanes. The traffic pretty slow moving, getting away from Allen. Also in downtown LA, this is on the 10, making your way eastbound, and it's Cat Central, where another vet is wrapping up an SUV from living away from St. Peter's Street. It was pretty before moving in Irwindale. You saw a couple things happening. On the westbound side of the street cut before you 605, a car was being cleared out of the parking and Musling, going down from Vernon. On the eastbound side, just before Vernon, that's where only the carpool lane is open. They're cleaning up a spill as a result of this wreck, and that's slowing things down from the 605 KFIA side. Helps get you there faster. I'm Info Martinez.
This report is sponsored by Stand Up the Cancer. We're watching Grab Cold welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. He's looking at the cigarettes, but he just grabs the job off the counter. Stand Up the Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org. You have heart failure and often do this. Today's stomach is really reverse that.
You're too tired to get that stand off.
We haven't touched the tools to diagnosis. If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come see a cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. On Ice-T's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. And your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to Ice-T's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Imagine air travel that's simple and hassle-free. That's Surf Air. Save hours on every trip. Fly on your own schedule, avoid crowded terminals, and never stand in another line again. As a Surf Air member, you're in control of your travel day. SurfAir.com. Stress-free, easy air travel. Get a free quote on your next flight at SurfAir.com. There's a better way to fly. SurfAir.com. A good night's sleep is more important than ever. A good night's sleep, you're great for the next day. A bad night's sleep, you're miserable the next day. And if you add all those days and nights up, you know how important this is. The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed is all about proven quality sleep and makes the difference. You customize, adjust each side of the bed, your firmness level, comfort level. That's your sleep number. Mine happens to be 100. If I don't get a good night's sleep, I am not a happy camper the next day. And my friends, I had any and co-workers know it. Now, through April 10th, save $1,200 on the Sleep Number 360 i10 Smart Bed, plus special financing through today. Subject to credit approval, go to sleepnumber.com for details, and you'll only find these beds at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. 30 stores in Southern California, including Glendale, Valencia, Santa Monica, Studio City. Sleepnumber.com, that's sleepnumber.com. This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Coleman, founder of Rotherhill Plumbing. I was named Ogana after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was pleased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of Ogana, and it means to honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me. So staying true to myself and Rotherhill Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rotherhill Plumbing means true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my phone number is on the back of every Rotherhill Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll keep your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you. CL 102-8886. Portions of the following program will be recorded. I never bought supplements. I never bought Ginkgo biloba or penis cream. Well, forget those. God, I tried every one of those. None of them work. They'll handle little TMI, or maybe a little TMI. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Marvel, move the world. Okay, this is a good move. You know how to spin, right? If the takeover is working easy, I am really not a household name, so that was a big risk right out of the gate. I was disappointed. I didn't expect that much. It was so unsuccessful, they took another 10 years
it's for another Marvel character as we appear as a roses. I know the real origin story. And I just think about, you think of one of ideas that you get? No!
Cinematic universe ever.
It's a pain of something. Marvel pays the bill. It could be Marvel.
It made $1.5 billion worldwide, the highest opening again of all time. Yeah, the slogan for Marvel will be this: everything to today. Icons out, Marvel. New series premieres Tuesday, March 7th at 9. It's ready with my 745. It's recorded live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm finishing my conversation with Brian Bolt Weiss, who's the director of Icons Unearthed Marvel. And Brian, I saw you as you were listening to the trailer, you just kind of nodded your head, and to me it seemed like you were remembering some of those conversations and some of the things which just stuck with you. Am I right in that regard?
Yeah, but more than that, like, I worship CI. Like,
That was the first voice that they heard.
yeah, and I mean, I saw them in concert 15 years ago, maybe even more at this point, I don't know. But, like, interviewing him was just crazy. Like, first of all, and this doesn't happen to me that often, but, like, I had to put myself in, be cool. Like, I couldn't reach out, I couldn't be enough face, so that was going on. And then he was so funny. Like, he was so funny. And, like, he was so honest. He answered every question with tremendous honesty. His team, and they were doing their job. Like, I'm not criticizing them. But his team was like, you got an hour, you got an hour, you got an hour. 2.5 hour interview. Like, he just, and I, like, because I never want to take advantage of people. I was like, just, it's been an hour. And he was like, you have to go? And I'm like, no, I don't have to go. I want to make sure you're cool. I can't, I'm great. So that's why I smiled, because I hadn't heard that in probably a couple months.
I know people are reading right now. Some of them might say, well, I watch the Marvel movies every now and then. They're not my cup of tea. What would be the takeaway for them? For someone who may not be a Marvel fan, but to best contextualize and understand the impact of the Marvel Cinematic Universe on the movie industry, as we know.
So, if anybody says that they don't like Marvel movies, and they're not for them, I always say the same thing. I always ask the same question. Have you seen it? And if they say, I watched half of, Black Widow, I'll be like, I get it. Just try again. Like, yes, there's a lot of green screens. Yes, there's a lot of guys and girls with swords and lasers killing hordes of enemies. Does that get old? Sometimes, yes, it does. But the thing that I think makes Marvel, there's a lot of heart. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of heart. And that really makes it different than many other superhero films, especially the ones before it. Rumor has it, there's another company, I think right next to us, that also makes superhero movies. Maybe they don't, maybe they're not great on the whole heart thing yet, but I think they will be soon. I heard there's change of leadership recently. But the other thing that makes Marvel, but I feel like they don't get much credit for it. They kind of do now, but there's so much comedy. And it's not like the comedy. They're like making fun of themselves. They're making fun of the other characters. They're goofing around. They're busting each other's chops. But that's another word. I would normally use a different word. But we're on radio. We're on radio. I'm from New York. This is hard for me. I'm very attention, by the way. But my point is, like, it's so much comedy. And give that a try. You like to laugh. You like to feel things. You don't only have to watch independent movies or rom-coms. Try Iron Man. I don't know anyone who doesn't love Guardians of the Galaxy. You should try Guardians of the Galaxy. Start with Guardians. It is a perfect A-plus movie. And I don't mean A-plus Marvel movie. I don't mean an A-plus action movie. It is an A-plus film that I would put up there against any other movie ever made.
Marvel has always been great at storytelling and get us emotionally invested in the characters. Now, I know someone might have come into this conversation midway in, and I always say, listen to the podcast because you cover a lot for I both wise. But for someone who may want to tune in tomorrow night, what would you say, other than the obvious, tune in tomorrow at 6 p.m. West Coast time to see Icons on Earth Marvel?
If you think you know Marvel, you don't. If you think you understand what makes it hit, you don't. If you think they're successful, you have no idea. What they have built is unprecedented in the approximately 110 years of the American film, the world film industry. Nobody has done what they've done. And we break it down, and we show you, you think they're successful? They are, but do you understand the risk that this company and these people took, doubling down after doubling down after doubling down? And there's a lot of that. So,
Oh, yeah, that's the best part. We were talking about some of that off there.
yes, we will. Let's see that.
So, Brian, we talked a number of times. You're always welcome on the show. Anytime when you have your next season of Icons on Earth, please come back and see it.
It would be an honor. I always have a blast. Especially now that we're in person.
That's right. It's fantastic. Thank you, Greg. Yeah, you can afford it. In way to Remote Kelly, here by AM 640, we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. More stimulating talk without even lifting a finger. Hey, wrong finger. Just tell your smart device to play KFI AM 640.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
And unlike the source, I'm in the Washington 24-hour news of a Republican Assemblywoman representing Southwest County coastal areas has written a gun control bill.
AB 758 will not impact by users who follow the law.
Assemblywoman Diane Dixon says she's a proud supporter of the Second Amendment, but those guns are a problem.
This bill specifically targets individuals who use unregistered guns because they are untraceable in order to commit crimes.
She says the bill is making its way through committee.
It creates an enhancement charge.
She says if the person possessing of those guns during a felony 2 additional years, that goes up to 3 additional years if the ghost gun was used or attempted to be used during the crime. In South Orange County, 4 big carsons by years.
Comedian Pete Davidson and actress Kate Three Wonders have crashed in Beverly Hills. Davidson lost control of the Mercedes he was driving and jumped a curb Saturday night, and then hit a fire hydrant and crashed into the side of the house. Police in Beverly Hills say no one was injured. Police are looking for a driver accused of stealing their car from someone's home, then shooting at the car's owner's friend, who posted in LA. A man allegedly stole a Dodge Charger's mom and loaded onto a white tow truck this morning. Officials say the owner's friend followed the driver on the 10. The CHP says the driver was the truck and fired several rounds at the friend before getting into an SUV and driving off. Officials in New York say they're trying to figure out what caused the crowd to surge after a rap concert in Rochester. Police Chief David Smith said that at least 10 people were injured last night.
Sadly, one of the victims has passed away. The 2 others are certainly in serious condition, still fighting for their lives.
Rapper Gorilla has just finished performing and people started to panic as they left the arena. Police say there's no evidence of shots fired or anyone being shot or stabbed. There also been reports of a second person has died. Iran's supreme leader says there were people responsible for the alleged poisoning of girls at schools across the country who defended to death for committing an unforgivable crime. More than 50 schools have been attacked since November, and politicians suspect they may have been targeted by religious extremists who tempted law students from receiving an education. ABC's Inez de la Cortera says a criminal investigation is underway as officials have admitted hundreds of girls have suffered from a mild poison attack. One boys' school has also been attacked. A person traveling on a business jet from New Hampshire to Virginia has died as a result of severe turbulence. Officials say the plane was carrying 5 people when it was forced to land in Connecticut on Friday. The National Transportation Safety Board says the turbulence did not affect airport operations. Where the passengers not known. Many people may be feeling the weight of the world on their shoulders as well as on the rest of their bodies.
According to the new report, more than half the world will be obese by 2035. The new study from the World Obesity Federation also points out what it calls a concerning rise in childhood obesity rates. Based on current trends, childhood obesity could double from the levels in 2020. The agency notes obesity can lead to numerous health issues, including high blood pressure, coronary heart disease,
Youngsley, KFI News. A restaurant in Laguna Beach has started a $14 million expansion project to help injured sea lions and seals. Pacific Marine Mammal Center's Dr. Alyssa Deming says construction crews will boost capacity at the rescue from 125 to almost 200 animals. They've been really accommodating to ensure sea lions in-house, while we're starting our construction, are not disturbed at all. I'm using special techniques to decrease the noise, and we do certain things to ensure the air quality is good. And the expansion includes a water reclamation plant that will take 15,000 gallons of water per day. The project will also include a new treatment room for surgeries, endoscopies, and ultrasounds, and is complete next year. Southland weather from KFI, partly cloudy, chilly, lows in the 30s and 40s, dipping into the 20s and 30s in the Antelope Valley. The 55 tomorrow morning, clearing out to sunny skies for the afternoon, highs around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland Sea, 50s to low 60s for the valleys and Inland Empire, 40s and 50s for the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy with highs in the 50s to low 60s Wednesday, warming up a few degrees for Thursday, then cooling back down, and we've got a 50% chance of rain Friday. It's 49 in Yorba Linda, 52 Irvine, 52 in Carson, 53 in Huntington Beach. Still working on that crash in Irwindale in the 210. There's a lot of cleanup going on here on the eastbound side, and that is before Azusa. That's where the last step, only the carpool lane was open, and the way is still a huge mass single digits away from the 605. It's starting to back up onto the 605 northbound, just approaching the 210 freeway, especially that eastbound connector. Now, it looks like the other wreck in Owendale on the 210 westbound coming up on the 605 is wrapped up, and going to clear out to that stretch. So to take a look at some slow traffic in South LA, this wreck on the left-hand southbound at Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. It appears to be out of lanes, but traffic still looking a little heavy getting away from Adams. Hey, Brian, it's Stein. Hope safety there faster. I'm Nico Martinez.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Divide Nasal Care, and I love Divide.
Oh,
I
no,
told you about how your nasal Divide care system. The device is powerful to help flush out allergies, viruses, yeast, and germs. And the device will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I do so much better, unquote. Those are true of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was a mess. Always itching his paws, was soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like seeing doctors and steroids into your dog all the time. Yeah, you know, he has to eat that Dynamite is the trick. And probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. So Bailey has been 12 weeks old. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he has 0 issues today. He won't eat the food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog actually salivates like I'm giving them the food. He's all over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog.
And your dog will be.
I get my Dynamite from VINOVITV.com.
If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law firm with the experience to win. Choose Jacoby and Myers. More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station.
Because of the HIV virus that I have attained, I will have to retire from the labor today.
IOP International Committee approved the recommendation from its own ethics committee to ban every immediate Tokyo game.
Beyond the box score for Jackie Ray.
Blue-filled stadiums, we've broken viewing records, we're still paid less than our Malcano.
Beyond the box score for Jackie Ray.
Let's go, since it's all for me.
This later was Mo Kelly, KFI 8 reporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some stories we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Long Beach pilot program may send civilians to some mental health related. Police reporter for the Long Beach Post and WNBA correspondent. Let's step on some toes tonight, Jackie Ray. Let's get some real triggers out there. There's going to be real trigger conversation. Let's talk about the girls' high school basketball team who forfeited the game because it refused to play against the team with a transgender female player, one from male to female. Now, from your from the way you agree or disagree with this, for me it's very simple. Sports in theory are predicated on fair play.
Right.
It's on about a physical even playing field and also rules even playing field. And the physiology of someone of a transgender woman still has the hormones of the testosterone of a biologically in terms of sex, male individual. And I think creates an unfair playing field. And I side with the girls' basketball team who refuse to play. Where you come out on it?
I'm always going to side with the women that take this stance, and it's not to exclude. As it is, I think just like there was a time when women had to fight to have their own divisions, and I think that's where we are. I think it only makes sense to have transgender divisions, and the pushback on that is always, well, there's probably not enough transgender women who want to play. At one point, there wasn't enough women who wanted to play, not because they didn't want to play, but because they were just used to there not being outlets for them to do so. So it took time to build up to that. It's the same thing I say with the WNBA. You're expected to have NBA success, and you're a baby compared to the NBA. You can't expect to just jump into a situation. You have to put in the same work that women had to do to get to where they are. And I think that when you're talking about sports, for those of us who are like true sports fans, there are in every single sport. And there's reason for that. And it's not only for the safety of the players, but like you said, to protect the integrity of the game and to, as much as possible, make sure everyone's on an even playing field. So this is a no-brainer to me. I'm almost tired of hearing this narrative because I think I'm not a transgender person, so I'm not going to speak to that. But for me, I'm 125 pounds, so I'm not trying to fight a 155-pound woman if that was a thing. I would want to be on an even playing field, and if they told me I had to be in a situation where I'm going to have to do that, I would fight that I could have an even playing field with playing with someone or other people who are similar to me. And I think that's the only fair way and the only logical way to resolve this.
So why is it seemingly so difficult to get to that portion of the discussion? Unfortunately, it gets bogged down seemingly in cries of homophobia, transphobia, or we're being unfair to the trans community. And I say this with great love and respect for my trans brothers and sisters. I think this is the wrong fight to fight.
And I think so. I see this fight on TikTok all the time, and I be wanting to dive in, but I have really a good job of I try not to jump in, but I think the biggest problem with this is transgender women say we are women, full stop, and they don't understand that that's not. There's a comma and a continuation of that sentence. It's not a full stop. So you are negating the women who are women, full stop. And you're saying, hey, we're just like you. You're not. We are never going to have shared experiences across the board. And I think instead of pretending like those experiences aren't real and pretending like all of a sudden because you identify as such that we have shared experiences, embrace the difference. And when you embrace the difference, then it's easier to say, we probably do need our own division. But when you're trying to just say, no, we're just like you, and you're not, then it becomes, oh, well, if you don't believe that I'm just like you, then now you're transphobic. And I think
fully
about how
understand
sick he was.
the difference between gender
And
and sex.
we all thought he was sick as
The biological, the physiological expression of not expression, but the physiological differences between male and female.
Right.
It's on a biological level.
Right.
That's the argument. Now, gender is the expression of that, the social construct of that, and what we expect a boy or a girl to do, that dress, their hair, and everything like that. Why is it we haven't even figured out how to just have that conversation?
Because in order to have that conversation, you have to embrace the differences. And that's what it comes down to. If you're going to have that conversation of the difference between gender and sex, you also have to embrace the difference between how you're biologically made versus how you identify. They're two very different things, and just because you identify, even if you go to the surgery, you still have to do a level of things in your life that I don't have to do hormonal therapy. On top of that, there's things you're never going to go through. One of the phrases that triggers me is like birthing woman or birthing person. That it just becomes more on personal. I want to be logical. All right. I don't want to step on any toes. I want to be logical. I'm not a birthing person. I'm a woman. So again, if all of a sudden we have to redefine what a woman is, that's where the problem is. A woman is a woman, full stop. A transgender is a woman, comma. Continue on however you want that to continue on. But until we really embrace the differences of that, then we're going to always have this problem.
Jackie Ray, if you hang around for another segment and step on some other toes,
Yeah, I got it.
because I get to live my career. That's Mr. Motel, send it on to me. Send it on to me. I can take it. Because on the other side of this, we're going to talk about the Alabama girls basketball team. Denied the championship after being forced to play in the boys' league. Winning the boys' league. And then not getting a trophy.
Yep.
It's later with Motel. KFI 8640 will live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's go to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and anything.
Tribal leaders, scientists, and conservation advocates have buried P-22, the mountain lion, in an undisclosed location in the Santa Monica Mountains where he roams for years. The cat was famous for wandering near the Hollywood Sign and in Griffith Park, died last year. A judge in Riverside County ruled a man accused of selling 10 female-based pills that killed the 29-year-old resident of Norco must stand trial for second-degree murder. The county register reporter's county clerk's office has begun sending vote-by-mail ballots out to registered voters in the City Council's 6th district. A special election to replace Nuri Martinez is being held. She resigned a seat following racist remarks she made in a recorded meeting. The special election is set for April 4th. The runoff scheduled for June 27th if necessary. Partly cloudy with lows ranging from the 20s to mid-40s, becoming sunny tomorrow with highs in the 50s and 60s. That's a crash on the 210. Still working on it. From the eastbound side of Ellendale before Vernon, that's where it looks like it's just the carpooling that's open, and it's also because crews are out there cleaning up after it's so that because the Gulf is distressed. But the drive still is jammed. Singles with the speeds away from the 605, even the 605 north to the 210 east ramp, it's completely jam-packed right now. That's all doing okay. So no problems there. Now, there's a lot of roadwork coming up. Watch for Caltrans crews on the scene at Corona, because at the 1691, looks like they've already shut down the connector from the 16 north to the 91 west. And I'm thinking for traffic on that 16 southbound, backing up from just above Hidden Valley Parkway to roll towards the 91. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
This recording is sponsored by JSX Airlines. Enjoy private jet first at airline prices we find JSX on jet service changes the way you fly from Burbank and LAX. Check your playlist before your flight and take time flying between private terminals on 32 jets, Cletus South, lines, and Special Lines. Visit JSX.com and book your flight today.
Have an old or unused car taking up space? Turn it into a valuable tax deduction with a simple donation to Cars for Kids. With over 100 towers ready to pick up your car in any condition, Cars for Kids makes donating your vehicle a breeze. No wonder they have a 4.9 rating on Trustpilot. Let Cars for Kids do the work for you. Just fill out a quick form at carsforkids.org, and someone will reach out to arrange your pickup sometimes as soon as the next day. Say goodbye to the hassle of filling, and hello to quick, convenient pickup with a maximum tax deduction. Donate your car today by calling 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org.
On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Children, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? Now, really? The feature was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a decoy. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
They always choose stars. If you are ready for that new dream kitchen, now is the perfect time, because the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of Southern California, the Kitchen Store, is having this massive winter sale. Everything from conventional entry-level cabinets to literally any custom configuration imaginable, the Kitchen Store has got you covered. Imagine just one place to find every door,
electronics, storage options, hinge, and hardware accessories on the market. You'll find it all and more in Southern California's largest kitchen design showroom, waiting for you right off the 405 in Culver City. And as always, it all starts with a totally free in-showroom consult with one of the kitchen store's expert kitchen designers. 12-month famous cash financing, pricing that beats the big boxes, and happening right now, the huge winter sale. Start the new system right by dialing 310 Kitchen. That's 310 Kitchen, or find them on the web at 310kitchen.com. You're probably fed up with being stuck in endless lines and backlinks. Try simplifying your travel with Surfair. As a Surfair member, you'll save an average of 2 hours on every flight and completely avoid busy airports. You can choose from thousands of aircraft and arrive at smaller airports closer to your home, all while flying on your own schedule. Surfair.com, the best alternative to commercial air travel. There's a better way to fly. Surfair.com. Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm Jonathan Coleman, founder of ROTHSCHILD Plumbing. You're hosting a party, the water's on the floor, and your guests have to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own ROTHSCHILD Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humbled. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77. Call iHeartRadio gives you access to all of your favorite radio stations. Check the One Show. Check it in. All of the once-in-a-lifetime music. All three you go. All of the best free shows. My favorite music will go over. All the great podcasts for every interest. Plus, they don't want you to know all of the mind-blowing content. $20,000 odds on your favorite superstars. The stage off in the Foo Fighters. And best of all, the special content. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now. What I love about Wake Up Call is that it's a mix of international, but with a national focus of what's happening here. And it's the coolest picture in the morning that has just a big, broad brushstroke of what's going on in the world right now. And that's just awesome for me. Wake Up Call with Jennifer Jones live 5 to 6 a.m. on JFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. As I continue my conversation with Jackie Ray, our regular commentator. She's a Long Beach Post reporter and WNBA correspondent. Jackie Ray, let's step on some more toes. Let's step it on. I mean, you started with sophisticated lady. Yeah, I know. And that was intentional. Alabama girls basketball team denied championship after being forced to play in boys' league and winning it. Let me give you some backstory. The Alabama youth girls basketball team was told they would lose their practice facility unless they agreed to play in a boys' league. Agreed. Then went on to win the whole thing. Yet was denied the championship trophy. Instead, the trophies were given to the boys. To be clear, were beaten by the girls in the league finals. I don't know what to make of it. It's painfully obvious. You put this false hurdle for the girls to get over. They got over that, and they beat the boys. And you still don't want to give them the trophy. And I wanted to do this story in juxtaposition of the other one. My first question is, why are we so consumed with gender?
Because gender is real. In my head, I'm just like, oh Lord, I can't. But gender is real. It's a real thing. I think we're trying to be in this society now where gender is fluid, And it can, and that's subjective. If you want it to be fluid, that's fine, but gender is real. There are definite differences, physical differences, biological differences between men and women. We are not the same. Which is fine. And I still, I'm going to fall back to what I said. I don't know what has happened in our society where we have to put in everyone in one pot and create this mush instead of experiencing the differences and embracing the differences. I don't know why that is. But this story in particular, it's kind of one of my favorites because in my head, now I created a whole scenario backstory as to why this happened. I feel like this is one of those agendas, and I think they're trying to use the kids to push an agenda. Personally, that's what I think.
Who is using which kids?
I feel like the hopeful, the intended outcome was these girls were going to either say no because they didn't want to play with the men, or the boys, or they were going to put the brake feet off them. That was the intended outcome. So then you can say, see, girls should not be playing with boys. But then when the flip happened, I feel like the machismo, the patriarchy kicked in, and they were like, how dare you? But I think they skipped a very important part of the story. And biologically speaking, women start developing between the ages of 10 and 11. That's when they start their journey into puberty. Boys, 11 and a half. So you're a year and a half too early for this agenda.
I say this as someone who's officiated youth and high school basketball for the better part of 30 years.
Okay, so you have a great insight.
And I officiated for city.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the age range that I'm working with. It is not uncommon to have mixed gender teams. The girls be playing with the boys because to your point, there may not be enough girls teams.
Right.
And usually at this point, they're more physically developing and athletic
exactly
than the boys. And so to use the terminology, it's not uncommon for them to get the break feet off.
Right.
By the girls.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see what this is rhetorical. I don't see what the issue is because especially at this point in their development, it's okay for them to play this together. There's not a physiological.
Exactly. That has to break it right. Yeah. So I think the fact that they don't want to give these girls their trophies isn't about them not being good and not winning. It's about we don't want the boys to feel like they just have to break feet off and buy some girls. And we're going to give them this participation trophy so they still have that. But you don't want to break down the team long.
So don't they have to know they got a trophy, they didn't win? I know when I lost in the playoffs in 6th grade, I was playing for TRILLIONAIRE. We lost to Magruder. We lost by 22 points. So that's why I still remember that.
I
still feel it. And there was this guy, Dwayne Material, who was busting my ass. He crossed me over. I remember to this day, I didn't have a good game. But if you would have done the trophy, I would have hated it.
Oh, yeah. But that's the thing, though. We're not in the participation trophy era. This is this is like, you have to protect your feelings. You have to feel good about yourself, not the girl self. Everybody else has to feel good about themselves. That's what it feels like. Because at the end of the day, what you could have done, you could have given a first and second place. Or you could have said, hey, this isn't really your division. We're still salute you. We're going to give you a trophy. Y'all are going to get the division trophy. Or whatever. You could have played it both ways. So these are kids we're talking about right now. These are not adults. These are children. So you really made women understand that they live in a world where even if they are the best, they probably won't be acknowledged as such. And now you have these little kids learning that they can be men, and they will always win. They always have the upper hand.
I gotta ask you this question, Paul, because you are father of a girl close, the daughter close to this age. If your daughter was on this team, what do you tell your daughter? That's absolutely. Yeah. And I'm probably going to smack that trophy from along the boys' side, smack in their face. So they understand you got energy within each of your life by my daughter. She is better than you. That's the whole point of this tournament. Is to prove who is better, not who plays. No, damn that. My daughter wins, she's getting a trophy, or it's all hell breaks. Okay, let me put that same question. Let's go back a few years, and your son is playing on the boys' team.
And he gets the break.
Okay, look, I'm gonna tell you this. When my son was playing soccer in FCYO, whatever the YFO is out, right? The YFO Park, right? With the little kids and this bunch of kids running around shooting the ball. You'll never know what they're doing. You got a coach who's way too serious. My son's team lost, and they still got a trophy. And I said, what in the hell are you teaching my child? He lost. He needs to understand he lost, not that he won just for showing up. What kind of a dick? He's out. He's out. We're not going back. This is the last time you will see him in this park. Kicking this little ball around.
And here's how we proceed to angry fire because
Well, he was.
it's okay because the narrative is like, oh, we want them to feel good, exactly what you said, just for showing up.
No.
And that's not how life is.
We talk about life lessons. I learned more by losing against Newton, against Magruder. When I was in trade at South High School, we were getting our asses beat by Centennial and others. I remember those games to this day. But it also built character that me.
I would say we need to know all the names of the girls that are on this team, though, because I would bet my last dollar that they're going to take over something. Just because, just like they're holding on to that Magruder game,
Yep.
they're going to hold on to this, and they're going to know that there are men out there that are going to say they beat them, and they did it, and that's going to resonate in a way that they're going to take over something.
Awesome, Mo. No Disney listen. I hope Disney does a little film on them.
On Netflix.
Someone needs to pick up that story and go big with it. Yeah, that's the movie I would like to see.
Mm-hmm.
Jackie there?
Yes.
It's always good to see you.
Always good to be here.
Can I see you next week?
Absolutely.
That sounded wrong. Okay. We're not going to show next week. Look, don't put stuff where it is. The whole thing came out. That came out really wrong. Let me just hurry and get this commercial. This video was most Keller. Can't buy instant 40 Real Live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app now, so you get a 24-hour news film in any case.
The Santa Clarita Valley Sheriff Station has warned people to protect their jewelry after getting several reports of theft. Indicated jewelry is being stolen by a pair of thieves, and the elderly are being targeted. They say thieves approach people at shopping centers and distract them by engaging with prayer with them or asking for directions. Sometimes they're even swapping out fake jewelry for the real thing. Anyone with information has been asked to call the sheriff's department. And that's in charge of causing explosions that knocked out power to thousands of people in the San Francisco Bay Area. San Jose police say surveillance video and cell phone tracking has linked a man to explosions at two Pacific Gas and Electric transformers from December and January. They say they searched his home Friday, found explosive materials, and an inactive meth lab, and arrested him. Former Boy Meets World actor Ben Savage is officially running for Congress in California's 30th congressional district. He says he's running because it's time to restore faith in government by offering innovative, compassionate solutions to the country's issues. Also says it's time for new leaders who can move the country forward. Savage is running for Democratic Representative Adam Schiff's seat, while Schiff runs for Senator Dianne Feinstein's seat. The FBI is calling a woman's death on a cruise ship bound to the Bahamas suspicious and is looking into it. The woman was found unresponsive during the Carnival Sunshine Cruise late last month.
And despite life-saving efforts, the passenger was pronounced dead. Carnival did not identify the passenger, but says the deceased and her husband left the ship in Nassau, and Bahamian authorities conducted an autopsy.
ABC's Brian Clark says the FBI checked out the passenger's home once the ship returned to Charleston on Saturday. Carnival Cruise Line says it is fully cooperating with the FBI. A couple of would-be carjackers in Houston ended up being their own worst enemies. Police said the guys confronted the car's owner in the garage. One of the guys had a gun. The other grabbed the man's backpack, not realizing the keys were inside. The guy with the gun was still demanding the keys when the car's owner ran after the guy with the backpack who had taken off. The guy with the gun ran after both of them and apparently fired his gun, which caused the first robber to drop the backpack, and the owner got it back. Southside weather from KFI, partly cloudy, lows in the 20s in the Antelope Valley, 30s and 40s everywhere else. Becoming sunny tomorrow with highs in the right around 60s. The beaches, Metro LA, and Indian Beach. 50s to low 60s in the valleys and Inland Empire. Just 40s and 50s for the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy on Wednesday and Thursday. Then a good chance we're going to get some rain on Friday with showers tapering off by early Saturday. It's 52 in Costa Mesa, 50 in San Clemente. We've got crash in South LA on the 110. This one's on the southbound side, and it is just before Century Boulevard. It's involving the motorcyclist The rider is actually out of the roadway, off to the right shoulder, but his motorcycle was in the roadway at last check, blocking middle lanes, and that's causing a bit of a backup getting away from Manchester Avenue. So heads up there. Northbound seems to be doing okay, but got a little bit of road work on the northbound side of the 110, and it's the connector from the 105 east to the 110 north that is shut down for overnight construction. It's also slowing down heading into the Whittier area. This is the 605 northbound delays from Whittier Boulevard, and that opens up just before Rose Hill. No crashes have been reported there. It could be Caltrans work if you see something different, or if you see what's going on, County 52 or KFI traffic. And of course, in the Irwindale area, this is the 210 eastbound, just past Irwindale Avenue. It's only the carpool lane open to clean up after an earlier crash. Delays from the 605. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm into Martinez.
International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call every day at the marketplace. Now there's top reasons to visit Bolivia.
Rainy Gun Gift Giveaway. With that handy hand mixer, when you earn 500 points on your reward card.
The 13th to 14th, and the number one reason.
It's Madness at Sideline Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of good drinks is going bananas with college t-ball all month.
Morongo, good time for everybody. With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Yeah, visit HoustonFeedit.org or call 833-422-4255. Now, you got a case to treat COVID-19. Brought by the California Department of Public Health.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. They obviously have a price.
You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Smoker Plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The Smoker Plumber at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website, that's smokerplumber.com. There are 10 million job openings in the U.S., but less than 6 million unemployed workers. So no wonder it's hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me tell you about JobGet.com. Now, there are other hiring sites, but when you use them, it costs a pile of money. You get inundated with resumes of people who don't fit the bill. They don't have the right qualifications. They're too far away from your workplace, or they ghost you on the interview. JobGet is different. With JobGet, the top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to candidates in your area. The candidates get immediate notifications right to their phones, letting them know you're ready to talk, and reminding them the interview is coming up. That's it. JobGet is always the most affordable hiring source on the market. Post with one click, hire the right people for the job. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle. JobGet.com/handle. That's JobGet.com/handle. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered sucker will help flush out allergies, viruses, yeast, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like John, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navage. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my God, what a sensation. So much music, so much crud, but oh sweet, merciful air, I can finally breathe you through my nose. Never have I ever taken such an amazing breath in my life. This is a life changer, unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, breathe deeper, snore, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Rosetta Stone, what language is learning? Rosettastone.com.
If you've been dating a man for 4 months and you haven't met any of his friends, you are not his girlfriend. Some of the things I said may not apply to you. Some of the things I said may offend you. But no matter who you are, you must remember this one thing. No matter what his finger says, there's no sex in the champagne room.
It's now that's KFI AM 340 Relied on the iHeartRadio app. Chris Rock has now had his say. He has responded to Will Smith and Jada and anyone else I think who supports Will Smith. I think he made a pointed remark and point about undressing every supposed conspiracy theory surrounding the flat. He made it clear in his special Selective Outrage that I watched live and live tweeted that the flat is real. Will Smith hit him very hard. It hurt a lot. And he's not cool with Will on any level. And went on to eviscerate, emasculate, and close the door. I personally believe close the door to any reconciliation. And that was just the last 8 minutes of the special. Honestly, I don't think it was a very good special, just overall, content-wise. He's done much better work. He's done much better comedy specials. He seems out of practice. He even admitted that he flubbed one of his jokes near the end. It just wasn't that good. But the last 8 minutes where he laid into Will Smith and Jada Smith and told some history that wasn't known to the general public as far as this is what happened a while ago that's been leading up to this moment. And he talked about how he was a fan of Will Smith. He was rooting for Will Smith. But he made a very important point that Will Smith was probably acting out of being emasculated by his own wife. How he had to go on the red table talk and talk to his wife who cheated on him and do it in a very public way. And what he heard from his friends, his colleagues, people in the industry, about how little they thought of him in that moment. And the Slack was more responding to that than the one remark, the one joke that Chris Rock had said. That's what Chris Rock would say. Overall, I did not think it was a real funny special, but there were some giggle moments, but no belly laughs for me. Was it that he was more flustered and angry? And like when you have a plan, right? You have a plan that's going into doing something. Like he's like, I'm gonna go on to this show and I'm gonna lay it out. But as he's walking to the stage, as he's getting ready, and he was just overcome with anger and all of a sudden it's like, you know what? Breathe. And he lost control of his show because he was so focused on getting this anger out. This is a year later line. I don't know if he lost control because actually it got better when he started talking about the thing that everybody wanted him to talk about. He tuned in to do. We didn't tune in a week before the Oscars to this live Netflix special so he could talk about abortion, or he could talk about his daughter, he could talk about his ex-wife, or he could talk about wokeness, and he talked about all those things. But that's not why we tuned in. Right. So he was ready for the Will Smith thing, and it's almost like, you're so ready for that you're not even focused on what you are doing. You're there to tell jokes. I don't know. It seemed like some of his material was old. He made references to Michael Jackson, comparing him to R. Kelly. I get the point that he was trying to make, but he's talking to people in the audience. Michael Jackson's been dead almost 14 years.
But if they're talking about things that Michael Jackson allegedly did and things that R. Kelly did, then we'll support one but not the other.
No, I got the point. It didn't seem like it was all that insightful. I don't think he could. I think he had to reach too far back to get Michael Jackson. That's what I thought. And I think for people who might have followed the Michael Jackson probably might have known it, but it seemed like he was punching down. I think it just wasn't all that funny or insightful to me, and I know that Chris Rock can be funny and insightful. And as I said before with these people, there were way too many N-words. It's just, he's used it in his comedy before, but this was like focusing on it and using it as the punchline too many damn times. It was lazy for me in terms of what I expect Chris Rock to be as a very thoughtful and insightful political comedian. There were some things that I appreciated when he was talking about Lululemon, the Jordan pants. I thought that was funny. That was insightful, but there wasn't enough of that. Okay. And when he finally did get to Will Smith, he went there. I was fine because he got this cabbage say, and it was mean spirited. It was funny at times, but it was supposed to be punishing in a way that I think that he felt coming. He was angry, and I think that took away from the overall special, but he earned the right to have his say in that way. Um, but it won't go down in history as one of his best specials. Not about it. I just trip off at the people who are now criticizing his anger, who are pointing the finger at him about him going too far this time. And so he spent too much time. He was really attacking people who had nothing to do with anything. And I'm like, how are you telling someone who was hurt? I think it's your point that he said the slap was real and it hurt and it affected him. How are you then telling him how he should feel about his anger? What do I always say, Paul? When you hit someone, you don't get to control the response. It may be physical, it may be rhetorical, it may be fighting, it could be mean-spirited, it could be profane, it could be vulgar, but once you lay hands on someone, you don't get to decide what is the appropriate response. He deferred that night. He did not physically respond. He even de-escalated. He waited a whole year. Yes, he profited off of it. I would have done the exact same thing. If I'm going to be embarrassed in front of the international community, wasn't just national TV, the whole world saw it. If I'm going to be the butt of jokes and news for the rest of my life, these damn 50, I'm going to get paid. And for what I read, he made anywhere around $40 million for an hour worth of work. You can afford it. You can clap me on international TV. So if I know I'm going to get $40 million on the other side, I'm with you. Yeah. But I have to know. That's like, what keep you on? I have to know. You didn't know. You turned something into nothing. I didn't get the chance to see it. Too busy. I had to run off and go to trees I didn't even get to. I was just in this podcast. But I didn't get to see it. I wanted to see it. I was looking forward to it. I know, but I mean, my time. But there's so little time. I'm not going to be able to go back. I'm going to take most. Well, this one, I think of this. Because I don't need to see it. Like, just say he did what he said to do for direction for a real data. I mean, that's it. I'm not on the other side. I don't get anything. I'm not King Will. I don't know any of those brothers. I don't care. But I just was just curious to see or to hear how he expressed. There is one thing that you can be criticized on before we go to break, and I think people have earned this criticism separately distinct from well. It was inarguable that most of the objects of his ire and his jokes were women. Meghan Markle, the Kardashians, his ex-wife, even his daughter. He did a long story talking about his daughter. It wasn't misogynistic, but I understand how someone can say that's a whole lot of women that you are weighing hell down, not including even Jada Pinkett Smith. So I think that is going to be a criticism that I think he's going to have to deal with, and he may not care, but yeah, he went heavy on women. I just. No. I'm just an observation. Yeah, just an observation.
Can I share my observation? Because I watched it too, and I think that there was some funny parts in it. I agree with you that some of the stuff seemed a little old, but I think that Chris Rock is so funny, or can be so funny, that, like you said, with the N-word, don't need it, and dropping the F-bomb, every other word on this, just don't need it. It's like the lazy way out.
Agree.
And I know Bill Cosby, whole different subject, but he almost never swore, and he had to be rolling in the eyes.
I know these are so good bastards.
He's one of the greatest comics of all time, but Bill Cosby was the exception because he came along at a time where you had the Big Breakers and the Richard Pryor and Red Fox, for example. His clean comedy was what made him distinctive. And a lot of people don't know. Bill Cosby started off as a profane comic, and then he went to
So she's like, oh,
So,
somebody
yeah,
can live
I
in
mean,
Japan.
yes, it comes down to personal preference. And, Dave Chappelle, he does a lot of things that I don't like, but I like the ingenuity of his joke.
And I don't like swearing. I'm not being prudish or anything, but it was so completely over the top. That's where it was just like, okay, all right.
So check it out if you want. You come to your own decision. But Chris Rock had to say he had it on his terms, and that's the way you're supposed to do it. And you're not supposed to apologize after the fact, because Will Smith definitely didn't apologize when he struck the side out. It's later with most of it. KFI supporting the live everyone. Your iHeartRadio app now right back to you every year. KFI 24 News.
A man on a United flight from LA to Boston is in charge of trying to stab a flight attendant with a broken spoon after 50K tried to open an emergency door mid-flight. Passengers tackled him. Elvin until he was arrested in Boston. A group of people arrested in Atlanta over the weekend for a violent protest at the construction site of a new public safety training center will face domestic terrorism charges. Police also say they threw rocks, bricks, and Molotov cocktails at officers. No one was hurt. The makers of Toblerone are stripping images of Switzerland's famed Matterhorn and a Swiss flag from the packaging of the milk chocolate cake because some of the production has been moved or is moving to Slovakia. So under Swiss law, the company can't depict Swissness anymore. ROTHSCHILD was rose ranking from the 20s to mid-40s, becoming 75s in the 50s and 60s tomorrow. Got a crash and a cleanup in Irwindale on the 210. From the eastbound side before Vernon, where we're going to be on the scene here a little longer, another half hour, maybe 40 minutes, to get the cleanup wrapped up after this earlier wreck. And it's the 3 right lanes that remain off limits. So rather mopping away the lanes, they're loading up away from the 605. And, that 605 is really starting to jam up northbound from, for a little bit, it was almost backing up from Arrow Highway, but it looks like it's pretty much cleared out, and it's the ramp still from the 605 north to the 210 east that are still very full. Westbound's doing okay, so you're good there. A lot of road work is popping up, so you watch out for Calhoun Crew 10 westbound to the 57 south in Pomona, and also on the 57 northbound to the 60 east. Looks like you've got some rain restrictions at that point as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Lisa Martinez.
This recording is sponsored by JSX Airlines. Enjoy private jet first at airline prices when you fly JSX. On jet service, changing the way you fly from Burbank and LAX. Check in playlist before your flight and FaceTime flying between private terminals on 32 jets. Leave the crowd flying and express behind. Visit JSX.com and book your flight today. This week on the Marketers Report, Patricia Sangaretto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner and talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives you access to all, every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. The experts Damco have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Double A? Yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Hey, all with Gene Sharp. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Deafy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Deafy for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Deafy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Deafy Power has you covered. Go to DeafyPower.com, DeafyPower.com. That's DeafyPower.com.
Could you use some extra help meeting basic needs, like putting food on the table or paying your rent, keeping your home warm and the lights on, buying new seeds for growing seeds, or help with medical needs? Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child 2023. Or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. Taxpayers Trust.
Before I started Rooter Hero Plumbing, I was an angry young man. Hello, I'm John Napoleon, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was angry because my dad died when I was 17 and he left me alone. I was angry because I couldn't go to college with my friends and because I had to drop out of high school. It's not a pleasant story. But as I grew older, I also grew up. I realized that my dad didn't leave me alone. He left me with values and principles that continue to shape my life. Dad said be on time. He didn't like it when people were late. He taught me to be polite. It was something I lost, but we captured along the way. And he taught me to keep my promises, because broken promises lead to broken relationships. We teach and teach these values at Rooter Hero Plumbing. I think we have a pretty good company. I know we have great people. And if one of our heroes fails to live up to these values, please call me. My private number is on the back of every Rooter Hero business card. You can also reach us at rooterhero.com. Thank you. If you're up at midnight, it's snowing outside, your initial instinct is to wake the kid. It's always, yes, they'll always remember the time that mom and dad woke them up and they saw snow together at their house. We woke her up and played in the snow at 2:30 in the morning. But she was on the way to your show. The cops going to come by. What's wrong with you? Where did you learn your parenting skills? Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI 40 years later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. And coming up next is Coast to Coast AM with George Norris. George, what's on the show tonight, sir? Oh, we've got a classic Coast to Coast tonight for the first couple hours. We're going to talk about the winning space, the race to space, and how we're going to keep pushing forward. And then later on to the Coast to Coast. Very quickly, did you hear the remarks by Steven Spielberg on UFOs, where we've got the story in the news tonight? All right, then, I'll be listening. Okay, talk soon. Bye. And before we get out of here, the celebration of a lifetime is waiting for you. KFI 41 continues to celebrate 100 years of Disney at the Disneyland Resort. Keep listening to KFI 40 for details on your ticket to win a 4-pack with 1 day, 1 park tickets. Disneyland or Disney California Adventure Park. There's also an extra chance to win. Go to KFI's Instagram page. Both tickets and park reservation are required. Visit Disneyland.com for important details. And folks, you saw Creed 3 this weekend. I saw it a couple of weeks ago, a week and a half ago. We both kind of felt the same way about it, but it was the #1 movie this weekend, and I'm conflicted because I approached that movie as a Rocky fan, and I love everything about Rocky and Creed from a Rocky standpoint, and of course there's none of that in this movie. It's its own thing. What did you make of it? I feel that Creed made the exact same mistake that they made in Star Wars in that in making these final 3 Star Wars films, he brought back Han, Luke, and Leia. Hell, he even brought back Lando, and at no point did we advance putting all of them together, the crew getting together for one last intergalactic ride, and I feel we advanced for wow. I feel that this film Creed set out to do anything that they did with Star Wars universe, like showing off any connection to Rocky. Rocky was very down a single mention in this film. The film was the first 2 were still going off of Rocky's connection to this character. And Rocky having, of course, this character having a blessing. When I saw this film, there's even an energy and a style for the Rocky films and how they're told. And I get it. Just every film is getting to the fight, getting fight, you go back to fight. This film is lost, getting lost in on so many times. There's so many moments in this film where I said, ooh, what's that happening? I really could. If something doesn't happen beyond them talking, I'm going to lose it. And it was talking, and I'm not trying to be persistent or disrespectful, but it was ASL, and it's a sign language, so there's literally no sound, and so it makes the scene seem even longer, unnecessarily long. So we can go on all night as far as what we didn't necessarily like about the movie, but it's made more than 58 million in the United States, and $100 million total. But in totality, with the international box office, it's a hit. It is a more. It's a hit. It is a hit for Michael B. Jordan. This is one of his first, that film directed, and it's a big film to be directed. So I am happy for everyone involved. Jonathan Majors, absolute star. Like if they did something a spin-off of him, even though it's not likely nor is it probably because the character doesn't call for a spin-off, but he to me, he showed and proved. I just don't know if there's any. I didn't see a character in this film. I didn't see a story in this film that I want to see more of. The film was good. It just wasn't great. And if you're a fan of the Rocky franchise, you're not gonna like it. You like Michael B. Jordan, you want to see more Creed? Yeah, it's definitely. Yeah, I just think of it this way. It's a movie I like, give love, don't want to see it a second time. But it would have been better for me because it's on Amazon Prime, and I think I would have been cool with that. Yeah, yeah. But up next, George North, let's there. We'll see you tomorrow. KFI 864, we're live everywhere. On the iHeartRadio app. Your sports secret is always great sports. Hey, play KFI AM 640. Oh, it is sports.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Reopening, I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. More roads are opening up in the snow-buried mountains of San Bernardino County.
Officials have opened some highway routes to residents only. This woman from Crestline was waiting at the bottom of the mountain for days to drive groceries up to her family.
It's been terrifying, being down here and not being able to get home.
Crews have been working nonstop to clear roads, but people are still facing challenges. Just say mountains snow moved from trees clearing roads to block their driveways. People became stranded in their homes more than a week ago when heavy storms rolled in San Bernardino, was trolling KFI News.
A wrong-way driver has been arrested along the 710 in Long Beach. The team says it responded to reports of a driver heading north on the southbound 710 this morning. Officials say they were able to stop the driver before he crashed into anyone. Video from the scene shows the officer had to drive the involved car off the freeway. The trial for a man who was forced through the air vents to the jail in Orange County has begun. The man is the second of three defendants being tried for allegedly escaping, kidnapping the driver, and carjacking. Prosecutors say Hossein Nairi, along with two others, broke out of the Orange County men's jail in 2016 with outside help from one of the union's acquaintances. They say the defendants celebrated the escape of Ferguson and felt being famous. The defense countered that, saying Nairi has taken responsibility for breaking out, but wasn't the mastermind behind the other charges. Nairi was already serving a life sentence for sexually mutilating a man in 2019 at the Central Justice Center in Santa Ana. Chris Adler, KFI News. DC Council Chairman Bill Mendelson is attempting to withdraw the district's criminal reform bill from congressional review. In a letter to Vice President Harris, Mendelson says the Senate has not yet acted.
That law requires the council to transmit legislation to both states for consideration.
DC Kristen says the DC Council in exchange for the bill in light of comments from Congress members. They say the bill softens criminal penalties for violent crimes like carjacking. The Army has had its worst recruiting year in recent history. Officials say it fell 25% short of its 60,000 enlistment goal last year. Army recruiters trying to meet their goals hurdles with a capacity one-on-one. Leaders say their surveys show young people don't see the Army as a prime career choice, often because they don't want to die or get hurt. Estimates also show that 23% of young people can meet the military fitness, educational, and moral requirements. The sea lions and seals will soon have a little more room to stretch their slippers. Thanks to a $14 million extension. Now building a water recreation plant.
Pacific Marine Mammal Fisher Dr. Alyssa Denny says the rescue is one of the city's largest water consumers, but when the project is complete next year, 15,000 gallons of water will be saved per day.
We're adding a few more pools to increase our capacity for taking care of patients in our hospital, and we're also building a brand new treatment room where we can do surgeries and endoscopy and ultrasound therapy.
Says that increases educational opportunities and capacity from 125 animal health at a given time to almost 200 in Laguna Beach. Corbin Carson, KFI News.
That's outside weather in KFI, partly cloudy, chilly with lows in 30s to mid 40s, 20s and 30s for the Antelope Valley. 30s and clouds tomorrow morning. Valley, those should clear out. We'll have the sunny afternoon. Highs around 60 at the beaches. Metro LA and Window Beach. 50s to low 60s for the valley tonight. East 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy and cool this week with highs in the 50s to low 60s. It'll warm up a few degrees for Thursday, but then cool back down to about 60 for Friday with a 50% chance of rain. It's 50 in Orange, 53 Manhattan Beach, 51 in Cerritos, 46 in Canyon Country. Got a cone zone in Woodland Hills on the 101.
This is on the 101 southbound for Pennsylvania to Havenhurst. Southbound has the two left lanes shut down for road work until 6. You're seeing delays throughout that area. And in downtown LA, this is on the 10 eastbound, right before Alameda. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash, picking up the right shoulder there. You drive it slow from San Pedro. And in Toluca Lake, this is on the 134 westbound at Lakersham. We have a little fender taking up the off-ramp right there. Watch for delays as you approach. KFI of the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Brian Van.
This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway driver. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoFCCCA.com. That's GoFCCCA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project.
Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets it fixed. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A-plus rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. Easy Cater presents, we've got your back.
So I ordered barbecue for a 20-person party. The visitor calls and says, "Hi, Sarah, you probably need more food for that many people. Want us to ask for you?" I said, "Yes, please." Turns out they were right. Good thing I asked, because choices and Geno's can be pretty sassy if you're hungry.
Buddy meeting, Easy Cater has your back with over 100,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 on EasyCater.com and go. There are 10 million job openings in the U.S., but less than 6 million unemployed workers. No wonder it's so hard to find qualified hourly employees. So let me suggest JobGet.com, a unique way for you to connect with qualified job seekers. Now, with other hiring sites, you get resumes from candidates who don't meet the criteria or aren't near you or are hard to reach. JobGet is different. Your top candidates already have the skills you need. You're only talking to workers in your area. Applicants get immediate notifications letting them know you're ready to hire right now. Post with one click, and most employers get their first applicant within minutes, which is why businesses report 10 times better hiring rates on JobGet, and you save 20% more per job post versus other hiring sites. Try it for free. JobGet.com/handle. JobGet.com/handle. A free job post. JobGet.com/handle. Martha, you're on KFI.
Hey, ding dong. I'm in Running Springs.
And how much snow have you got?
6 feet of snow.
Wow.
You know what we're really in need of?
Yeah.
Food.
What I thought was an emergency going on up there, it's probably just a big party. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. We're not just doing smart speakers. We're in a couple of smart ears as well.
I'm just pimping like a villain, baby. I'm just pimping like a villain.
Good evening to wherever you may
This ain't
be
even
across the nation, around the world. I'm George Dory. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, a walk on the paranormal side. And welcome back to affiliate WHCU in Ithaca, New York. Great to be back on with you. Here's what's happening. 2 dozen people faced domestic terrorism charges in Atlanta after they were arrested during violent clashes between officers and protesters at a police training center construction site. The 23 people who faced charges were part of a group detained on Sunday by police who said they launched bricks, rocks, Molotov cocktails, and fireworks at officers after they breached the construction site, where a new Atlanta Public Safety Training Center is being built. Walmart has said it is permanently closing its last 2 stores in Portland months after its CEO warned of a historic rise in theft there. The site's located at the Delta Park and East Port Plaza shopping centers in North and Southeast Portland will shutter on March 24th. The retail giant says it's closing the stores because they were not meeting financial expectations. Last month, as the tech industry was buzzing about ChatGPT, the research arm of the Defense Department put out an artificial intelligence announcement of its own. An AI bot that has successfully flown an F-16 fighter jet in the skies above Southern California. And the news got relatively little attention, but it revealed an overlooked truth. The race to develop the next generation of artificial intelligence isn't just between tech companies like Microsoft and Google. It's also between nations, which are working furiously to foster and develop their own technology. Our expert on technology, Lauren Weinstein, with us. Lauren, exactly what is ChatGPT, by the way?
Yeah, we talked about AI chatbots like ChatGPT, and what that actually stands for, and you rarely hear this, is Chat Generative Pre-trained Transformer. And other chatbots that can carry on conversations. Artificially intelligent, intelligence-based conversations. Sometimes the conversations sound very intelligent and accurate. Sometimes they're massively inaccurate. Sometimes they're seemingly deranged and inane and ludicrous. Name it. Very wide variety of effects these days. And we talked about other aspects of what's called generative AI, like writing papers that might will feature something, but also sometimes they're also loaded with inaccuracies. And it's these kinds of AI texts that now that they're publicly available, they can be played with by pretty much anyone with internet access. That's what's been getting all that public attention. And as you noted, as important as all these are and will be, there are lots of other important AI research efforts and applications, often battling between nation states that go far beyond what I just mentioned, and are the subjects of governments around the world. And in particular, the U.S. and China are in competition in this area, entangled in related technology transfer limitations and such. And this is a big part of AI that just isn't frequently seen by the public. And yeah, when it is mentioned in the media, it doesn't get a lot of attention. This includes everything from using AI for generating social media propaganda at large scale, to advanced malware systems, to, as you were just talking about, the very recent demonstration of an AI system flying an F-16 fighter jet. No human pilot aboard. This apparently happened last month from a Southern California facility. Now, let's face it, when you're talking about robots, that's essentially what they are, flying fighter jets, we are starting to get into that sci-fi realm of autonomous robotic weapons. So I think anyone could be excused for having the word Skynet flash into their heads when they hear things like this. Because obviously, if you have advanced AI weapon systems where you aren't risking being a pilot, that can bring considerable, powerful new capabilities. And of course, military attack drones are like that now, but they typically have remote human pilots, and that's the big difference. As the move is made toward autonomous AI-controlled systems, there are clearly going to be a whole range of new considerations and concerns. This is especially true when we're facing what amounts to an AI arms race with our adversaries, or perhaps in some cases even with our friends, over these kinds of systems. So just remember, whenever you see stories about the competition between companies involving AI chatbots and such, that's really only the tip of the AI iceberg, and there's a lot going on beneath the surface that will absolutely impact the world in many ways in the future, ways we can't even begin to imagine today.
Keep your eyes on this one for us. I'm opposed to driverless cars. Now I got to worry about pilotless planes. My God. The low-carb, ketogenic, keto diet has skyrocketed in popularity in recent years among those looking to lose some weight.
A new study, however, suggests that the keto-like diet could trigger a spike in bad cholesterol, which can lead to a buildup of plaque in the arteries and a significantly greater risk of heart attack, stroke, and other cardiovascular events. Findings from the study presented in New Orleans, Louisiana, at the American College of Cardiology's annual scientific session. For the last several weeks, high temperatures have been breaking records, and many of you may have kissed the winter goodbye and already moved on to spring, but don't get too used to the warmer weather yet. We could see a huge shift in temperatures next week, and this one won't be subtle. The Climate Prediction Center is calling for below average temperatures for much of the country beginning this weekend, lasting for much of next week and possibly beyond. Legendary movie director Steven Spielberg has pushed the theory as he speculated about the origins of unidentified flying objects. We got the story in our highlight reel at coasttocoastam.com. He, of course, the producer of the 1982 blockbuster E.T. the Extraterrestrial, branded the mystery surrounding unidentified aerial phenomena exciting and fascinating. And during an interview with the late talk show host Stephen Colbert, Spielberg revealed that he's curious about UFOs and peddled a theory that appeared to link extraterrestrial life to time-traveling Earth dwellers, and that they had possibly come back to witness us. Isn't that interesting? Dr. Sky, Stephen Cates is with us this week. Stephen, we got a full warm moon tomorrow night.
Absolutely, George. What an exciting time to be alive as we move into the March skies. But we begin with the Laura season, George, and cold spring. In the northern hemisphere, what does it mean? Move into March, witness an increase of auroral activity due to solar cycle 25, which we now know is on the uptick. But around the equinox, and around the Earth, and auroras, which auroras love the equinox. Scientists now call this phenomenon the Russell McCarran effect. What's that? It's cracks that form in the Earth's magnetic field, altering out even the weakest solar wind particles to help light up the upper atmospheres of the Earth's atmosphere. That beautiful sight it is. Just to let people know the color. Excited oxygen in the atmosphere produces the green color, and auroras, which of course are parts that they can hit with the nitrogen in the atmosphere, they can cause red, blue, and pink auroras, and the current solar cycle, of course, is defined. But the culprit, as we talk about, the solar cycle 25 with multiple M-class solar flares which are going on in the past few days. The sunspot count right now is 137, with a few active regions popping off fires like active region 3243, which has produced an M5.8 flare on March the 6th. Perhaps more to come as we know. This caused a shortwave radio blackout in Australia and the South Pacific, and we can expect a U1 magnetic storm, which obviously critics are about most of the money to see the aurora. But lucky for us, NASA's Deep Space Climate Observatory keeps track on CMEs from its 932,000 distant locations away from the Earth. What does it do? It checks on fast CMEs, which arrive at about 15 to 18 hours of time. But flares, as we know, George, they get to us at the speed of light. We move on to the Hubble Space Telescope and find out that its images are being photographed. What's that? The Hubble Space Telescope has experienced a growing number of low Earth orbiting satellites that read photographing image of deep space objects. The increase is some 6% of all images since 2021, and this is a concern for astronomers around the world. Right now, we're in low Earth orbit. We're getting some, well, very crowded skies. Some 3,000 low Earth orbit satellites are now in orbit. The solution, George, is far from resolved at this time. To wrap it up always with a live sky, here we go with more March 2023 skies. As you mentioned before, tonight and tomorrow night will light up the skies with a beautiful full worm moon. We'll be riding high in the constellation of Leo the Lion at the distance, not very close, of some 249,444 miles from us. It takes light only 1.3 seconds to get from the Earth to the moon. But how about this? The moon was or will be, during its time period that we talked about, from 1900 to 2100. The closest that the moon has been to the Earth occurred back on January 15, 1930. And that close encounter brought the moon to an acceptably close distance of only 221,000 miles. To find out the final equinox on March the 20th, at 24 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, it's about time. And we're looking at the southwest sky at sunset. Venus drifts away towards
of the new moon on March the 21st. And as always, more information at skyline.com. Email, we love to Dr. Scott Show at gmail.com. What do we say? And we love to say it. Always remember, keep your eyes to the skies, simply on your navigator on the highway to the heavens. Thank you, George.
And Dr. Sky, I'll see you March 18th in Sedona, Arizona at our live stage show.
Looking forward to it as the days continue to count on to spring. Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. We'll see you there. And they call it a warm moon because as the temperatures are supposed to thaw the ground, the worms come out. And that's why they call it. Remember, see the worms don't stay cooking into this program. In a moment, Brendan Reichert's back with us. We're going to be talking about these unidentified aerial phenomena and what he thinks they might be. Wait till you hear what he has to say. His book is called Winning Space, How America Remains a Superpower. He's next on Coast to Coast. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alerts you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S. state restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. I'm not a doctor nor a health professional, just a guy interested in health and what makes people healthy or not. In the U.S., the model of prescribing more and more prescription drugs that cause more and more side effects that lead to even more prescription drugs is making us a sicker nation. All we desire is just the opposite, to be healthier, not sicker. It's time for all of us to be more educated about the important role proper nutrition and disease prevention plays in making us a healthier society. I recommend that you visit the website criticalhealthnews.com. There's a wealth of information and modular nutrition packages that have already changed many lives for the better. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, please check out the free health audios, videos, and articles at criticalhealthnews.com or call 1-855-949-RADIO. That's 1-855-949-7234. And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you, Brendan Reichert, with us, internationally recognized geopolitical analyst, who's been described as a panic and anxiety-inducing scholar whose work on national security space policy has been quoted throughout the Pentagon and Silicon Valley. He writes extensively and travels the country speaking to various military, academic, and business audiences about the intersection of geopolitics and high technology, geotechnology. This named senior editor of the 1945.com foreign policy news site as well. And here he is back on Coast to Coast. Brandon, welcome back. Looking forward to this.
Yeah, thank you, George, for having me. There's been a lot going on, obviously, in the area that you and I care about. And so it's great to be back here and to kind of have this conversation that needs to be had.
And thank you for the wonderful little inscription inside your book. Very kind of you.
Well, I believe it. I think that, we live in an age of so much falsehood. It's nice to have some people still fighting for the truth, and so I really appreciate what you do and enjoy your show immensely, as you know.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, what's going on in the sky these days? They call them UAPs. Some of the pilots, the Navy pilots, say we don't know what they are. We can't even catch up with it. What do you think?
Yeah, well, first what prompted this coming to you was obviously the dreaded Chinese balloon, which plagued us for a whole week, which shot down over the Atlantic Ocean. That was a balloon. It was a Huawei
built sensor that they sent over here, I think, to track our nuclear readiness and to see how we would respond. But that, of course, prompted, if you remember, about a day or two after that shoot down, there was this incident over northern Alaska in which we deployed F-22 Raptors out of Elmendorf to respond to this incursion, and the Pentagon was very careful to say that it was not another balloon, that it was a, quote, high-flying car-sized object. And then another day after that, there was an incident over Montana where the FAA ordered a total shutdown for 2 hours of all air traffic over the state of Montana because another one of these bizarre objects was located floating very near Malmstrom Air Base, where we have a lot of our Minuteman III nuclear missiles. And then the day after that, you had this incident where Lake Huron, we had F-16 shoot down an octagonal-shaped object. And I'm here to tell your audience that while that first thing was a balloon, the other things were not a balloon. And it is my belief, it is my assessment that the Pentagon has since put out these cover stories that this was, that these were balloons or that they were civilian, balloons that went off course. I think that's a cover story, and I think that the reason the Pentagon is saying that is to try to sort of save face. It was really bad after the last few weeks of what happened with the balloon and these other shoot downs. But also, I think it's maybe because they want to deflect attention from the fact that many of these unidentified aerial phenomena, these UAPs, are not little green men, but in fact they could be very sophisticated next generation exotic military technology, either belonging to the United States or more troublingly belonging to maybe rivals of the United States like China or Russia.
If they're ours, then, could our pilots not know what they are, that we haven't told them?
Yeah, so there's a possibility that there's a compartmentalization. I worked in government for a while, and we live in a government, where the left hand doesn't always know what the right hand's doing. Sometimes that's by accident. So a lot of times that's when we're talking national security, that's done purposefully. If you remember in 2019, I wrote about this in the Washington Times, but also the guys over at The Drive, it's a very well-known technology publication. They focus a lot on defense. They broke the story, actually, originally on the so-called UFO patents that the Navy had put in at the Patent and Trademark Office, and it's through a group called NAVAIR, and the patents are for technologies that look and act a lot like those tic-tac-shaped objects that the U.S. Navy was encountering off the coast of California in 2004, and then later on off the coast of Virginia, Hampton Roads, in those restricted airspaces, those restricted airspace zones. It's possible that some small group of government, our government, is testing highly exotic, next-generation level technology on unsuspecting American military pilots in these restricted areas because they want to see how our top-notch fighter craft and our top pilots are going to respond to the introduction of highly unorthodox and unconventional vehicles. So that is certainly a possibility. Another possibility, of course, I'll bring up again, is that possibly this is someone else's technology, maybe China's most likely, or even Russia's, testing it on our pilots and our technology right off our coast, sending us a message, our leaders a message, as well as trying to figure out how we train and how they can sort of disrupt that.
I suspect too, Brandon, that this has been happening way more than we know.
Absolutely.
We just found out about these stories.
Absolutely, and it's very interesting to note, in summer of 2021, I was, at the last minute, called out to a facility, a U.S. Air Force facility of the West Coast, and they asked me ostensibly to come out and talk about what China's doing with hypersonic development, weapons technology development, which, by the way, they are much farther ahead of us in the real-world application of that. But when I got to the base, Colonel called me aside, and they took me into the ship, and they were asking me about these bizarre intercepts that they were doing off the west coast of the United States. and they sort of walked me through what they were going through. They were puzzled and perplexed and very worried because whatever they were intercepting was something that our air defense system was having trouble, to say the least, tracking and possibly being able to shoot down. And so they wanted to know what's going on. And so that was in 2021. I don't believe that it's, and I don't think most of these are little green men. I'm not going to discount aliens, but I don't believe that's what we're intercepting. And I think it's very interesting to note after that balloon incident, we basically, the whole air defense network of the United States, they changed the sensitivity on their radars, and suddenly we started picking up all sorts of these bizarre vehicles right over our airspace. And some of them were balloons, and other ones were something else. And it's, in the case of Alaska, that bizarre car-sized, high-flying object, they shot down with an F-22. Well, the initial shot was the Sidewinder. They missed that one, right? Missed it. Now, the initial story was that the Sidewinders are heat-seeking, and it was just a balloon, so it's not going to lock on. That's a bunch of bollocks, as my British friends would say. In my opinion, I think what happened was whatever that vehicle was, it had deflecting technology on it, and as soon as the Sidewinder attempted to lock on, it was jamming the sensors on a piece of equipment that's $439,000 a shot. And so, that should be disconcerting in and of itself. That's a huge story. We really need to be in charge of that one. Absolutely. And I spoke to people in the Pentagon right after that happened, and initially they were admitting it, and then within 72 hours, suddenly the whole story changed, and they concocted this whole thing about how, well, actually this was just a civilian balloon that was blown off course, and the reason it wasn't being shot down properly was because the Sidewinder's designed to lock onto heat-seeking, engines and whatnot, and that wasn't a heat, generating object. It's very difficult for that system. It's sort of high-tech versus low-tech. And that sounds sensible when you first hear it, but when you think about what was going on and the context of what was happening and what I know, having dealt with the government, I have trouble believing that that's what was going on. I think you're right. Brandon, we're going to take a short break. We'll come back and talk more about what's going on in our sky next on Coast to Coast. Sign up now for Coast Zone, our free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know, Duffy Power at duffypower.com.
I mean, in the KFI 24-hour newsroom, about 16 inches of snow has fallen in the Sierra Nevada, bringing the total to about 16 feet of new snow in the last 2 weeks. Another storm is expected to roll into Northern California tomorrow and Wednesday. The jury has awarded $1.5 million to an LA County veteran prosecutor because he was denied important jobs in retaliation for complaining about directives set forth after DA George Gascon was elected in 2020. The sons of a man who was shot and killed by LA County Sheriff's deputies after he stabbed an elderly woman has sued the county and a few deputies. They claim the use of deadly force against their dad was excessive and unreasonable. The county registrar's office has begun sending vote-by-mail ballots to voters in the LA City Council's 6th district for special elections to replace Mary Martinez, who resigned after tapes were released of her making racist comments about a fellow council member's son. Southline weather from KFI becoming sunny tomorrow, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Currently cloudy Wednesday and Thursday with a chance to get some rain on Friday. 49 in Tustin, 50 in Laguna Beach. We leave local in KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
In South LA, this is on the 110 southbound at Adams Boulevard. We have seen a crew from an earlier crash. Now, the blaze is on the right shoulder, but watch for some wiki delays as you approach this area. Gardena, 91 westbound connected to the 110 southbound. We had a crew from an earlier crash blocking that transition road you're driving, bumping up into your approach. Diamond Bar, this is on the 57 northbound right before the 16. Little fender bender there, taking up the right lane. KFI and the Skyhook 50 there faster on by advance. This recording is sponsored by JSX Airlines. Enjoy private jet first at airline prices. is when you find JSX on just for including the Wiggy Park and Burbank and LAX. Take in 20 minutes before your flight and FaceTime flying between private terminals on 32 jets, leave the south flying and just tonight. Visit JSX.com and book your flight today. On IT's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Planning a spring getaway? This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for real-life conversations and will have you practice on your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get your for lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. How language
TFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. You know when they let you rent a car when you're 25? Accidents, quote, with assault weapons are a very different thing. I mean, you just look at the numbers. Industry average age. School shootings since 1966 has been 18. Bill Handle, what does that tell you? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio. Can I do today? I'm perpetually in an education state. I'm not supposed to be on this planet. That's a terrible mistake. Right. 5 years old, I said, I know I'm the victim of some massive practical show, and I'm just waiting for the day on. Johnny again, they're waiting for me to go. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR radio app. KFI AM 640. KFI live everywhere on the IR radio app. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. Is Coast to Coast AM with George Yuri. That's the late George today, by the way. But we're going to take calls next hour with Brandon as we talk about space, winning space, to make sure you're part of the program. March 18th, as I was mentioning, the Dr. Sky, we're going to be in Sedona, Arizona, at the Sedona Performing Arts Center for our live stage show. Among the guests will be Billy Carson, Dr. Sky, a special panel on digital singing, not quite like George today, but I'll do what I can, and we'll have some fun. But come on out to Sedona. It's my first time there, by the way. If you've never been there, they tell us we're really missing you. So come on out and have some fun. My daughter Christy's going to be coming up, and she's bringing her fiancé, so I'm going to have her stand in the crowd and I'm really proud of her, by the way, because she's going to do the night before the donut. She's going to be in Los Angeles at her movie debut, which is called Body, Mind, and Spirit. And she's looking forward to that. So I'll tell you, it's a horror film. They dressed her up like a ghost beyond anything I've ever seen. So I'm looking forward to that. But so she's going to be out in Sedona City. Come on by. And then in May, we're going to be at the Dome near Portland, 70, 80 miles east of Portland, for another large stage show. Full information in the highlights. How to get your tickets at coasttocoastvideo.com. And of course, this is something for you to build up your
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Alan.
whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low in hormones, stress, sleep disorder, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and moving the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to do. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation. And Cellular is by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of kidney stem and adaptive stem together, supporting the body to achieve that.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking adaptive stem cell immune stem?
The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put adaptive stem along with it, and most will heal in 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with adaptive stem and immune stem and your Food Gift to Relax Ball is only available at HealthyLooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at HealthyLooking.com. That's HealthyLooking.com.
2023 is off to a turbulent start, and the U.S. broke through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, but no slowing on spending. It's times like these that you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at bullionmax.com/coast. Go to bullionmax.com/coast to purchase your silver limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up for Coast to Coast with. bullionmax.com/coast. Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderwood has released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies that serve as wide experience across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels at the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Real people, real things. I am acute eczema. I have tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine to treat everything. So I started taking the carnivore, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
Oh, God, well, this lymph problem. I think chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. He started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try carnivore. The lymph nodes started to go down, swelling dead. Then I took them into the vet to get them checked out, and there was no signs at all inside. My dad had issues that developed into ice, so my veterinarian said, you know what, just go ahead and remove the ice. Now the carnivore advertising. So I said, you know what, I'm going to order this product. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this product saved his eye.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Hey, welcome back to Coast. George Lori with Brendan Weichert. We're going to take calls with Brendan next hour here on Coast to Coast. Brendan, the Trump era Space Force. What's going on? We don't hear too much about that.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it started out as a great idea whose time was long overdue, but it got mired initially in sort of the divisive politics of the Trump era, where anything the former president said, at least half of the people in D.C. didn't want to do just because he said it. And even though that in this case, Space Force was something that pretty much everybody in D.C. had been talking about since at least the year 2000, but never got it off the ground, to use a horrible pun. And then when it did finally get going, of course, it faced a lot of bureaucratic inertia for various reasons. There's a lot of skepticism about its mission. In fact, there's a lot of uncertainty about its mission. In the book that I wrote, Winning Space, I outlined what its mission should be, which is one of space dominance. The United States relies most significantly than any other country right now on space, notably satellites, for its most basic functions, both military and civilian. And so in the book, I argue that those satellites are actually not just a strategic advantage, but they're not well defended. And in the case of China and Russia, they have developed what's known as counter-space capabilities. That is the ability to attack those vulnerable satellites, those highly vulnerable satellites, and to basically render us deaf, dumb, and blind if a conflict were to occur. And so what I was saying, what I've been saying for years, is that the Pentagon with Space Force should make the idea of space dominance the mission of the United States Space Force, that we will protect and defend those satellites that we have up there. We will make them more survivable, the next generation. Maybe pattern it on Elon Musk's Starlink system. But we need to make them more survivable, and at the same time, we need to expand our military and commercial footprint in space. We need to do it as an American mission, because the Chinese are already doing it as a Chinese military mission. In fact, the Chinese in 2019, the head of their lunar program, he explicitly said that the Chinese government views the universe as an ocean. They view the moon as the South China Sea, and they view Mars as Guangwan Island, which is near the Philippines. It's a contested island the Chinese have been claiming from the Philippines. It's a big problem right now. And when I heard that, that was sort of one of the genesis of the book, that our enemies, our rivals, are thinking about space in very old-school geopolitical terms. There's a lot of resources out there. There's a lot of, business opportunities. There's a lot of, room for expansion. And the Chinese government is talking about it in very nationalistic, militaristic terms. Meanwhile, we are very dependent on space right now, and we don't really do a lot to defend our systems. And they've been made vulnerable over the years because we sort of ignore it at our own peril. Our enemies know that. And so what I would love to see in the Space Force is for them to actually not to take space seriously, but to kind of take a more forward-leaning approach to space, a more innovative approach. And sadly, right now, Space Force is the least funded, least well-funded branch of the military. I argue it's the most important, because if there is going to be a world war, and we are teetering very close to it, before nukes are ever involved, our enemies are going to be using space-based attacks and cyber attacks together to try to nullify the American threat to them, the military threat to them. So we need to be much more serious, and unfortunately, Space Force is a great idea, but it's not being executed very well because of petty politics in D.C.
I was a kid during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962, but I remember how tense my parents' faces were whenever we stopped this thing and still run away. But we had safety. We had Kennedy and Khrushchev, right? And they knew that this was a huge problem. Right? Nobody wanted to go launch nukes against each other. Now I'm not sure. Now I think we're not. They're all not.
Well, that is increasingly. So I have since been, my time in my consulting with the Pentagon has since been reduced because I've offended some people in D.C. because I basically said what you just said to their faces, which is that we should be really ratcheting down a lot of the tension. I mean, I don't like what Russia's doing in Ukraine, but at the same time, this is not worth a nuclear world war. And for the Russians, and I'm totally not taking up for them, but for the Russians, Ukraine is their Cuba. And Kennedy didn't want to go to nuclear war with Cuba, but at the same time, he was not going to let the Russians keep nuclear weapons in Cuba. And it's similar
NATO is violating that. And if you view it that way, if you're a Russian leader, you are going to go all the way up the escalation ladder, even risking nuclear war, certainly risking a space war. And by the way, the United States right now, I don't think can win a space war. And if we lose the space war, we're going to lose the other domains as well in the conflict. And so, we don't have statesmen anymore on either side, and you're completely correct. And that's the real tragedy. That's what I've been writing about a lot. I have a column at the Age of Times where I have an op-ed there that I write every week. And basically the last 6 or 7 pieces I've just been ripping the leaders in both parties where we're not engaged anymore in the kind of statesmanship, which is the right word to use here, to avoid a nuclear world war that really doesn't benefit anybody. Nobody's going to win that. And we need to avoid that. And one of the things that I think Space Force can help us do is actually to add to that layer of deterrence. That's what we used to try to do, is add to deterrence to deter our enemies from trying to use these radical technologies, these radical unconventional strategies to try to beat us to a kind of bolt from the blue attack. We need to start taking our defense more seriously, and we're not doing it. We're doing the wrong things, and we have the wrong people in power. And I don't want to cast aspersions here, but I'm worried they're going to get us all killed at this rate, because they don't.
You're right. You're right. Why can't people just get along? Why can't we build a planet?
Well, it's funny, I'm very critical of the former president, but I give him a lot of props for Space Force and for a couple of things he did. But the one thing he did in his own kind of weird way, he's this very, braggadocious, very sort of militant guy, in person, and yet he was able to avoid getting the United States into any new wars. And so maybe we can take whatever formula he was using and apply it to maybe another leader that maybe is less, confrontational, one-on-one. But the fact of the matter is we could use some of the peace that we had for 4 years internationally under Trump. We could use that all the time. And, really replicate that and scale that up to both parties, because the current group that we have, they just seem really intransigent, and they're really committed to this idea that we have to risk nuclear war with Russia, and that defies 60 years of history with the Russians. We were in an actual Cold War with them, and we avoided nuclear war at least 3 or 4 times because we had the right people in power in both the United States and the Soviet Union who recognized that this is not the way to go. We've got to find a better way. And unfortunately, we just don't have that right now, and that's the scary part.
And what about China? It's scary there too?
Well, it's very scary there because, the difference is I actually think the Russians can be contained and actually dealt with in a sane manner, as long as we're not pushing them in Ukraine. Whereas the Chinese, they're very much a revanced power. Xi Jinping, I have another book coming out called Biohack, and it's all about China's biotech sector and their bioweapons program. I am convinced that COVID-19 did come from a lab, and I actually started to think that it was purposeful. It was not designed to kill all Americans. It was designed to destabilize U.S. culture and to make us weak internally so that the Chinese could then expand globally. And if you look at since 2019, what's gone on, China is on the warpath right now. They are expanding steadily, and for all the talk about how Wall Street's supposedly pulling out, that's not the case. Our investment bankers are going full-throated investment into China ever since they reopened. And so, China is a different animal than Russia. The real concern should be that our policy with Russia and Ukraine is going to drive a dying Russia into the waiting arms of a growing China. And the resources of Russia married to the technology and the money and the geopolitical ambitions of Chinese leaders, that's the real nightmare scenario. That's something that the United States has never had to contend with, and it's a scenario. Sadly, I don't think the United States can win, so we should be trying to avert a world war, avoid a world war at all costs, do a deal with Russia over Ukraine, and then get everybody to focus on China, try to contain them, and if we can do a deal, maybe do a deal with them, but you got to contain them first, because they think they can take the world by 2049, and that's a scary thing.
And they got their eyes on Taiwan in a big way.
They do, and they have it on the moon. I mean, remember that quote I told you? They look at the moon as the South China Sea. What are they doing in the South China Sea? All these illegal island reclamation projects. They're building these anti-aerial defense systems there that are designed to sink our aircraft carriers and to harass, independent shipping in the region. Also assert Chinese dominance over what should be international weaponizing space and militarizing. It's actually China and Russia with these counter-space weapons and these dual-use systems, which is systems that can be used for peaceful purposes, but can easily be converted into military purposes in a war. And the Chinese are the masters of that. The Russians are too. But the Chinese are really ahead of us on this, and we don't have adequate defenses in space. And so if we lose the strategic high ground in space, we're going to lose everywhere else. And by the way, you invest in space big time, you get a lot of technological spin-offs. Just look at our investment into NASA, all the ancillary technology that we were able to develop from that. You were mentioning AI with another guest earlier, I heard. Think of the advances we could make in artificial intelligence if we do more longer-range space missions, because we're going to use artificial intelligence before we send any human out. That's an ability that we could really perfect, that AI capability, and then we can apply it on Earth. And the Chinese are doing that as well, what they want to do, and everything they're doing is explicitly under the imprimatur of the People's Liberation Army, which is their military, which is the really scary thing when we talk about China.
And how does Vladimir look at the faces of the challenge of the 150,000 Russian troops that
I think on one hand he doesn't care, and I think on the other hand he is trying to play to this sort of typical Russian strongman. I was pushed into this by the foreign invaders, and I'm trying to prevent the breakup of Russia. We don't want to have a repeat of our history where the Mongols took us over, and I have to be strong, and your children have to be sacrificed to save Mother Russia, because this is an existential fight. And this is what they're talking about. I do watch Russian programs. I do try to see what they're talking about when I can. It's very hard to do that now because we've really cut that off, access to it off in the West, but I do get access to it sometimes. And this is what he and his acolytes are saying, and a lot of the Russians are believing it. We were all saying 6, 8 months.
well, they're not going to criticize them or they go to the gulag.
That's part of it as well. Certainly part of it as well. But there is a strain of conservative Russian people who are saying, we may not like the war, but it's Mother Russia at stake now. NATO is right on our doorstep. They've been moving closer to our doorstep ever since the fall of the Soviet Union. They mean war, and we're just going to take our licks and we'll throw our people into the meat crack because we have to preserve Mother Russia. And they're buying into it. It's not a majority, but it's enough Russians that prevents Putin from being overthrown. 6 to 8 months ago, it looked like he was going to get overthrown. Now he's pretty strong, and we're going to have to live with him for a little bit longer. He's old, so maybe he'll die of old age for the next decade, but until then,
You might want to watch his back.
Right. But another thing is, if his replacement comes along, I don't think it's going to be a good little Democrat. I think it's going to be even nastier, because the most organized group against Putin is actually the very extreme far-right militant type, represented by Alexander Dugin, which is one of the reasons why Dugin's daughter may have been murdered by Russian security services. And one of the rumors is because he was organizing an anti-Putin move from the far right in Russia, which is usually Putin's base. And so, we need to be very careful if we're hoping for Putin to get overthrown. The guy that follows him might be even worse.
Why didn't we invite Putin into NATO?
Well, remember, Putin had asked Bill Clinton, when Bill Clinton was in his last year in office, Putin met with Bill Clinton and made that comment. He said, if this is not an anti-Russian alliance, I'll take you at your word, but then why don't you incorporate Russia into it? Now, at the time, all the NATO lovers laughed because we're still living in the Cold War. But that would have been an excellent idea, because we would have then had from Vladivostok all the way to Lisbon, we would have had basically a highway, and we could have contained China from the north. So we weren't thinking like that at the time. We were thinking like it was still 1979 rather than 1999, and now here we are in 2023 on the brink of nuclear war. Completely avoidable nuclear war. World War with Russia. But that would have been a wonderful way. Or another solution was, why don't we disband NATO and then make the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, the OSCE, why don't we make that the new security paradigm? Russia's already a part of that. It'll be the United States and Russia, the big dogs, and then Europe will be sort of involved as partners as well, and they'll do a Eurasian-wide security alliance. Alas, all of that died. The arrogance of Western leaders didn't want to entertain that because they were so stuck in the way things used to be during the Cold War.
Brandon, up next, we're going to take phone calls with our incredible listeners for you, so stick around and we will be back in a moment.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now
now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Honey, is that collection under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Car care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we're paying nothing on the repairs? Ox gets a fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now.
Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about free or military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089.
I'll second guess minutes with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or ordinary stool. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats CPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase the chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or swelling or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and only with food. Do not take capsules as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Your smart device is made for more than just dumb jokes and weather reports. Tell your smart device to play AMI AM Big Board.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Out of control, up in the air. I'm Amy King in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man on a United flight from LA to Boston has been arrested for allegedly trying to open the plane's emergency exit door mid-flight, attacking a flight attendant. 45 minutes before touchdown yesterday, a flight attendant confronted Francisco Torres for moving the emergency door handle to an unlocked position.
Court records said Torres then rose from his seat and stabbed the flight attendant with a metal spoon.
Aaron Jersey said passengers tackled the guy who was arrested when the plane landed in Boston. Torres is facing federal charges of interfering with a flight crew and systems. The rest of his life in prison. Nearly a foot and a half of snow has fallen in the Sierra Nevada over a 24-hour period. ABC's Brian Clark says that's enough to break the record for the most snowfall in a single season.
This winter seeing 48.33 feet of snow in these mountains, breaking the old record set in 2017.
Western Sierras have had 16 feet of new snow in the last 2 weeks. The National Weather Service says another storm is expected to move in later this week. Arnold Schwarzenegger posted a 12-minute video on YouTube telling anti-Semites and other racist speakers to stop going down the path of hate. But they should rise above it.
There's never been a successful movement based on hate. Never think about that. The Nazis, losers. The Confederacy, losers. The apartheid movement, losers. And the list goes on and on.
He says no matter how far hateful people have gone, he wants them to know they still have a chance to choose a life of strength. Girl Scouts of America has asked people to stop selling their cookies on eBay. It says it takes pride teaching young women about entrepreneurship and is disappointed to learn people are reselling cookies online. Raspberry rallies, which are raspberry infused cinnamon cookies, become very popular online. They're sold for $5 on the Girl Scout website. The third party sells it for up to $100. eBay says selling Girl Scout cookies does not violate its policy. Southland Widows and JFI starts tomorrow morning, sunny in the afternoon, highs around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA and the low 50s to low 60s in the valleys and IE, 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. Partly cloudy, highs in the 50s to low 60s. Wednesday warms up a little bit on Thursday, and a 50% chance of rain Friday. 52 in Fullerton, 44 Rancho Santa Margarita, 47 in Pasadena, 49 in Santa Monica. We leave local in the JFI 24-hour newsroom on the newsroom.
Steve Woodward for Barry Hotel. This is on the 101 southbound from Topanga Canyon to Havenhurst. Caltrans has a few left lanes shut down for road work until 6. And in South LA, we have this news. Earlier back on the 110 southbound at Vernon Avenue has been cleared from lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Irwindale, this is on the 210 eastbound right before Vernon. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash on the right shoulder watch for the lane. KFI, Sky helps get you there faster on Brian Van. Great travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at RosettaStone.com. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be afraid when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn that you lost a leg and a brain injury or were paralyzed and can never work again. All law firms are not the same. To see what your case may be worth, go to ForThePeople.com and look at a verdict and settlement for cases just like yours. Look before you leave. Hire the right law. Morgan & Morgan. Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods that appear diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the Symptom Center on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by ROTHSCHILD.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to three key concerns: physical custody, decision making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important. It's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com.
I never told to become a gambler. What I did do is to get help from a professional counsel.
For no cost gambling addiction, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect, support the 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
Heart failure, carpal tunnel syndrome, vertical stress, stomach issues, lower back pain. How does it all add up? If you have heart failure and any of those seemingly symptoms sound familiar, it's time to talk with your cardiologist and get the full picture. They may have the transthyretinine amyloid cardiomyopathy. ATTR-CM is a rare and underdiagnosed disease. Recognize the signs and discuss them with your doctor soon. Learn more at connectwithyourheart.com. That's connectwithyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. And gangs are in the business of crime. Done again, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the Anchor Radio app. And Mike Diamond Plumbing, we sell good. Show up on time or your house call is free. MikeDiamond.com. KFI, AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use
It's required every 10 years
George
of the
97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the City of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
In this hour with Brendan Weichert, we will take your phone calls as we talk about what Brendan heard us talking about, faith and issues at home. His book is called Winning Faith, and we'll be back with him and your calls in a moment. Coast to Coast AM. Well, if you're tired of censorship, here's the latest. David Horowitz, that famed author and thinker, just posted a video about some irregularities that he believes, and his video was banned on social networks. In his bestseller, The Final Battle, David is warning America that big tech and their social media are destroying America and threatening our freedom. Horowitz says these companies control the information flow, and they censor your news. In The Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working quietly to change America. My company says you must get his book. Newsmax calls Final Battle the book of the year. Get Final Battle in bookstores. You check out the free offer and save $28 when you do that. Call this toll-free number, 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX to go to FinalBattle611.com. That's FinalBattle611.com to get your free copy today. Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the Cherry Pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan Plantation, 2 home sites from just $69.9. You live every day like you're on vacation. They have golf courses, pools, country clubs, sports clubs, a marina, and so much more for under $200 a month. Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSales.com. That's FortWorthLandSales.com. Or give us a call. 844-LAND-123.
How long does it take to tackle a home project? With Andy, you could cross it off your list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need. Indoor or outdoor, repair or redesign, and we handle the rest. Sending the top pros to get it done. You don't have to lift your finger, except to tap the screen or click the mouse. Plus, Andy is free to use. So bring us your next home project, and we'll bring it home. Download the app or go to Andy.com. That's ANDI.com to get started.
And welcome back. George Norrie with you. Brendan Weichert with us. Brendan, tell us about 1945.com.
Yes, thank you. It's a publication. Originally, it was only foreign policy, but they are now expanding. They get about 100 million clicks a day, so they're now going into domestic policy. They're going into the 2024 presidential campaign, looking at it from both sides. It's one of the few truly bipartisan websites. We have an equal number of left-leaning people, right-leaning people. Obviously, I'm more on the right. But they just made me a senior editor about 5 days ago. And it's been really exciting to be part of this. It's a really up-and-coming publication. They got some really unique insights, particularly about the Ukraine war. We were talking about that, before the break. I'm more toward the side that, unfortunately, Ukraine is probably going to lose at this rate because they've been misled, I think, by us into thinking that they can defeat the Russians, and the Russians are all in now. But 1945 has an excellent mix of writers who are looking at it and saying, actually, maybe the Ukrainians are going to be able to win, and here's why. And so if you really want to look for one publication that does sort of both sides of any argument pretty well, and you've got a lot of talented writers there, a lot of really notable experts from around the world writing on all these different subjects, that's going to be the place to go. 1945.com. It's 19, and then you write out 40, FORTY, wanted the Ukraine war to end, Brandon, people in Russia and those within government are going to have to step up and say that this has got to end.
Shout out to Manny, sweet dreams, see you in the morning on the morning show.
And, unfortunately, Putin has been able, throughout his 20 years, in office, to tap into that old Russian, sense of patriotism. I mean, he's not as popular as his propaganda portrays him, and yet he's still able to cling on to power because ultimately his fallback is always, look, if I go, the forces of anarchy and as he calls us now in the West, he says we're Satanists and pedophiles. He says the forces of Satanists and pedophiles are going to come in and destroy our country. And what he's doing is he's playing on those old tropes that Russian leaders have played on for centuries, going back to, as I noted before, the Mongol invasion. We have weak leadership if we don't have what they call the Silnaya Ruka, the iron fist of central power. Russia will fall, the great Russia will be broken into bits. And it's not helping the situation when you have prominent writers in the Council on Foreign Relations writing in foreign affairs, writing in foreign policy, going on these different news sites in the West, which the Russian leadership reads and watches, and they're talking about how we need to, we're not going to stop fighting or supporting the Ukrainians until Putin's overthrown and the Russian Federation is divided into 4 or 5 smaller countries. And that's just feeding into the Russian propaganda, and that's actually empowering Putin. Even the Americans and the Europeans are saying they're not going to stop until the great Russia is totally destroyed. And I'm the only thing stopping you from that state being visited upon you. So even the Russians who don't like Putin, they're afraid, and they're saying, okay, well, maybe we need to stand with him because the alternative is oblivion. And I also think, by the way, that might be one of the reasons that other Russian elites haven't turned on him is because we haven't made it profitable for them to turn on him, because now we've sanctioned everybody. We're going after their yachts, we're going after their creature comforts as hard, or if not harder, as we're going after Putin. Well, what's the incentive for some of the detractors in the Russian elite circles who might be able to get close to Putin to turn on him if they think they're not going to get a better deal from us? And the oligarchs that have turned on them end up getting forced into arrest or exiled. I mean, you have Gary Kasparov, who's the great chess master. He's an oligarch, and he's a very famous, popular Russian, and he's been exiled. He's sort of the cheerleader for supporting Ukraine now, but there's a reason he is, and it's not because he likes Ukraine, it's because he wants to stick it to Putin. And I get that, but ultimately, Putin's got the world's largest nuclear arsenal. And, we don't have any space-based missile defense that's viable right now. And so we need to really be thinking about how far can we push him. And the last thing you want to do with an old wounded bear is put him in a corner and make him feel like there's no way out. That's when there's a problem. If he thinks he's at his end, he's going to get nasty. Let's go to the phone. Brendan Griffith, Austin, Texas. Hey, Brendan, go ahead. Hey, guys. Thank you so much, George and Brandon. It's an interesting show. I definitely agree with some things and other things I am questioning, and that's awesome. That's part of the show, and I just wish some people would, and especially the guys that have been on talking about Ukraine, would remember that Ukraine gave up 2,000 of their nuclear weapons in the Budapest Memorandum in 1994 between the United Kingdom, USA, Russia, and Ukraine. And real quickly, I'll just say that the Budapest Memorandum had 6 points. It was Russia shall not, and this was in exchange for Ukraine giving up all their nuclear weapons. Russia shall not invade and respect Ukraine's sovereignty. Number 2, Russia will not threaten force to Ukraine. 3, Russia will not economically interfere. 4, the world will come to Ukraine's aid if Russia invades. 5, no nuclear weapons will be used. 6, USA will help keep diplomacy on the table. And as for the Ukrainian fight, they're fighting for the right to live. You said that you were watching the Russian television, so I'm sure that you've seen the same thing that I have there. The Russians are saying they want to eliminate, Ukrainian language and history and identity, and that's called genocide. And the Russian National Defense Management has claimed that 1.9 million Ukrainians have been taken, 300,000 of whom were children. Now it's 2022 that they said that. That was almost a year ago that they said that. But anyway, that was just something I had to say. I've been meaning to say that for a long time. But my questions are,
How do you reconcile the 2 points that you said that we have a secret space program, but we would not be capable of winning a space war? And my second question is, I've seen pictures on NASA.gov a long time ago that was obelisks and pipes. And I don't care if people believe me, I think that somebody like the rebellious type person uploaded it to NASA.gov for people to see. I thought it would be there forever and I would come back and see it, but I didn't download it anyway. What do you think about that? Just what's your thoughts on stuff on the moon?
This is a great point you're making. The stuff on the moon in terms of, I don't know about that last part, but I'll start at the beginning. You're completely correct to bring up the Bucharest Memoranda. I'm certainly not defending Russia, but I am trying to give some perspective here to what the Russians are doing and what Putin's trying to do. You're completely correct, and in fact, in the Asian Times, where I write as well, in November of 2021, I did a long-form essay where I ripped the Clinton administration because it was they who pushed Ukraine to give up their nuclear weapons that the Ukrainians had inherited from the Soviet Union. Now, those were older nuclear weapons, and so the argument at the time was, hey, well, they're old and they're antiquated, so we wouldn't get rid of them. But what we should have been doing is upgrading them and giving Ukraine better command and control capabilities, because the French deterrence, and the French proved this, by the way, because the French created their Fortress, which is their own small nuclear weapons arsenal. The French knew they couldn't defeat the Soviet Union if they ever invaded France, but the idea was to tear an arm, as de Gaulle said, tear an arm off the Soviet invasion to make it costlier so that the Soviets might do a double take before hitting France. And I think something similar could have been done with Ukraine, but we went the other way, where we foolishly committed U.S. military to directly defending Ukraine, which was completely untenable. And the reason we made that deal, I argue, at the time, was because nobody in 1994 really thought that the Russians were ever going to be a threat again in Washington, D.C. That was sort of the consensus that the Russians didn't exist anymore. They were going to be completely neutralized. They couldn't do anything. And so that was our fault, and we encouraged Ukrainians to do a really foolish thing with unilaterally disarm, and the Russians have done nothing similar. Now, the Russians did agree to neutrality in Ukraine, but the Russian argument is that because in 2008, George W. Bush started pushing, the Americans started pushing for Ukraine to become part of NATO, that ended Ukrainian neutrality. Okay, so that's part of the argument there, but I'm certainly not defending anything the Russians did. I don't think that Putin is a good guy, and I certainly don't want to see him last very long, but I am worried about the question that comes after him being worse. The point about the future space program. So what I've been saying and what I've been responding to some of the listeners tonight have been tweeting at me. What I'll say is that whether it's us, whether it's China, whether it's Russia with advanced exotic technology, you have to assume that it's very experimental. We probably don't have a lot of these things in the arsenal, so we don't really have scalability, which means that if we did ever get into a fight, we'd be very limited in what we could do with this technology beyond maybe surveillance or maybe a lucky first strike. But the fact of the matter is, I do believe, contrary to what one scientist, what's his name, Joe Rogan, on the podcast a couple weeks ago, I do believe we have people heavily involved, going back decades, trying to innovate, create not just next level technology type of hypersonic, but trying to do really out of this world stuff. Nick Cook, who was Dave's defense editor, weekly editor, he wrote a book in 2002 called the Hunter Zero Point. Very controversial, but he was a very reputable defense reporter with a lot of contacts in the black, world of exotic technology development, both in Britain and the United States. I think his book should be required reading for anybody interested in this. He really walks through how, going back to World War II, we took a lot of the Nazi scientists and we folded them in to our weapons program. And the Nazis, in some respects, were really doing some pretty wild, exotic things, and we sort of just absorbed that and folded it into our larger defense capability, and probably continued perfecting that technology for 70 years. They got us in the States. They did. Von Braun, he did some horrible things in World War II to the Jews, and yet we sort of exonerated him and protected him from Israeli hunters. Some of the Israelis were hunting all the Nazi weapons. They were trying to hunt them, and they shoot them. Yeah, and but without him,
probably extremely experimental. And because it's so highly compartmentalized, the science and innovation is all about cooperation and expanding the circle so that you can innovate faster. Well, the government doesn't do that when they're in a black closet. They compartmentalize everything. So it is probable that we don't have the scalability yet. We probably have some pieces of a really sophisticated technology that we've developed. We're probably testing it all the time. But can we use it effectively? Can it be scaled up? Can it be mass produced so that it can be the game changer we want it to be? Probably not yet. And that won't change until the government removes it from that black world and puts it in sort of that regular classified world. And says, let's get more scientists involved and let's break those barriers so we can innovate and expand.
Brandon, range may be ranked them by proficiency in space. Would you say the United States was number one?
Yeah, so on paper, we are number one. Technically, Russia's number two, and China's a distant third. But I walked through in the book how that dynamic is at the very least in flux, and that the United States is very much a declining power in space. So we're number one for how long? Russia looks like they're trying to marry because they're also a declining space power because of all the sanctions and whatnot that we've imposed since the Russian illegal invasion of Crimea in 2014. But the Russians, it looks like they're trying to marry their space program to the Chinese program to create a really dangerous threat to the United States. The Chinese have all the money, and they're really developing a lot of new technology. However, they still have some gaps, and the Russians can help them fill that in. The Russians have really held back in sharing technology with the Chinese because they were always trying to keep us happy, but those days are done. And so now we have to worry about the fusion of sort of Eurasian autocratic space power of Russia and China going into the stars to challenge us and maybe take more space for themselves. That's the really scary thing.
Next up is to the Rockies Bill with us in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Bill, thanks for calling. Go ahead.
Hey, George, Brandon. Like in this scenario where UAPs are advanced military technologies, and considering Commander Fravor's account of the Tic Tac, where he was spiraling down and the Tic Tac started mirroring his movement, and the moment Commander Fravor cut across the circle to try to see where the Tic Tac was going to be, like the Tic Tac did the same thing. It went to where Commander Fravor was going to be, And so it either has foreknowledge or inside knowledge. The foreknowledge, like, is if it has time travel capability. What do you think about that in the context of it being advanced military?
Well, so as you know, I lean more towards the advanced military, and that's not to say that it's not some really alien or really crazy, new thing. I can't rule it out. You can't, and part of it kind of hurts the would be, but my background is academic training was always to be skeptical, and that's just my kind of disposition. And given what I know and what I've worked in before with the government, I kind of go, we are developing things that are really out of this world. I think that probably if those crafts that Flavor intercepted, if they were in fact over U.S. military, which would be hopeful, I'd rather it be us than the Chinese or the Russians. But if it is us, it is possible the reason it was in that restricted airspace is because whoever in our government sent them knew that we were going to be testing an aircraft carrier battle group. They were going to be doing press before deployment to the Middle East, and they probably knew the flight plans, they probably knew the training, and they probably were going to try to anticipate and see how Flavor and our highly trained pilots reacted and how our radar operators on those destroyers were operating, how they responded rather, and see how our systems reacted. And it was probably just one big real-world exercise for whatever, maybe it was NAV Air testing these things, testing them on unknowingly or unwittingly on our best and brightest. We had no idea this was going on. And so, yes, in terms of how that pill-shaped object is able to anticipate Kramer's movement, it's possible this is something extraordinary, or it's probable that this was probably a U.S. entity that already had awareness of what our
standard reaction was going to be, or what the probable course of actions were going to be, because it was from the same team. It's just that, the left hand wasn't talking to the right.
The pilots may have been the only ones not in on what was going on.
Right, which would have been part of the psychological operation. Now, Fravor says absolutely not. I've seen him in interviews categorically deny this, and I realize he has very high clearances, but I'm here to tell you, and I worked on Capitol Hill, and I remember my boss was supposed to be able to regulate the black budget. I can tell you right now, the highest clearances in the world, there are things that they can hide, that the military can hide in that black budget, that even the best and brightest don't know about. And so, you can never discount the fact that this very well may be, especially when you look at the UFO patents that I was talking about at the beginning of the show, it's identical scope, shape, anti-gravity technology, propulsion. This is what I think what we're dealing with.
Is it reverse engineered technology from a cracked UFO?
That's certainly what, I'm forgetting his name, claimed he worked at Area 50, that's for, I'm forgetting, Lazar. That's certainly what Bob Lazar claimed. I don't know. That's certainly a possibility, because I can't prove to you otherwise, and so we have to keep our minds open. But what I'm saying is, what I think we're seeing mostly in the sky is something that we've built. Maybe it is reverse engineered. And when it comes to the Chinese, we have to remember the Chinese have been engaged in wholesale, out of this world, industrial espionage against the United States.
Well, that's how they've gotten where they are. Brandon, we're going to take a short break and come back with final calls in a moment on Coast to Coast AM.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie. Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
In the KFI 24-hour newsroom, the judge is set to announce his verdict tomorrow in the non-jury trial of a woman from Lancaster and her boyfriend who are charged with torturing and murdering her 10-year-old son, Anthony Avalos, who died in 2018. Both are facing charges of murder and torture. The people in the San Bernardino Mountains are still cut off and stuck after several feet of snowfall. This is a warning another storm could hit the area, and the sheriff is warned it could be another week until they can reach everyone. Several roads around the Dolby Theater have been closed as crews pull out the red carpet and get ready for the Academy Awards. Streets are going to be closed through next week. The train and bus service will be rerouted. The Academy Awards are Sunday night. The makers of Toblerone are stripping images of Switzerland, Spain, and Matterhorn and the Swiss flags from the packaging of the milk chocolate treat, because some of the company's production is moving to Slovakia, and under this law, it can no longer depict Christmas. Sunshine weather from KFI becoming sunny tomorrow, highs in the 50s to low 60s, 48 in Orange, 52 in Manhattan Beach. We lead local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
The Woodward Hills and everything. What's on? This is on the 101 southbound from Topeka Canyon to Havenhurst. Shelters at the 2 left lane shut down for road work until 6. And in Irwindale, we have good news. Earlier crash on the 605 northbound at the 210 interstate cleared for lanes drive is recovering in that area. Upland, this is on the 210 eastbound at Campus Avenue. We have a Comtel car taking up the off-ramp right there. You've got something up as you approach. KFI in the sky. Hope to get you there faster on my advance. On the podcast, Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? No, really? It features a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Really? That's news to me. That's Really No Really right there. Really No Really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
California Department of Public
KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The complaint crowd is exponentially larger than the advocacy crowd. It's just the advocacy crowd. They get donations, and this is their job. That's what they do for a living. They're financed by wealthy people who've taken this on as a card. Done and dead. If it's whack-a-mole, they keep whacking them. Right. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The sensors on the ceiling of an elevator which can smell urine so that they can quickly send over a cleaning crew in the elevator. But what we have there is a breakdown in cultural norms because I never remember there was ever a problem with people urinating in public. Johnny Depp, I never even considered that. Right. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I love those security questions that I'm asked, to determine that I need. What was the name of your first best friend? No friend. What was the name of your first dog? No dog. What's your favorite band? I hate music and still handle. I have a hard time filling those out. How? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll be back with final calls with Brendan Weichert in just a moment as we talk about space, the Ukraine-Russian war, and other issues. Next hour, Lloyd Auerbach joins us to talk about ghosts in the afterlife on Coast to Coast. Make sure you're part of the program. Nina Salvati in for Tom Danheiser today, and she is also the editor of the Whole Life Times digital magazine, and she would love to put a free copy right on your computer. How do we do that?
We'd love to, George. Thank you. It's very easy. You can just text us. You text the word Whole Life, all one word with a W, Whole Life. Text it to 42828.
And also, you have an email.
They're welcome to email me as well. That's Gina, Gina, at wholelifemagazine.com.
What are some of the stories you put in there?
We talk a lot about health and healing, consciousness, transformation, similar topics too that we talk about here on Coast to Coast.
Good for you. This comes out monthly?
It's bi-monthly, every 2 months.
Every 2 months. Good for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and here's something for you. If you're going to become a Coast Insider, listen to these folks.
I'm a Coast Insider because now I have 24/7 access to the best show ever, Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, it's Teresa. I love being an insider because the shows I listen to, I always appreciate the diversity of thoughtful insights it brings me on a variety of topics from Coast to Coast. The show has challenged me to think deeper and to broaden my horizon.
So give it a try. A couple of ways you can sign up to become a Coast Insider. Our website, coasttocoastam.com.
How you doing, Infamous? What's new, baby?
Or download our free Coast to Coast AM app right to your phone. When you do that, click profiles and subscriptions, and you can sign up to the app that way. Also available, insider membership for those of you who live in Canada and the world.
Word, I'm in Irvine. Where are you?
Here's something for you to calm you.
Increase your energy and stamina while enhancing your mental clarity,
Beautiful.
focus, and memory.
Well, as was stated, I do my best to be as knowledgeable on topics, but I don't consider myself an expert on anything. How are things in your neck of the woods? What is on your consciousness? What is the topic of mind currently that is causing you to think more often than you normally would? Oh, absolutely. Okay, so I treat my life 24/7, 365 like the Truman Show, all day, every day. I've been doing this for more than 666 straight days, so almost 2 years, and I do it for world peace. I don't care that people discuss world peace enough, and I want to give people a platform in order to do it. I think content is king. Bill Gates coined that phrase in the 1990s, and I think I'm making it true. I believe in the future that AI will use human models in order to create its databases, and this is the world's largest human model that we have. It's not only on one screen, it's not only on two, it's not only on three, it's not only on four, it's not only on five, but we're live right now on 6 different YouTube alone. I'm also live on 7 different Instagrams, and we're live on Twitter live right now. And I just keep my life going 24/7. At least on Twitter Live, it allows me to do an entire 24 hours of video, and then I just tweet it out. So if you want, you can like have a complete day that is archived online. It's a cool little deal.
And receive free gifts of B-Slim, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and B-Slim. Order now at healthyking.com or 800-394-9930. Don't forget promo code George for free shipping. That's 800-394-9930.
I don't have anything to fear, and really, I've never done anything too badly to anybody. All the relationships that I've had have been with really wonderful people, and they've only really turned out pretty well. So I felt like, hey, if I don't have anything to fear, I'm going to do something to push myself out there. And I'm not necessarily doing it for money or anything. I really want people to have world peace. I enjoy doing it. Honestly, there's a lot of archival footage. I learn a lot about myself from it. But in the future, I really think that, well, it's true now, data is the number one resource in global history. More than air, more than water, more than oil, more than gold, more than diamonds, more than anything. And because of that, the person who has the most amount of data out there may perhaps one day be a very, very important person. That just might be your friendly rabbi here in Irvine, California. So if that's true, I'm going to make everybody understand it.
Something Bullion Max and I set up this for you. Go to bullionmax.com/coach, purchase that silver starter kit, and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. Bullion, BULLION, bullionmax.com/coach.
Word, I'm like the meat sandwich. I'm the meat in the Logan infamous sandwich.
Marvelous Entertainment and author Margaret Sunderland has released the newest in action adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece.
Absolutely, that's how fearless I am. If you want to come up and see me, you absolutely can.
Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels with the coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on marvelous.com. That's marvelous.com. Just southwest of Fort Worth, nestled among the pure pecan orchards and surrounded by 17 miles of Brazos River frontage, is one of the most stunning and amenity-rich communities in Texas. Pecan plantation, new home site for the 69.
Swing by. I got my contact information there. There's my cell phone there. It's got my address. You just swing by whenever you want. You'll be on the street yourself.
Schedule your virtual viewing online. FortWorthLandSales.com. That's FortWorthLandSales.com. Or give us a call. 844-LAND-123. We're back with our final segment with Brandon Whiteford as we are talking about all things
it's very, very wise to say
right
that.
here,
Absolutely right. I'm going to be that person.
Yes, absolutely. It's just beginning, it seems like. Yeah. Let's go to the phone. Thomas in La Jolla, California. Welcome to the program. Hey, Tom. Thank you, George and Brandon. Thank you. I intend to purchase your book, Living Faith. A comment in that question. And a comment is November 8th, 2010. There was a underwater missile launch off of the coast of metropolitan Los Angeles. Yes. This underwater missile launch was seen by picture boats, by people on the shore. The contrail was observed from San Diego to Santa Barbara. The Pentagon issued a denial immediately. They said it was not a missile. I live in San Diego, which is a Navy town, and all the naval facilities here, North Island, Naval Ocean Systems Center, Naval Electronics Laboratory, said it was not our missile. And Vandenberg said, again, it was not our missile. Yep. So that brings me to a question. November 8th, 2010. Was this underwater missile launch a foreign submarine that somehow evaded the underwater sensors that the Navy has off of the California coast? So yes, I remember that incident well, and actually, it made it as far as, in terms of the coverage, it was, I believe it was Sean Hannity, 9 p.m. Eastern, Fox News, they were covering this, and then it all went away within 24 hours. It never brought up again, you're right. It was sort of, it's kind of like what happened in northern Alaska and Lake Huron, how that just sort of just vanished, and there was a cover story, and we're just supposed to forget about it. You are 100% correct. I believe it was a foreign submarine. I believe specifically it was a Chinese possible. I think they were sending a message. If you remember at the time, there was also around that same time period, Barack Obama flew to Alaska to meet with the Chinese leadership. And Obama, he went on this tour of some island that was apparently being affected by global warming. This was before the meeting was to begin. He got there a couple days early, and it turned out Secret Service freaked out because there was a Chinese submarine that had appeared right off the coast of this island off of Alaska, and that was around the same time. It was a similar incident. Now, obviously, it didn't fire missiles, but I am convinced that I've been convinced since the incident occurred that that was in fact a Chinese submarine that was launching a missile. They were sending a message. I think they were testing to see what our responses would be, which is why, again, I don't discount that those Tic Tac things that Commander Fravor may have been encountering off of Catalina Island might not have been one of ours. That might have actually been a sophisticated Chinese exotic technology. And I want to reinforce what I was saying right before the break, which is that any kind of sophisticated technology that we develop, we store on computer servers, we assume on some level they're protected. But as the Titan Ray incident showed, even with computer servers in the Pentagon that are not connected to the internet, the Chinese are able to still burrow in, and they still are F-35 designs and T-35 from there. I'm sorry, from 2005 in there. And so now what I'm thinking is, if there is exotic technology that we have and have had for a while, but also the Chinese now have, it is probable the Chinese got that from stealing it from our defense servers that that have these black projects saved on them, and they've been kind of building it out and scaling it up in China to rival us. And so, yes, I think that 2010 incident was absolutely a Chinese submarine.
Where did that missile go, Brent?
We don't know. All we have is the contrail afterwards. In terms there's very little known, and that's because the government covered it up very thoroughly immediately. Remember, this is 2010, so social media was still getting underway.
Yeah.
We didn't have what we have today. Had that incident happened today, I think we probably would have had a much clearer idea. But unfortunately, that was something that the government was able to cover up. Why are they covering it up? Well, it's because they don't want to look bad. And this was right within our coastline. And I think that we can, as China grows in military power, and as they move, and they are moving heavily into Latin America, as they move into our side of the world, we can anticipate more flagrant acts like that becoming the norm, because the Chinese say, hey, you do it with us in Taiwan Strait all the time. Eventually, they're going to want to start doing it to us as reciprocity. And so this is a very, very precarious moment. our stuff's all over the place too. We just aren't testing, launching missiles that way.
And the problem is our submarine force is the smallest it's been in years, and our industrial capability to build more submarines is in the worst state of readiness that it's been in since the inter-war years. We're not building enough new subs.
The late Admiral Rickover's turning over in his grave.
Hands down.
I'm here. I just sometimes have an issue with my phone. I think a lot of people do it common on Twitter where it cuts out, and sometimes it's the other person, sometimes it's my issue, and I don't know it sometimes, so I just drop down and come back.
In the Reagan era, there's a Star Wars program that there wasn't steps that was put up in space in combat with what I'm talking about. And I kind of make a stick about it. So, you're right. That has always been a theory. I have spoken to people who were involved with that. Now we do electric.
Does anybody get NFTs in this space? I just got into it, and it's very interesting. I think it's pretty big. Not that we have to discuss that, but it's just an interesting premise. Some things that I'm looking up right now on ChatGPT are about nantennas. Like, what the hell is a nantenna? It's a type of nanotechnology that converts light into electricity by using a series of antennas at nanoscale, like from combination of nano and antenna. Concept was proposed in 2004. Some really interesting things. I like to read about all this stuff, so but if you want to know anything more about it, just check out what I see. I see about gravity batteries, it's really interesting opportunity.
Who were worried that it would destabilize deterrence, that mutual assured destruction would be upended, which of course was the point. Reagan made it clear he wanted mutual assured survival, not mutual assured destruction. But the bureaucracy couldn't get its head around that. And so I have talked to people that I trust and believe. I don't think that we did do that. That's sort of one of those internet rumors.
Very cool. How long
I wish it did. It would certainly make life a lot easier and make me rest easier. But unfortunately, we've wasted the last 30, 40 years. And now we're going to pay for it because we've pushed Russia around now. And they're going to do something crazy.
Love it. Love me some science.
The Chinese are going to back their play. And I also, my second book that just came out recently called The Shadow War, Iran's Quest for Supremacy, and it's all about how actually World War III might be happening in the Middle East because Iran's about to go nuclear.
No, I don't believe
and that's going to be a whole other can of worms. And so I actually think that Iran, Russia, and China working together, and they are, they wouldn't be the threat they are today had we actually deployed these systems that Reagan wanted to, but the bureaucracy would not let us do it. And so now here we are, far behind playing catch up, and there might not be enough time now to do it.
West of the Rockies, Tom's with us, Riverside, California. Thanks, Tom. Go ahead.
Oh, George and Brandon, we're it's too late really right now to catch up. So I think we got to go to war with what we got, like they say, and you got to fight the war with what you got.
We do that, though. We destroy the planet if we go to war.
Well, we certainly are fighting a war. I mean, if you look at what Ukraine's going on, so one of the things I track is supply lines. In fact,
is it dead silent or is it my
phone? One of my neighbors here is actually a gun runner. He's retired. He's running guns into Resolve right now. Into Poland for
very well. No, I understand. I've been doing a lot of late night Twitter spaces. It's just a really fun thing to do. I mean, you meet people from all over the world, and I get this late night here. So what does that mean? So I've been popping in with this NFT group, the Angry Earth Society. It's like, what the hell is that? It's just like basically art that people put together that they sell, and so a bunch of like basically art collectors, essentially digital art collectors, have Twitter spaces that go 24 hours a day. So you can always kind of jump in on them, and then you start to make friends with them. Anyway, so what I've been doing overnight is being their hype man. So random people will come in and we sell these like NFTs to people, essentially, and tell them all about the project, and play all kinds of music and sing karaoke and stuff. It's been quite an interesting few nights we've done Twitter spaces for the Rabbi.
Koreans are looking around. They know that we've drained ourselves. They know we're going to war with what we've got. And so they're going to try to push us now and instruct us knowing that we can't do much in retaliation because our logistics are drained. And that's the real issue here. And so, we talked about earlier this new sort of, sophisticated technology we're developing.
Definitely. I didn't know anything about it. Somebody gave me one. They were like, wow, you're doing such a good job. It's like just hyping our product here. Like, let me give you one. And I didn't know how much they were. But they're very expensive. I was like, wow, it's a really, really nice gift.
The only thing we can do now is escalate with nukes. And I have a colleague who's talking about if NATO looks like it's going to lose in Ukraine.
I know there's a lot of hesitancy, and I'm not selling it here. So if you said you wanted to buy one, I would be like, I don't even really know. But what I do know is this. Basically, no one project is any better than any others at this point in time. So if you can give your NFT, your non-fungible token, any kind of advantage, it's good. So like when you said, I like things that have a cause. They have like Down syndrome NFTs and autism awareness NFTs that I don't know exactly how it goes back to them, but there are those opportunities. I know though that really, at least with the NFT space, it's something that I started doing is recording. They have their they have their Twitter spaces recorded. So I told them that I wanted to make a documentary, and so what I did is record their spaces and essentially get all kinds of content and really create the official NFT documentary, which would be something, in the future, which would be very, very interesting. Here we have the birth of the NFT world at the same time as the birth of AI and cryptocurrency and Web3 and all these other really interesting things. I feel like in the future, if we're capturing any kind of content, this would be interesting content to capture.
I think we probably should have neutralized Vietnam as a communist, member. And remember, our war in Vietnam destabilized all of Indochina. You had Cambodia, you had the killing fields because of us. What we were doing. The longer the war went on, the lives. All of it, yeah. And we could have really avoided this. A lot of the heartache, and I think that's also the lesson. I think of Ukraine is that there's a lot of heartache going on in Ukraine.
I agree.
And we're
If I
trying
had
to help them.
$100 to invest,
To do the right
and I could
thing.
invest in
But
land
the
or
longer
NFTs,
we fight,
it's
and
going to
the
be land
more
every
involved
single
we
time. I
become,
think that's a much
the
better
less
investment.
of Ukraine there will be to say, because the Russians will not let you. There's a one caller who had my
Land
name,
is a
Brandon, that we were
fabulous
talking
investment.
earlier.
This is a new
The Russians
type of
said Ukraine shouldn't be a country.
economy. So the opportunity to become very, very wealthy is there, perhaps. But definitely, I don't want to say that land is a bad commodity at all, or a bad investment at all. And also commodities are important too. If you can, if you can put your hands on it, it is very, very important. These kind of NFTs or cryptocurrency markets, they're they're guessing man's game, and it's a gamble at the end of the day. But it is kind of interesting, and you can gamble and really, really make out pretty well on it. But at the end of the day, I much rather would rather have pay dirt, be able to live on it. You can't live on an NFT. You can live on land.
Of course, so he was awestruck. He was in bed with the mob. Yeah, he was. One thing that Americans, I think, need to realize is that, in foreign policy, and I've learned this from working in it, there are really no heroes. That's sort of a myth. Unfortunately, there are no real good guys. We back bad people, and to fight against other bad people, sometimes worse people, but they're still bad people. And I think of Saudi Arabia. They're imperfect, but we need them. To fight the Islamists and to contain Iran. I wish we didn't need to do that, and maybe one day we can get beyond that. But right now, it's just, to me, you have to make a deal with the devil at some point, and I'd rather the devil fight, our enemies rather than constantly being used to fight us.
I am.
Brendan, we've got your website linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Good luck. Stay in touch with us. I'd like to use you as a reference guide too. Please do. I guess we should do this more often. I always enjoy it.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's not what you're going to have to buy next time.
Right.
You take care of yourself. Up next, Lloyd Auerbach joins us. We're going to talk about the afterlife on Coast to Coast. Get daily show updates right here in
I don't believe so. What's going on, baby?
Newsletter. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Hey, not a bad formal introduction. What's new in your neck of the woods?
home, call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Or maybe it's time for change. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. It's competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and they can close in days. No complicated closing process or contracts falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove.
It's very easy to manipulate the market, and because it's basically anonymous, you can't really understand from where the market fracture exactly comes, but it just randomly comes and it's there. So I understand. I completely am on board with the idea. You cannot trust it, and it's not something that is something you want to put all your eggs in one basket.
01961658. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore.
Essentially, the way the market works, I guess it works at different stocks too, but if you have one person who goes off on Twitter basically connected to your project, they can lower the prices on it. And, like you can have a significant amount, not really, if you go out and just yell it about Procter & Gamble or Xerox or 3M on Twitter Spaces, usually that's not going to have a big effect on the stock price, but it definitely does on Twitter Spaces. And that kind of market fluctuation is not what
other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. Portions of the following program will be recorded. You can find us on your smart speaker or on your dumb speaker and you plug it into something smart. I'm not plugging it into you. Hey, smart speaker. Say, play KFI and 640. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Ambassadors on the buses, signing the train and KFI 24-hour newsroom. Metro has introduced its first group of unarmed security ambassadors who will ride on trains and buses throughout LA County.
Officials say all 300 new employees were specially trained by Metro on a wide range of issues, including bus and rail operations, the Office of Civil Rights and Inclusion, customer experience, and system security and law enforcement. Arun Nagari, the chair of the Metro board, he says the program is not intended to replace law enforcement on board, but will act as a deterrent before a crime happens. And when asked how the ambassadors will train to handle a violent attack, Nagari said
I think
they'll call the police.
so essentially, that's so easy to have someone can hack their account
And LA County prosecutors have awarded $1.5 million in a retaliation suit against two authorized
and so the way that the system currently works is at least like your major ones. Basically, you make your account with the password fine. But then they give you like a password that's 12 different words. It's like a passphrase that no one can ever remember. You have to literally write it down, which goes against the idea of having a password. Because then, if you have that and you lose a piece of paper, you can't get into your account. I bet just as many people get locked out of their account as they do get hacked. If you need a better system for all of that type of security, or just these kinds of stories are too often happening and people don't trust it.
A group of people arrested in Atlanta over the weekend for a violent protest at the construction site of the new police public safety training center, facing domestic terrorism charges. The state is used through rocks, bricks, and Molotov cocktails at officers. No one was injured. A woman in South Carolina who was pulled over for swerving on a highway has been diagnosed with a brain tumor. Tamara Palmer says the police officers who stopped her in December thought she might have been experiencing an aneurysm. I bet I was 40 seconds and I don't know where I'm going. Palmer was taken to the hospital after she was pulled over because the doctors found a tumor that's been growing in her brain for 35 years. She immediately underwent an 8-hour procedure and is doing well. Southern weather, KFI morning clouds, sunny this afternoon, highs around 60 at the beaches, Metro LA and Inland Empty. 50s to low 60s for the valleys and Inland Empire, 40s and 50s in the Antelope Valley. 60s in Brea, 46 for Forest, 49 in Marina Del Rey, 48 in Bergen. We read local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Amy King.
Hi, I'm Bill.
And I saw Blue, and we are owners of American Vision Windows.
Southern California, right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever
5 years, the level of quality of products that they use for their prep work was top-notch.
With a great experience, I couldn't ask for anything better. I mean, how I get these guys.
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. TRILLIONAIRE is so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
All of the callers and website details and approved credit. Office 503-3123. CSL number 778-326. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late night comments get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a scary auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby & Myers, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby & Myers. Justice for you since 1972. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got noticed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Sandy.com. And with Sandy, you get an HR person starting at $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Sandy helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Sandy.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell SAM, B-E-E, that's SAM, B-E-E, that's Sandy.com. If you're into an awesomeness day, it's this week, or what we call everything at the marketplace. Now, just top reasons to visit the leader.
Rainy County Gift Giveaway. Yeah, Sandy has no shirt. Do you earn $5 the 13th or 14th?
And the number one reason.
It's Madness at Side Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of big screens is going bananas with college football all month.
Rolando, that time. For everybody struggling with feedback, now there's Inspire, the only FDA-approved destructive sleep apnea treatment that works inside the body. Treat the root cause of sleep apnea with just a click of a button. No mask, no mode, just sleep. Visit InspireSleep.com to learn more. This is Jacob online. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. I mean, if you offer people stunning more people on this, and even the most rabid anti-abortion group of people haven't argued with the 10-year-old girl's 14-year-old bill handle. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on AMI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AMI, AM 640. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Afterlife. Lloyd Heidelberg back with us, one of three writers of this novel. That's kind of scary, but it's true. So he'll talk about that and some other things next on Coast to Coast. Next time can be stressful. Distress can magnify if an identity thief steals your info, files a bogus return, pockets your refund. The IRS recommends electronic filing using their PIN tool for extra security, and other safety tips include looking out for phishing scams, checking your financial accounts regularly for unusual activity, and setting up a two-factor authentication. It's so important to understand how credit, cybercrime, and identity theft affect
awesome, making it dangerously easy for cybercriminals to steal your identity. Protecting your identity can be easier, though, with LifeLock Minority. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you might not spot on your own. Loans taken out in your name. If you do become a victim of identity theft, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will help with protection. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions and all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Identity theft protection starts here and now. Join now and save up to 25% off your first year. It's promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock or head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code George for 25%. What if you could build a six-figure retirement income with almost half the amount saved? Give it that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a six-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Greg, the best-selling author and star in the new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call this retirement. Give you more retirement income with the same dollar saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but if you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. All you can cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020. Hey, and welcome back to Coast. George Noy with you. I've got a great couple hours here for you. Lloyd Auerbach back with us, world-recognized paranormal expert, parapsychologist. Lloyd holds a master's degree in parapsychology. He has 43 years of investigating the paranormal experience and more than 40 years teaching courses on the subject. He's the director of the Office of Paranormal Investigations, president of the Forever Family Foundation, and adjunct professor at Atlantic University, and is on the board of directors of the Ryan Research Center, where he teaches online parapsychology courses to their educational center. Currently, you can see him also in episodes of The Unexplained or Surviving Death on Netflix. His most recent book that he wrote with Rich Huffett and Arnold Rudnick is called Afterlife. Lloyd, welcome back. I can't believe it's been 4 years. It has? Has it been that long, George? Yeah. January of 2019, you were last time. Wow, before the pandemic. That's amazing. How have you been? Been good. Been very busy. You look like you have been. Hi. Well, there's a lot of people who wanted online classes, and it's been really great for the Ryan Center to be able to offer the classes we have. Lloyd, how did you get involved in parapsychology in general? Yeah. Well, I had since I was a little kid. My dad worked for NBC, so I had a TV set in my room when I was about 2 years old. And I'm just watching. I watched shows like Copper and One Step Beyond, both of which really dealt with psychic stuff and the paranormal. And when I was over 13, thanks to the TV show Dark Shadows, I was going to the library, picking up books on psychic and occult things, and lo and behold, there's science books on parapsychology right there. So that really put me on the track. And a great track indeed, because you're one of the best, my friend. Ryan Institute still doing some work? Yeah, the Ryan Institute is doing a bit of work. It was kind of closed down a little bit. They're doing bioenergy research, looking at how healers and martial artists might give off biophotons in an increasing amount of energy during the times that they're actually doing things. And then, of course, we're doing a lot more of the educational center and working on a few other projects right now. And this work here, this book called Afterlife. Tell us a little bit about this. The Afterlife is the second in a series of novels. They're paranormal mystery novels. Arnold Rudnick and Rich Hosek, who both of them were involved in television when I met them. I met Arnold first. We actually came up with a TV series concept, which frankly our timing is not great right before the X-Files, and people didn't want a paranormal show, and then the X-Files came along, and then they didn't want a paranormal show, another paranormal show. So eventually, we decided to resurrect the characters, and Rich is the main writer on the novel, and we based one of the main characters on me, Jennifer Day, is loosely based on me. She's a parapsychologist, anthropologist, college professor, and investigator, and also a magician. So those are all things that I do. And then the cases that are underlying the second book, not so much the first book, but the second book, are actually based on a couple of my actual cases. It's been a really great ride, and I'm making sure that Jennifer's commentary is all legit parapsychology. Our other character, Nathan, is a cop with a near-death experience in the first book, but he's a skeptic. Doesn't even buy it, even though his near-death experience helps him solve his own shooting. So it's got to be a lot of fun, and we're in the process of putting a third book together.
Do you find that the world of parapsychology seems to be growing even more than the 40 years ago that you got into this?
Well, it is growing in the general public. You have the whole ghost hunting community that has arisen because of its popularity as a TV show. People have come out of the woodwork with their interest in it. They can talk about it now, which is different than before. Even though many of the investigators were out there really following TV show protocol and not science, it's been really interesting in that way. As far as the field of parapsychology, it's grown a little bit because we've got even more international, with more folks in Brazil and a few other countries coming into the Parapsychological Association. Unfortunately, the funding has shrunk in the last 40 years, and that's been very difficult for the field.
Who pulled out?
There were a couple foundations that were putting out money at that point. In the early 80s, it was McDonald Foundation, the McDonald organization.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Bethesda Foundation was giving funds out too, and that seems to have dried up. Right now, it's the BL Foundation is the main giver of grants, of bigger grants that are out there.
Was this the Bethesda Foundation out of Michigan?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
He owned some television stations, and at one time owned the Detroit Tigers baseball team.
Yeah, and there's a book about his life that covers his interest in psychic phenomena. But unfortunately, the foundation has gone into a different direction, which does happen to funders.
John Tester, if I remember.
Yeah, John Tester's right, yeah.
What does parapsychology mean?
Well, the term is about the study of psychic phenomena, which covers extrasensory, or I like to call it non-sensory perception, because it really doesn't involve the senses at all. It's not a sixth sense. So at ESP, we also look at how the mind, how consciousness directly affects the world around us. We call that psychokinesis, so mind over matter. And of course, one area that I'm mostly interested in is survival of consciousness beyond the death of the body. So those are the areas that are covered. The field to me means, it really is a field that studies things that happen with consciousness and just to make us more human, or increase our human potential in respect. There's a lot of things you can do that we're told we're not supposed to do, or we can't do. We're told quite often that it's impossible for an athlete to do X, Y, and Z until somebody breaks that record. And then they have an example. Well, this is the same kind of thing. These are all abilities or perceptional processes that we have as human beings, but too much of mainstream science, partly because the organized skeptics organization, are afraid to even touch it, at least in the United States.
Is science doing anything like this?
In different approaches. There is a movement in many fields of science to try to figure out what consciousness is. Some of those consciousness researchers working everywhere from neuroscience to biology to philosophy to physics. Some of those folks are looking at our research in our field. Many of them, again, because it's academically in the United States, it's taboo to even look at anything to do with parapsychology. So they're coming around, but it's taking a while.
Well, there seems to be an explosion of paranormal research groups and programs like that. Has it grown?
The number of investigative groups has definitely been growing, again, because of the TV shows. There are some that are very serious, which is really great.
dramatic ending to the program.
Yeah, they need drama in the program in general. Some of the first seasons of Ghost Hunters and Paranormal Space was more about the investigators than it was about the actual process of investigation or anything like that. And the fact that they actually had it, started doing things in the dark because they had night touch camera is truly an invention of television more than anything else.
And in most cases, nothing happens for a long, long time. But they seem to condense it into that 30-minute or so.
Well, you kind of have to do that because we have certainly had to wait to do a stakeout to see what's going to happen. But most of the time, when you do an investigation from a more scientific approach, and not every investigation really is a scientific method investigation. Sometimes applying the science you learn in parapsychology. There are things that we do with the witnesses, who are often ignored in these shows, focusing on them because they are the ones who are having the experience. So we're, in some respects, studying their experiences more than the phenomena. And in doing that, what I've certainly found, and many of our colleagues have found, is the phenomena does kind of follow by working with the people who are first reporting it.
And in the ghost investigation, what are they looking for? What are the investigators really trying to find?
Well, we versus, I'll tell you that. We're trying there's two things that's going on. We have, most of the folks in our field have an ethical, I guess you can say an edict. We follow what is requested of us. So the majority of people in a residence call for help or explanation, and that's what we're trying to do. The first thing we're trying to do is find, for each event that is reported, we're trying to look for an explanation that is not paranormal, try to eliminate all of that so we have a core of what's real, what might really be psychic. And we're trying to see if what people are experiencing, what is coming up in these cases, matches the patterns or fits the patterns or adds to the evidence that we actually have from previous cases going back over 140 years. The TV Ghost Hunter following groups, the folks who follow those shows, are more about getting either an experience which kind of makes them thrill seekers, or they're going to try to get their so-called evidence. And it doesn't matter if you say that these devices don't detect ghosts. If somebody on TV says this device detects a ghost, that's what they accept.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
I have a friend of mine who sold the house, but he used to own forest.
Oh, that's great.
And Ackerman, of course, is the guy who's trying to play Cyclops. But the place was haunted. And they've had sessions there, they've had seances, they've had all kinds of things with investigators. And then he sold it to an artist who loved it.
Yeah, there was a documentary made, I think it's Paul Davies. Paul Davies, yeah, I got his book also, Atheist in Heaven, about what he believes is communication with from forest Ackerman. Really interesting situation.
Where does your work go next?
Well, I have been both an investigator and an educator for a very, very long time, and I like to think that I'm helping to produce the next generation of good field investigators. We have a couple of certificate programs we're doing at the Rhine Center. I may not be doing as many investigations. The pandemic kind of shut things down, although I did have a case that we handled virtually, myself and a few of my colleagues, during the initial stage of the pandemic. We really don't get a lot of cases anymore. Most of these ghost hunting groups do much better job with social media and advertising, even though their claims are kind of way out there. But because they are kind of making big claims, they get a lot of skinny cases. We end up getting sometimes the second level where the people have had the local ghost hunting groups come in, and now they're freaked out because the ghost hunters freaked them out and didn't help them. And we're coming in to do the opposite, kind of figure out what's going on and help them as much as possible. I'd like to see myself and my students do a lot more, my former students do a lot more investigations to pull them away from the big claiming, posers in many respects. To use that term. Yeah, but it is true, yeah, and I'd love to see more of them get interested. It's just really a shame that the vast majority of people who call themselves ghost hunters or paranormal investigators are more about either putting out content on the web. A lot of them used to say that they were making TV pilots, and I think some of them still are, although now they're going on to YouTube. They want to be famous, like the TV ghost hoping to have an experience or get some so-called evidence, which could be anything from an electronic voice phenomena type thing that they think they're getting to unusual readings on various devices, some of which are actually legit scientific devices, although they're not always being used properly. And then they're also trying to get other communications through things like the so-called ghost boxes, spirit boxes, and some of these other devices. They're trying to get pictures of orbs, and all of that is, I guess, the evidence under their belt, although it's not good evidence.
Do you believe that the ghost world is part of the dead as opposed to something else?
Well, we have two different kinds of categories of phenomena that sometimes get called ghosts. One are the ghost, true spirits or ghosts, or what we use the term as apparitions, which seems to be indications that people's consciousness can survive the death of the body. In some instances, they seem to stick around here besides moving on to wherever it is you go next. And there's some very good cases, certainly cases I've had are very, very good that don't have another explanation, at least as far as we've been able to figure out. And that indicates that consciousness that survives death is one of many types of evidence that we have for that phenomenon that survival exists. Hauntings are the imprints. We leave impressions behind. We leave emotions behind. We think about the environment to record our activity, our emotions, and that's the majority of the kinds of things that people report when they say their houses are haunted. That they're picking up something themselves. Everybody's a little psychic, so some people are picking up things that happened in their homes, or people that were in their homes, including possibly even impressions of their own activities in the past, and that often gets mistaken as spirits and ghosts. That's much more common.
What about things like hell and ghost consciousness? Do they exist?
Well, heaven and hell are religious concepts, or depending on the part of the world or culture, it might be a mythological concept, and there's variations of what those things are. In the field of parapsychology, we don't use those terms. There doesn't seem to be really good evidence just from the perspective of the people who seem to be communicating with spirits on the other side, whatever you want to call that other side. It's not a hellish landscape. It's not that. In fact, I remember one medium telling me that in communicating with spirits, she was told that the hell that they run into is they are confronted with their kind of a life review and all the good and bad things that they did in their lives. And for some people, that might be hell. If you remembered everything you ever did, especially the bad things you did. But there's not like a place that seems to come through. And we don't really have any good evidence in the cases that have come up in these, unless you put a religious spin on them. And then it depends on the religion that we're talking about. Because the same experience could be interpreted completely differently by people from different religious traditions.
I noticed that our friend Lee Spiegel wrote a little snippet for the back of your book.
He did. I've known Lee since the early 80s.
Good job.
He used to be a regular guest on his NBC show in New York.
Yeah, that's right. He's a good guy, and a good paranormal person, too.
Yeah, I think he's one of the most knowledgeable people in the UFO phenomenon, in fact.
Yeah, he's one of a kind. You recently released this novel called Afterlife.
Mm-hmm.
Where do people get it?
That's available on Amazon.com. In Kindle, it's actually an Audible book now as well. So you can get it in paperback, Kindle, and Audible. And we may be releasing a special edition hardcover as well. I think most people can read the Kindle or the paperback. It's also available, it's distributed on Barnes & Noble site and other websites of other online booksellers. And then we also have a website about our characters and even some of the material that I've added to the book. Each of the two novels has an afterword by me, which is on the real stuff. In fact, the second book has a discussion of the actual case that is the basis of
and he's absolutely right. It's all like a made-up thing. One guy is not that smart to think of all this.
RANEYANDDAYS.com. It's RANEYANDDAYE.com. Those are our two main characters. It's also a Facebook page.
word. Shit happens, knows what's up. I've been saying that. It's either CIA, MI5, or Mossad, or all three of them. It's not just one guy who wrote a white paper in 2008.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A Mole Park man has been arrested, now facing charges of theft to the minor and supplying drugs. Ventura County deputies
still has them as a lie. I'm not saying that's official.
work together at a local Thousand Oaks restaurant. There's also another juvenile female victim from the same restaurant. Police believe there may be more victims. Former Dodger, now playing for the Boston Red Sox, Justin Turner took a hit to the face in spring training, needed 16 stitches. The U.S. is confirming a gunman has assaulted and kidnapped 4 American citizens in northeastern Mexico. There are reports that the 4 were seeking medical procedures, and this may have been a case of mistaken identity. And the National Weather
It would be
Service
all over. His Wikipedia still shows him alive.
South Island weather from KFI. Mostly sunny skies today with highs around 60. Right now it's 47 in San Clemente. 50 for Anaheim. Pasadena has 46 and it's 45 in Norco. We lead local on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
The Woodland Hills, there is a what's on. This is on the 101 southbound from Sahara Canyon to Havenhurst. Caltrans has the 2 left lanes shut down for both work until 6. And in Irwindale, we have good news. Earlier back on the 605 north side of the 210 has been cleared for lane 2 drive is recovering in that area. Upland, this is on the 210 eastbound at Campus Avenue. We have a Contel College ticket up the off-ramp right there. You try to punch up as you approach. Stay high in the sky. Hope to get you there faster on by advance.
Ladies and gentlemen, this month gets 40% off with Better Sales Lifetime Unlimited subscription. Explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages, from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for meaningless conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. Tremendous event.
On IC's Daily Game podcast.
Oh, hell yeah. That motherfucker's got a fucking direct IV of adrenochrome into some underage motherfucker.
No punches are pulled, as ICE shares a special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance.
Word, he even married a pharmacist. That's how much this motherfucker loves drugs.
Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, all, it's Gene Sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for power in the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs, whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental. Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUCHIE Power.com. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640, topic ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day.
Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
They're saying that they own Bitcoin. You can say that. That's part of their fund. Not that they own the whole thing. Like they own Bitcoin, like you own stock. No, this is a very difficult. This is a difficult thing to research because it's difficult to know whether they're saying George Soros is revealing he's holding Bitcoin or if he owns the whole thing, which is honestly realistic. Both of them are realistic, so I'm not sure.
Next hour, we'll flip the switch and take your phone calls with Lloyd Auerbach as we talk about the paranormal world, so make sure you're part of the program. And of course, paranormalbase.com keeps cruising along, 914 people shy of 156,000 signed-up members. And it's a great way to meet people who get it. paranormalbase.com. Now, of course, build up your immunity.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Malay brings 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Malay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders.
Oh, this guy's such a joke. I've done everything to find out everything I can on this motherfucker. From going to ChatGPT, I've researched fucking Japanese elementary school. No one knows anything about this guy. No one knows where he went to college. No one had lunch with him in a dining hall. No one knows what he got on his 3rd grade report card. I hate these bullshit stories where you have absolutely no background on anybody. With me, at least, you can go back to my background. You can know what color my underwear was in 4th grade. You can know everything about me. But these guys who write these random white papers and then just disappear because, and we take this on an email. This guy just disappears. He's not interested in it anymore. I just don't get it.
Supporting the body to see the best they can do.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking a Dr. Stem and Amy Stem?
Doing the stem is going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You put a Dr. Stem along with it, and most will feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at HealthyLooking.com. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The Stem Cell Wellness Kit with a Dr. Stem and Amy Stem and your free gift to relax style is only available at HealthyLooking.com.
If you really find out
or toll
what
free at 800
he had to do with it, if anything, I think he's a made-up person, to be honest with you. And I think they just use pictures of him, like just to say that because there's just no background on him. I think he's just a cover, a facade of deep state health project for the next level of economy. And if that's not it, if he really did just go like into the night, we'd be able to find him. Jesus fucking Christ, man. He's got to have a Facebook account. He's got to have something, especially if he was able to like publish a white paper. You don't think you need a login account for that? I just don't believe this. And for all these people to throw all this money into it and really just have absolutely no faith on how it started is very, very foolish.
It gives you instant feedback on what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong, and how to correct that technique. The Mantis X is a firearms instructor in your pocket. 94% of the shooters can kill within 20 minutes using Mantis X. The best part of that is you can use it at home. The best shooters in the world do what they call dry fire practice at home, and the Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving range, no spending money on range, speed, and ammo. You just save a ton of money and improve your shooting. Start improving today and get yours at MantisX.com. Please don't take it. MANTIS, then X.com. That's MantisX.com.
I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he is a nut, always itching and
constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like seeing shots and steroids into your dog all the time. Yeah, I think that nutrition. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. Because Bailey has been 12 weeks old, he's been a Dynamite dog, and he has great issues today. He won't eat the food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog actually salivates like I'm giving them the food. He's real over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog.
I'm in agreement with you. Somebody's got to be funding that, and nobody just takes random USD, United States dollars, Federal Reserve notes, and then puts that in the billboard for crypto without like a website associated with it or something else, some other kind of kickback to themselves. Because that's why you get a billboard. I honestly, go ahead.
And welcome back to Coast, George Noy with you. Lloyd Auerbach with us. We'll put calls with Lloyd next hour on Coast to Coast. Websites are all linked up at coasttocoastfan.com. This book should be a movie, Lloyd.
Well, we're hoping that Oliver pays attention to our series once we get our third book out.
What was that paranormal event in your life that convinced you that something to do?
Well, I've had a lot of experiences that convinced me that ESP was real, and even a few with psychokinesis. But the thing that convinced me that ghosts were real, that apparitions were, people survived death, was a case that I had, started out in 1984, and then into 1985. It was a case in Livermore, California, with a family of 3, plus a grandmother who was staying here, who had moved into a house after it had been empty for a year and a half after the previous owner had passed away in a hospital. So only had one living owner, one living relative who was in his 90s, and elsewhere who the family could not meet, blocked by an attorney. And when they moved in, unbeknownst to each of them, the others, all 4 of them, were individually seeing this woman walking through the living room or front down the stairs and waving at them and then disappearing. After a year and a half of living there, the mother, Pat, called me because her son had admitted that he was having conversations with a ghost on a daily basis, and told the mother that she had seen the ghost, as well as his father and his grandmother had seen the ghost.
Alien technology in 1947 and had to have cover stories for how we developed like computer transistors, like cell laboratories, and all these other kind of like nice labs and things like that. All these like random stories where we got all this advanced technology, so that we didn't look into how we really got it. I think it's the same kind of cover story that they did with Satoshi and his backstory. Basically, he's in the same way like when we developed the transistor. We didn't. This is reverse engineered alien technology. Basically, there's like a type of economy. It's like almost like an unknown economy to us that the deep state needs to have the rest of the world abide by, and the way in which they want to do this is through cryptocurrency. And instead of going to one of the major universities out there, they said, we want you to publish this, and that's not a very good cover story, because then the people at the university would say, well, this random person in a black suit came to me and said to start this type of commodity trading. I didn't know anything about it. So instead, they just have this random guy publish this white paper, and then it's like, oh, okay, it's the next big thing, everybody loves it. And then nobody has any kind of connection with him. We don't know who his parents are. We don't know anything about it. I think it's very, very suspicious. Then on top of that, when you have the idea of cryptocurrency, I think it's just really another way for the elite or rich to hide their money even better. So essentially, you've got stocks to hide money. That's originally how it was done. And too many people were saying, look, these like rich people have all the stocks. Okay, fine. So then they started diversifying themselves with hedge funds. So then they would just buy stocks in the hedge fund, and the hedge fund would buy stocks on their behalf. Well, people are starting to figure that out. So there are only so many hedge funds now. Okay, so then they're going to use cryptocurrency to fund the hedge funds, to fund the stock of the company. And really behind all of that, it's just what it has been for the longest time. It's individual family trust that essentially control the world. I think it's another layer to hide money.
Lloyd, why do ghosts haunt places?
Well, first, let me say that living people haunt places.
to explain that. Well, here's probably the best use of the term hardware.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
That's where that word comes from. And if you watch some old movies from the 30s and 40s, especially the film noir and the detective movies, they're always talking about finding that crook or the suspect hold on. If you're a fan of the TV show Cheers, Norman and Cliff regularly haunt bars when they're alive. So we have a lot of cases where, in general, the ghosts, the apparitions, when they reappear, they're either going to where their family was, which may be where they used to live, or they go to places where they had a fond memory or affiliation with when they were alive, such as bars and restaurants. That's one good reason why bars and restaurants are haunted. Because people like those places, they were regularly there when they were alive. And a lot of times, there are reasons why they haven't left or wherever it is they go. And we
Reinforcement Logan, I've heard it before that
communicating with these apparent ghosts.
essentially like the puppet master behind it. It's just, it's really hard to prove that, but I want to know, I've heard that as well.
Being in denial that they don't want to admit that they're dead, to not knowing what's next, being afraid of what's next, not wanting to leave their family, not wanting to leave their home because they're still not letting go of that. In other words, there's human reasons why they're still sticking around.
Do they not be met by sales guys who try to assist them and bring them along?
We don't hear from these ghosts that has happened at all.
I think
the only time we hear, or really get
either as valuable or more valuable at that point, essentially
that apparition that people have. So when they are
it is what he's a symbol of the elite, and so then you be like, well, this is obviously what the next phase is. There might be a run towards if they need someone with such stature with behind
people in
it.
the dying process claim to be seeing the deceased relative or friend or someone who's come to help them move on to the next.
Perhaps. I mean, people are understanding that your old-fashioned fiat currency has no value anymore. And if they knew that there was this new type of currency that they could use that was easier for them to use, that was instantaneous, that perhaps could allow them some anonymity, and it was run by perhaps someone who was very consistent in economic markets, George Soros, there may be a run for people to actually think that it's a wiser investment because it has more stability. As of right now, they have no idea who's behind it. If we could reveal who's behind it at the end of the day, and the Wizard of Oz is George Soros, it wouldn't be that much of a surprise to many people. And on top of that, it would show people that, hey, this is the next phase of currency, of economics, of the blockchain.
A list of, I guess, almost like a checklist. So what makes a near-death experience something psychic or paranormal physical or feel? It's something that you don't have to tick off all the boxes. But one of the big pieces is that many people who have what we consider a good NDE, they may have an out-of-body experience. They may rise above their body and look at what's happening, whether it's paramedics working on them, they're trapped somewhere, they're on the operating table. They may then move around and be able to remember what they saw elsewhere. In most parts of the world, we get stories about people traveling through a tunnel through a light, and then either meeting someone, hearing a voice. If someone they meet might be a relative, might be a religious figure, might just be a light that talks to them. They often talk about having the experience of knowledge, of really knowing everything, kind of being secret to the universe. When they come back, they know that they do that, they can't remember any of it. They also feel at peace, and they're either given that choice to come back, or they chose to come back, or they're told it's not their time yet. But there's a lot of pieces that fall in here, and in some of the extreme cases where there's little or no brain activity, these people are still having these experiences. And they can last quite a while. And more importantly, for some people, for a good percentage of these, of what we consider as big NDE, we find that people have a good shift in certainly their philosophy, personal philosophy, especially towards death, which is not unexpected. But they have a shift in general to how they deal with other people. Many of them suddenly develop psychic abilities that they didn't have before. Some people have a change in personality. We've seen divorces, we've seen people completely flipping on their jobs and careers and shifting gears after having this experience. And that doesn't happen to everybody who goes into a situation where their heart is stopped or there's lower brain activity. It's only certain people that have that experience.
The book Near Death and the new one, After Life, go to
you have to sometimes exaggerate things for story purposes. But when things ring true to people, that actually gets them more engaged. And that's one of the reasons why I've been working on these novels with Rick and Arnold. It gives them that sense of reality as we see it. There are other writers. There was a writer by the name of Richard Matheson, who was an amazing science fiction and horror writer. He wrote a number of the original Twilight Zone episodes. He wrote the book Hell House, which became The Legend of Hell House. But he also wrote Somewhere in Time, and he wrote What Dreams May Come, both of which are certainly not horror stories. They ring true, and according to my colleague and friend Barry Katz, who knew Matheson very well, Matheson was incredibly knowledgeable about parapsychology, had an amazing parapsychology library, and he used what he read, what he found in our field, as the basis of many of these stories. And that's a good way to really kind of kick off something that people are going to be able to relate to and feel that there's something real to that.
Amazing work that you've been doing, to be sure. What happens in terms of research that really busts this thing wide open?
Well, what needs to happen is we need more support, obviously not financially, for people who are really trying to do more research on the subject of survival of bodily death. The Forever Family Foundation tries to at least disseminate the information and support people where we can. The Windbridge Research Center, which is in Tucson, Arizona, has been doing amazing work research with mediums and also looking at the techniques and tools of ghost hunters to see whether or not they have anything to them. And then there are a few other places like the Rhine Center that really would like to expand their research program and bring other people in. We'd love to see more people coming into the field of parapsychology. Now, there's a lot of elder statesmen in the field and not enough younger people coming in, partly because in the United States there's really no academic programs in parapsychology. We have our program for the Rhine Center, but no academic programs anymore. And that's a problem to bring new blood in. And we need new ideas and new blood and people really interested in this subject. That's going to expand that out. We also know the American public and in general around the world are interested in this subject and people have had experiences. All the polls show that a lot of people have had what they think is a contact with someone who's deceased at some point in their life. Or have had certainly more people who even have psychic experiences. And we need the public behind the field because we're always battling against academic prejudice.
Absolutely. And did I ever talk to you about my aunt, the late Katika Corregula?
I don't think so.
She wrote a book called Breakthrough to Creativity. She was a psychologist, a psychiatrist, who devoted her practice to investigating ESP and telepathy.
It's familiar.
I did a long time ago, died in a very tragic electric shock.
Let's do that.
Radio fell on her tub.
We find that, people who are outside the field sometimes will start looking at what we've done in this field, some of the peer-reviewed journals and the more scientific stuff that they're coming from that perspective, and they end up kind of on our side. But there's just way too many people who are afraid to even look at the actual research.
Do you try to teach ghost hunters, Lloyd, the right way?
Yes, I have just finished with that tonight. Earlier tonight, I gave my 6th-week lecture on our field investigation class. It's going to be introductory ghost hunting ghost hunting course. And actually, starting on Wednesday night, I'm teaching a 4-week class looking at the technology that ghost hunters like to use, but also technology that might be useful, environmental sensors and stuff.
You do it in person or Zoom now or what?
These are all online. Yeah, the Rhine Center is all online. Since I live in California, the Rhine Center itself is actually in North Carolina. We have students from all over the world. Currently, I have a couple of students in Australia who are taking courses from me. A couple of courses I'm offering through the Rhine Center. And I've had students in South Africa, several in Europe, Canada. In fact, I have someone taking the investigation class who is in the Netherlands right now.
What do you think of the work of William Moody?
Moody was, he's the one who really exploded the idea of near-death experiences in some respects initially. That was then taken up by Ken Ring and others. A lot of Moody's work, I think, is excellent. He brought in an old Greek technique called the psychomantium, as a way of individuals actually having their own experience of communicating with deceased relatives, which has been studied now from a therapeutic perspective as a grief release tool. There's been folks who are taking a look at that. It's a really, his work has been really interesting, and I think that one of the things that's important about Rudy is his emphasis on humanity and the fact that this is really something that is human, and we need to know more about us as people, and this is an area we have to look at.
What kind of equipment do ghost hunters bring with them?
Well, the ghost hunters who are out there following TV shows bring all sorts of equipment with them, which starts with things that you would normally have used even back before any of the TV shows that we were using. So trying environmental sensors like electromagnetic field detectors, temperature sensors, the thermometers that we're using. We might have a static electricity detector, looking at that, and similar types of devices that just simply look at the environment. Because what we were trying to do, and we still are trying to do, is seeing if somebody has a ghost experience or haunting experience, or poltergeist experience for that matter. What are the changes in the environment that might actually suggest that there's something really going on? That area, that world of equipment has exploded with the TV shows, and there are a lot of people who are selling equipment with false claims or exaggerated claims,
as I understand,
especially if they're labeled with the word ghost or spirit on them, which is unfortunate. And then there's also the issue of people seeing what they are using on TV. And again, environmental sensitivity.
You can go in and actually find who owns the most
ghost boxes or spirit boxes which supposedly randomly scan things like radio signals,
BlackRock. And they're individual people, and this is a lot of it is diversified in other ways. But essentially, with cryptocurrency, there isn't an SEC private. So we have no idea who owns that, and it's a much better way to hide any kind of assets.
Other things that smack of spirituality in any other way, and it's really them that's moving them, not anything else.
Do you know anybody who's ever been hurt on a ghost hunt?
Yes, not by a ghost.
Not by when they stumble with something?
Yeah, if you're working in the dark, this is one of the problems, one of the reasons that we suggest, one of two main reasons we suggest not working in the dark. One of them is that if you're in the dark, you can't see anything, and therefore you're going to potentially hurt yourself. And especially since people are extremely suggestible, if they're especially waiting for something paranormal to happen, we are not, there's this idea that suddenly you cut off your sense of sight and suddenly your other senses are better. Well, that might develop over a lifetime. It doesn't happen instantly.
Why don't we take a short break and come back and take phone calls with you next.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com.
International Alchemist Day is this week. For what's in front, every day at the marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
When in Bali, you can get up to $100 in diamond cutters through the marketplace when playing slots with some award cards.
Number 4.
There's a Johnny gift giveaway. You have handy happening, sir, when you earn 500 points on your award card. A 13th or 14th.
3.
Boxing Cup with Dion Cole live to the Get your tickets now.
Number 2.
Lucky you. A game with the team, get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Select days through the 27th. Call 888 Morongo now.
And the number 1 reason.
It's Madness at Side Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of big screens is going bananas with college football all month.
Morongo Casino Resort and Bar. Morongo. Good time. For everybody. Hey, Team Shark, if you're planning on going solar or even thinking about going solar, then listen up. Time is running out to secure the best possible solar reimbursement with the state of California. Last year, the state and your utility company got together together and change the way new solar systems get reimbursed for the power they produce. And as you can guess, it's not as good for you and me. In fact, it's about 75% less than the old system. The good news is there is a grandfathering period, and you can still permanently lock in those amazing rates. But time is running out. The deadline to have your solar documents filed is April 14th. So how do you do that? You start by calling Sunluck. Please call them today. Sunluck will walk you through how to lock in the current rate. Even if you're not ready to install the system, it's okay. Call Sunluck and get your documents filed. There is no time to waste to lock in the best returns on solar power that you will ever see. Start today at sunluck.com. Sunluck.com. PSLB 100
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk. What you need to know and when you need to know it.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
222 buried. I'm Bree Dennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. SoCal's famous mountain lion was buried over the weekend in a private ceremony. Tribal leaders say the location will not be made public to preserve the site, but he was buried in the Santa Monica Mountains. A pair of teen hikers stranded in the snow for 3 days have been rescued. They were on the Pacific Crest Trail, packed for a 10-day hike when the storms came in. They're going to be okay. The officers are on Sunday. There are already street closures. All lanes of Hollywood Boulevard are closed from Orange Drive to Highland until 6 a.m. on the 15th. MTA will reroute bus traffic and subway trains starting on Saturday. Walgreens says it won't dispense abortion pills by mail in some Republican-run states for fear of breaking the law. Governor Newsom says California will no longer do business with Walgreens because of that action. Not clear if the governor is ending Walgreens in California or just not sending them state business. A man has been charged with trying to stab a flight attendant on a flight from Los Angeles to Boston with a broken spoon. Brian Cook has the story.
Federal prosecutors say it happened on a United Airlines flight Sunday night after the suspect attempted to open an emergency door. The 33-year-old Massachusetts man was tackled by other passengers. No one on the flight was hurt, and the suspect was taken into custody when the plane landed in Boston.
Gas prices are getting very close to $5 a gallon in SoCal. AAA says the average price for a gallon of regular gasoline in LA County is now $4.94. More rain for SoCal this week. The National Weather Service says it's a 1,000-mile-wide atmospheric river. It's expected to arrive on Friday. And then get ready, another bigger storm is in the forecast for the following Tuesday. Southland weather from KFI, mostly sunny skies today, highs around 60. Right now it's 47 in Stanton. Huntington Beach is 50, 42 in Agora, and 44 in Riverside. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Dennis.
The Woodland Hills, there is a book zone. This is on the 101 southbound from Topeka Canyon to Havenhurst. Delta says the two left lanes shut down for road work until 6. And in Irwindale, we have good news. Further effect on the 605 north side of the 210 has been cleared for lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Upland. This is on the 210 eastbound at Campus Avenue. We have a Contel car picking up the off-ramp right there. You drive bunch of visual approach. KFI and the Sky help get you their best turn by advance. Newsmax says if you're tired of the censorship of conservative views, here's the link. David Horowitz, the state author and conservative thinker, just posted a YouTube video talking about voting irregularities in the 2020 election. Not surprisingly, and his video was banned, of course, from YouTube. On his new bestseller's Final Battle, David Horowitz is warning Americans that big tech and their social media platforms are damaging American institutions and threatening our freedom. But David Horowitz explains how companies like Facebook, Twitter, Google, and YouTube control information flows with the power to collectively censor news feeds. In Final Battle, Horowitz also warns that a group of secret players are working to change America, weakening the social fabric and working to undermine the possibility of bipartisan solutions to common problems. Mike Huckabee strongly recommends this book. This book called Final Battle, the Book of the Year. Get Final Battle in bookstores. Check out the free offer and save 28 dollars. Call 1-800-NEWSMAX, 1-800-NEWSMAX, or go to FinalBattle611.com, FinalBattle611.com, and get your free copy today. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences second, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home and now what you do with it. Usually you go to a real estate agent, 6%, and you're told to clean and paint and repair, and buyers are going to walk through, the house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need any of that. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt, brother and sister. I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call the DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no-obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance before closing. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com.
There are simple things parents and caregivers can reach out children public flag. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Childhope for Moments is brought to you by childhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's a time to stress and worry protected. Childhope can help. Access Childhope free and secure mental health services. Call 833-317-4373 or log back at childhope.org.
And we have a new flavor, the radio flavored Coca-Cola. That could be their next product. Right? Handle world. Oh no. Oh, you want a soda that tastes like yours? You don't have a Bill Handle. I don't want to go there. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. This is Jacob Emron. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-GREEN. KMI, AM 640. To talk to George Lori, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-471-4721. To talk toll-free from each of the Rockies, call 800-835-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George 97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. Well, this hour we'll continue chatting with Lloyd Auerbach about the paranormal world, but we'll take your calls as well. Coast to Coast AM. Ukraine CC Pocket Radio happens to be one of the most popular pocket radios on the market today. It has unbeatable AM and FM reception, and the audio is crisp and clear for small size. And you can listen with your built-in speaker, or it's amazing audio using pretty speaking earbuds. The high-quality earbuds, by the way, are tuned for voice and clarity. They really sound great. The CC Pocket Radio has 5 memory buttons. You can instantly select your favorite station. It also makes a great emergency radio because it has a lighted dial and the lower weather band with the emergency alert. It's got a very lightweight and durable part to it, and it's very easy to hold with rubber sides and a pocket. It makes the CC Pocket Radio ready to go.
It's on the right-hand side. When you go in the email, there's like your mail on the left and the right, and then click on the video room.
To order this CC Pocket Radio and receive the free shipping, call Ukraine now or anytime. 1-800-522-8863.
1-800-522-8863 or visit them at speedtrain.com. And visit SpeedTrain online, sign up for their SpeedTrain newsletter, and one of the first to know about exclusive offers. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I need my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
I'm still disappointed that your carrier won't let you upload the 4 megabyte amount, and I'm disappointed in the email. I think they have a 25 megabyte limit. I mean, with the advancements of technology, don't you think they would raise these limits?
If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with us.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing.
I think it has to do with they don't want people to be able to spread information, like send somebody a document. That kind of ability to change someone's life so quickly is something that they don't want.
And welcome back to Coast, George Boy with Lloyd Auerbach. Lloyd, did you ever have any doubts about the paranormal end of the world?
You know, I really didn't, because growing up and actually reading material from the field, even as a young teenager, and talking to parapsychologists in the New York area, I really felt that there was no reason why this phenomenon could not occur, why people couldn't be psychic. So I didn't have any doubt there. There was some doubt about the interpretation of some things, but not that it existed.
Have you ever been scared on some events?
Not by the paranormal or psychic things, certainly by living people.
People scare you, right?
Well, I mean, people can carry guns and knives, and ghosts don't.
Has the proliferation of ghost hunting and other paranormal TV shows called the explosion of truth?
Yeah, what's really interesting, one of my students at the Rhine Center was also taking courses at a college in sociology, and for a project, this is back in 2015, he ended up creating a database, a spreadsheet of active ghost hunting groups or groups that had active websites. And he canvassed the web for U.S. sites, U.S. groups, and found, well, he stopped counting after 3,000. That was in 2015. And these groups tend to split because people infight or get bored or go off in their own direction. So there's probably more than 3,000 groups in the U.S. at this point, each one containing a lot of people.
Now, this is a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot.
What are they looking for?
I think there's so many who are really just looking to have an experience that matches what they see on TV. I know that with the ghost hunting conferences, the paranormal conferences, there tend to be fan conferences, almost like a Star Trek conference, but for ghost hunting. They really aren't learning much. They're hearing their heroes from TV and other people that kind of fallen into that realm talk about their experiences. So in some respects, some of them are actually trying to meet other people with the same kind of experience, the same interest. Some of them have a genuine curiosity, but for the most part, they seem to want to hold on to this idea that the evidence for them, and they keep getting the same evidence over and over again, is enough. And for us, it's not enough. We want to know what's really going on.
Well, you've written a lot of books on ESP as well, haven't you?
Yeah, well, I've written a number of books on ghosts, that related stuff. I've written books like Psychic Dreaming, which also covers mainly ESP work. Co-authored a book called ESP Work East and West about the U.S. and Soviet psychic spying programs. There's a couple of guys who were involved in that program. And, written a book on reincarnation, channeling, and possession as well over the years.
Why didn't you think the U.S. stopped those programs?
Well, that's actually part of our book. The reason the program Stargate stopped in 1995 was
I disagree with that.
Facebook's been doing Snapchat's been doing
the reason why you hear about TikTok is because it is affecting the advertising dollars of Facebook Twitter, of Snapchat, and these are American companies, and that's why they say to the American media and the American government, do not allow this in the United States. But they're doing the exact same thing and have been for 10 years.
Essentially, the CIA was on the chopping block, apparently, or at least consideration of cutting their funding. So they had just been given the program back. They started as the organization, the government agency that was behind the program originally when it started, and the program bounced around between other government agencies. Ended up with the CIA at a time when the CIA was worried about their existence or what kind of funding they get. And any project that might have had been a problem politically and or socially, for that matter, which to them this was a woo-woo thing to many of them. They kind of trimmed it. They got rid of it, and that's pretty much what happened with that particular program. There were some other factors that were involved also, but things that they found out is that the CIA was doing a study to determine if they could continue the program, and they were supposed to be looking at all the records, all the data from the program itself over the years, the 20-plus years that it's been in existence. But according to the man who boxed up and sealed the records to ship to D.C., to Langley actually, when they checked those boxes at the CIA, after the report had come out saying that there was nothing to it, he found that those boxes were not open. So they only based their decision on a very limited amount of information from the last couple of years of the program when things were already winding down, which is a big mistake. There's a real success in that program. And in fact, FDA has put together in kind of filtered or picked through he and Sonali Marwaha picked through the 90,000 pages that were declassified and came up with 4 volumes of the Stargate Archive, which people can buy. And that is a huge effort, isn't it? It was a huge effort. Sonali was the one who really did it. One of the interesting things is in the 4th volume, there are a lot of the political memos that explain how the program happened. And there were even memos that were unredacted. She found memos that were redacted by different people. The same memos redacted differently by different people, and she stitched them together and recreated some of the documents.
What do you see? Extrasensory perception. Do you think people really have these incredible abilities?
Yeah. But for the most part, they don't produce for most of us, except in certain circumstances, information that is any better than our normal senses. So we may be, when we think about what we're seeing and hearing, we actually may be incorporating in the perception process information coming from this other channel, the psychic channel as well. And it simply is presented to us through our sight, through our hearing, because it's not really different enough from our sight or hearing that it doesn't make a difference for us. But then occasionally there are things that do pop up, and most people have these experiences where they get some information and they don't know where it came from, but they don't assume it's psychic. I mean, most of us are trained through our education system and our family and our religion not to believe in this stuff. It's like kids are more psychic than adults.
That's true. Let's go to the phones, east of the Rockies. We have Dallas and Rockwall, Texas. Dallas, welcome to the show.
Yay! Oh my God. I just had to describe it. She's like a silly. She's so sweet. But I want to get worried. Like,
Yeah.
okay, I really am like torn. And I think Tommy knows my heart. I told you how hard it is. I would go home, my practice home, and I could walk in at the civil rate. It was like, the ghosts were there. They were there. They were right there. It was like, you know, a Christian.
Did you see them or just feel them?
Oh, it was almost like I could feel a second. Everything in the world was, I had to do my health, and it's like,
It's like one of those things that I believe that he said that those living cycle like race
and I'm just like,
put them
I
in memory
I could probably do it. I really and truly, there was Everybody has passed away in my family, my first husband.
Do you know anything more about it? The year, location, anything else?
In my house, and I know I'm kind of young for that to happen, but he didn't pass away there. But my father, my mother, everybody in my family, and I just was walking and burst off going,
Well, is it a haunting if your relatives are there?
Well, with the relatives, it would be a haunting if the relatives had been there and left kind of a recording behind, but if they're actually interacting or aware.
Well, I'm not willing to say that.
There,
he was murdered November 22nd, 1962. It was very easy for the conspirators, perhaps, to
people, after they die, they want to let their family know that they're okay.
That information.
This is what Indians do, good Indians do also. They let you know that. And the majority of experiences people
there are
have
other theories too. I don't know if
with
you know about the silver certificate.
typically close to time of
Since
death.
he was going to
Not necessarily
make
where the
it so
person died
that
at all.
he could get
But
the
where
federal
you
reserve
are,
note would be
and
backed by silver. I
they're
believe
there
it's
to kind of give you
executive order.
comfort most of the time, or to make sure you're okay.
I'll look it up.
Is it natural to be scared
And
of a ghost?
there's not a whole lot of,
I think so
there's
because
evidence that
it's
he
natural
did this.
because we're programmed to be afraid of
So
ghosts.
this is June 4th, 1962. So it was
The fact is that
order
they're just the people they were when they
11110.
were alive.
And
The problem here
authorized
is
the
that
Secretary of
everything
the
from our
Treasury
popular
to
culture,
silver
the
certificate
folklore that
during
we
the
grew up
transition
with,
period.
where certain religions all downplay the idea
gold.
that ghosts are just
And then there's also the idea
that there's something else
he might
going
have
on,
talked about
some
UFOs.
sinister thing.
But
I'm
interested in that
after their
quote
death.
where
They
it
really
was.
hurt
Because I mean,
us.
anybody
They
could take
pop
something.
up and surprise us,
Okay.
which can be traumatic sometimes, but they can't hurt us in other ways.
Let's go to Norman in St. Louis. Welcome to the show. Hey, Norman, go ahead.
Hey, great stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah, I heard your guest talking about, the near-death experience and going through tunnels and whatnot. And I've had that happen twice in my life. Like when I was clinically dead, over 25 minutes, both from wounds, one from a gun and one from a bow and arrow. And anyway, yeah. So when you say near-death experience, I say
That definitely believe. I mean, I'm not willing to put my life on it, but let's think about it. It would have been a speech to essentially like the police or like the labor union, and nobody's necessarily look. I should say in that environment, no one is likely to be taking a transcript of that in such an environment. It's not like you said it to a newspaper or something like that. I could absolutely see him saying
when
that.
I came out, I was pretty much in heaven. I could see angels, and my grandpa was there, my Italian grandpa too, and 2 or 3 people, not relatives, but friends that had passed on, and there were angels there, and then I came up and met Jesus, and went up to that. I don't know.
Whenever I look up something somewhat interesting like that, and I see all kinds of stuff that just fact check, right when I Google it, I'm already getting suspicious.
Told, you have to go back and fulfill some purposes. And
it's like they already want to change
to be honest with you, it's very reluctant. So once you're in heaven, it's like a whole different thing. It's more to it. Well, school options, everything.
I've heard this before, Lloyd, that a lot of people don't want to come back.
Yeah, we do hear that. And in those circumstances, those people are not necessarily, obviously they're back because otherwise they can tell us, but they don't want to come back because there's this sense that they remember that they knew so much more when they were on the other side, when they're in that world, that they were felt much more peaceful, so they don't want to come with us, but either that we have something we have to do in life to fulfill individually, or there's a greater plan. It's hard to say what that is, but we are told you got to go back. This is enough. We're just going to give you a taste. You have to go back. And then there are some people that are given that choice, but for the most part, I think people are just told they're going back.
In that great movie that Robin Williams, What Fools May Come.
Yeah.
How true was that?
Well, again, that's Richard Matheson's book, which is the movie material. I think the book is much better. This is based on the idea that some cultures have, that we make our own afterlife, that what we expect trauma from life may actually be presented to us. If you remember in the movie, his wife was experiencing essentially a hell because she had committed suicide and she was depressed and all of that still stuck with her. So she would have to move past that in order to kind of experience what would be happening, if you might call it that. So we don't really know. I mean, let's face it, we don't know for a fact what the afterlife's like, because we're only getting this from people who, in all cultures, who claim spirit contact and the description from people on the other side. It's amazingly common and similar around the world, but there is that element of how we, as human beings, the mediums themselves and other people, interpret what they're perceiving or what they're given. Fact is, if you're shown something that you can't put words to, you have to come up with a way of describing it. And if the afterlife is so different from life here in the physical world, we might not have words, the mediums might not have words to even describe it to us. Kind of like describe a color to someone who has never been able to see.
That's a good point. Let's go to Scott in Costa Mesa, California, west of the Rockies. Hey, Scotty, go ahead.
Hey, Roy. Hey, George. Thanks for letting me be part of the conversation tonight.
Absolutely.
Hi there. Well, I had an incident that happened maybe a decade or so ago where I fell off a ladder about 16, 17 feet high, and I landed on my head. And it was serious, but it could have been a lot worse. But as I was falling, and I sort of self-analyzed after the fact, that I felt enveloped in protection.
Like a bubble?
Well, yeah, like a cocoon. I just felt like...
I bet you fell in slow motion to your feet.
Well, I do, and I know that there's a scientific explanation for that. When you're heightened senses, your brain goes into overload, and it's actually, you remember every second of the boat.
It's actually made this statement where you
Call
the Newspaper Publishers Association and the World of Story Hotel in New York City
on April wide open when you hit?
I did, yes, I got quite a number of pictures up on top of my head.
This is that same piece that I was saying. It's this
over the course of my life, I always felt sort of watched or looked down.
Yeah, exactly.
I never knew my grandparents.
Warned of the dangers of secret society and going for the communism. He also alluded to a later history to control and manipulate society, which he vowed to expose before leaving office. While the full extent of what Kennedy is referring to remains the topic of today's speculation, his words have become part of historical records and continue to inspire people to say, so then why is it when you Google it, all these people fact check it saying that he never said this? So now we have to get to this piece, which is the Newspaper Publishers Association.
People do sometimes feel that, especially someone in the family line, a grandparent especially, might be sticking around to watch over you. There have been many cases of people who have survived falls or other types of accidents where they came out of it in ways that just baffled everyone. Like they were somehow in a cocoon, like you described, with some bubble. And that may have come from outside, or it also may have come from the individual, because we do have psychokinetic potential also, mind over matter potential to even protect ourselves in those circumstances.
At the moment of death, or do you think, do relatives that have been deceased always show up?
No. There are plenty of people who are in the process of dying in hospice, and they don't ever have that deathbed vision experience. Or maybe they do, and they just don't want to talk about it. And obviously, for other people, at the moment of death, unless they survive that moment of death, or to communicate back through a medium, we really don't know.
When reincarnation occurs, what happens to that ghost from that previous life?
That's a very, very good
So,
question.
I mean, ChatGPT could be wrong. The one where he says the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are as a people inherently destroyed to oppose secret society, secret ocean, secret system. That one is the president and the press before the American Newspaper Publishers Association. Now we have to find where he says, if it's in this piece or another one, that there is a spot in place.
If he was still sticking around now, I assume I did have an experience with him after he died. but then nothing. So I'm assuming he's on the other side. Whatever that is, if he reincarnated, and I still could ask a medium to try to talk to him, I might be talking to him in the equivalent of 1989. Because it just connects with different time periods. That's one of the things they told me. But, we tend not to have reincarnation cases, which we work with mainly with kids who remember previous lives, and we tend not to have ghosts of those people showing up anywhere.
Let's take a quick break, Lloyd, and come back with final calls in a moment. Coast to Coast Radio.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Storm recovery continues in the San Bernardino County mountains. Crews have the main roads plowed. They're now open, working on side streets to get food and other resources into residents. The roads are open to residents only. National Guard is assisting in food distribution and taking folks out. Walgreens says it won't dispense abortion pills by mail in some Republican-run states for fear of breaking the law. Governor Newsom says California will no longer do business with Walgreens because of that action. It's not clear if the governor is ending Walgreens in California entirely or just not sending them state business. The U.S. is confirming a gunman has assaulted and kidnapped 4 American citizens in northeastern Mexico. There are reports the 4 were seeking medical procedures, and this may have been a case of mistaken identity. Southern weather from KFI, mostly sunny skies, highs around 60. Right now it's 49 in La Palma. Westminster is 48. It's 45 in Ventura and 47 in Culver City. We read local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Southeast Dallas, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 405 northbound from Magnolia to East Boulevard. Only ships shut down for road work until 5. And in downtown LA, the 210 westbound out of 110. Cleanup crews from an earlier crash out of lanes and on the right shoulder. Lots are slowing in that area. Woodland Hills, there is a work zone 101 southbound from Topanga Canyon to Havenhurst. South end of the sea left lane shut down for road work. KFI and the Sky Hope 50 there found Sir O'Brien Band. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's thinking about borrowing on your home equity? Your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need for the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital, they have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best for what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silken, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? Now, really? Now, features a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's really sweet. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, it's Steve Sharp. Clean and healthy water is essential for living your best life. Life Source is the whole house water system that will change that life. Life Source gives you filtered and delicious water from every tap, filtering out the bad, easy to good, no maintenance needed. And right now, new customers can get a free Avapure antibacterial filter with qualifying service. That's an $825 value. So call Life Source today at 800-803-2696 or go to lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI, AM 640. KFI, AM 640. Thanks today. Sign up today at coastcoastam.com.
Somebody I'm longing to see. I hope turns out to be I'm a little man who's lost in the woods. I know I could always be good to one who to talk to George Norrie, call the wild card line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free to the east of the Rockies, call 800-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. On our next Coast to Coast program, Dr. Wallace from criticalhealthnews.com joins us, so make sure you're a part of the program, and then we'll talk.
Sometimes we have long periods of silence, and I honestly don't know if it's me or if it's the room, so I stressed out.
Programs a month. You can watch them by signing up at beyondbelief.com. Beyondbelief.com. And of course, our YouTube channel is available.
So I'm finding at least it's that I'm not going to yell at them. But it's telling me that it happened April 27, 1961. But then when I asked about that quote, like where in the speech it says it, then it says after a second chapter 2 that he did not say it. Then I asked it again, and it said yes, he said it April 27, 1961. So I'm kind of in the loop on that. I mean, honestly, this is one of those speeches that it's like one of the most famous speeches, especially in like the fringe politics. And I would say that I wouldn't be surprised. Well, this is recorded as well. So, like, maybe we could get that entirety, listen to the entirety of that speech. But I mean, if we had his voice saying it, then I think it'd be much more famous. You couldn't just fact check it. Here's his voice. There's something very interesting about this quote that we cannot find it. It's almost like it's been removed from the history book.
Now, the next thing that we look at is the accelerator. We're looking at salt-fumed blends. We're allowing our gut to lightly detox. You're going to see increase in energy just from that. But then there's also
yeah, definitely. That one's recorded, and at least ChatGPT is saying that when President Kennedy talked about every man, woman, and child being employed, that it was in the same speech, but we're not able to find that. We're not able to find that he ever said that every man, woman, and child is being employed, but we're trying to find that.
Georgia Power Pack. Order now and receive free gifts with Be Swift, refreshing weight loss tablets. Accelerate, elevate, and be swift. Order now at healthylooking.com or 800-394-9930.
Well, this would have happened in 1961, and President Kennedy was already making enemies then. I would say, though, that I don't think it was tied. The silver certificate took place June 4th, 1963. So that was in the same year that he died. I think, though, that if you ask me really why he was killed, it wasn't because of silver certificates or UFOs or secret society. He was killed because he wanted the United Nations to research on the ground the Israeli nuclear program, and Israeli officials said no. And it's still to this day hasn't been researched. And I think he lost his life over it.
No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock.
I mean, back then, so Israel was 60 years old, and for a little country to tell the biggest superpower on earth, and including the United States as well, that they weren't allowed to, the United Nations as well, that they weren't allowed to view what was going on with Israel's nuclear program, was seen as outrageous to America, essentially. But to this day, it still has not been declassified. Israel's nuclear program still has not been declassified. And we've had quite a few presidents since John F. Kennedy, and none of them have put any pressure on him.
I needed my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with us.
So I called home and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
And welcome back. Our websites are all linked up at coasttocoastdating.com, including the latest one for his book. It's rainyandday.com, and we've got it linked up for you at Coast to Coast AM because it's not spelled the way you think it. Right, Lloyd?
That's right.
All right, back to the calls. Let's go to Elisa in Portland, Oregon. Welcome to the show. Hi, Elisa.
Hello, George. Hi, Lloyd. Good to talk to you tonight. I want to cover some going on here, so I have a couple of questions.
Sure.
The first one is, and I'm not sure what you'd want to about some people have one, so I'm content in reference to that.
You haven't had a TV in 20 years?
Yeah,
But she's got radios, right?
That's yes, I do. Yes, I do. The guy picked up several, there's going to be attachments, whatever you want to call them. And my question is what advice could you give me to help them to cross this so they don't know how long they've been here, they think they're out of where it is that they are, they don't see any lights, they see no tunnel, they see darkness, and they don't even know how long they've been there, but how can I help them to cross and, move beyond where they can do that from? That's my first question.
Okay, that's a good question. And I'll give you the advice that several mediums I've worked with.
It will be very, very important, especially in electronics.
The whole idea of seeing the light.
No, you don't understand. It has more value in electronics than gold does.
We don't really know how that works.
Well, then you don't know a whole lot about commodities. You need to understand. Silver has more of a value in computers.
The light that they're expecting to see is probably a fear factor as to what's next for them. But these are people. So what they need to really do is just kind of relax and literally stop. They need to let go. They need to assume that something is going to pull them in the right direction, and if they feel pulled in any way, shape, or form, they need to go with it, regardless of what they are afraid of.
Silver has a higher melting point than gold does. It is used more in electronic components than gold is.
But you can kind of give them the proverbial mental kick in the butt to move on in that way. But it works. It does tend to work. That's what we hear from people now.
Is currently used in electronics, but silver is as well.
Where they don't want to move on, but
that's wonderful. Honestly, we're not talking about how much gold you own. We're talking about the value of silver and how it's drastically undervalued, and it absolutely is. What Dan is saying is absolutely true. Buy silver. It is well under.
First of all, they're surprised that anybody asking that question, and secondly, there's always something. There's always something we all have on our bucket list, a place we never got to go to, and they're not stuck in a location. They're probably there because you can pick up on them, not because of the house itself. So they can go elsewhere. Their own free volition if they want to. Remember, they can take a plane if they wanted to. Nobody will stop them.
Rabbi, we have some of these meetings talking about dusting your house with sage.
Yeah, the sage thing that's with basically smudging it with burning sage. Unfortunately, in some respects, that's cultural appropriation. That was a particular Native American tradition, and there's a ritual behind that in the Native American tradition that is not being done when you just simply burn sage.
I can see in the next 10 years, the price of silver outpaced the price of gold to the point that we see.
Bad emotion out of a place.
We're just saying it has use in computer electronics, and that has a really big market that's going to make it much more valuable than it.
But because they are people, if they are afraid, trying to help them is the right way to go, as much as possible.
Let's go to Jim, truck driving in upstate New York. Welcome to the
No,
show.
energy's my God.
Hi, George. Hi, Lloyd.
Hi.
Did I stutter? Energy is my God, sweetheart.
My grandfather died in an accident. That night, he visited me.
That may have been what you heard. That's not what I said. Hey, how much gold do you have? That was really interesting. Please tell us about it.
But we bought a haunted farmhouse. I thought we were before about this.
Yeah.
And my question here is about animal spirit. Because when we first bought the home, we were looking at the realtor's picture that the house was vacant. And we could
I'll put my guns down. Shout out to Taylor. It worked.
Showed the people at the closing, they were shocked because that was the person who owned the house for 65 years. Then the first night
so we won't be buying Taylor any silver for her birthday, but definitely Dan Truman, he knows what's up when it comes to silver. Listen to him. Listen to him on Palladium as well. He knows what's up.
And I calmed them all down, said prayers and all that. And my one dog would just see spirits in the house. He would just watch something walk right by him and start barking at him. You know, and you might, as far as animals seeing, seeing spirits that we can't see.
They're pretty tuned in, aren't they? The animals, Lloyd. We've lost Lloyd, so call him in. We go back to you, Jim. Jim, I'm convinced that these animals do have the ability. You there, Jim?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, sure.
I mean, these animals, we've lost Lloyd, we'll try to get him back. But,
also, I've had an animal pass, and that night that he passed, one of our dogs, the two of the dogs were really close. We pushed Zero by, we put him on our back and closed porch. And then I distinctly heard his bark. He had a specific bark. And it was a white sound. After he came back to life. And we ran to the back porch, and he still passed. But my other two dogs were next to me. They watched something walk past them. I couldn't even look at something walk past them.
Once he died,
and then I lay back on the couch, and my two dogs jumped on the couch with me. My hand was just I had my
a martyr. Yeah, a legend or a martyr for some people, where I could see them attributing close to him erroneously. What he said wasn't that crazy, but there's a plot out to enslave every man, woman, and child. That's not that crazy of a thing to say. And I mean, if he's out there saying that, secrecy in an open society is repugnant, those are kind of go against the grain, so to speak. I am willing to believe that he said it, and I really think that it probably got whitewashed from the record. In what speech did he say? I don't know, and I don't want to say the only thing that I have to say that this guy said this is someone's meme from their Facebook, but that's about all we have right now. To my knowledge, am I wrong?
The address, they showed those creepy windows. So we pulled up to the Avenue house, and I took a few pictures. And I looked at the pictures, and they are on iPhone, and you could specifically see, like, the spirit activity in front of the house. Everything else was perfectly clear, but you could see, like, the spirit activity, like a ball of spirit activity in front of the house. No one could explain it. I showed this to a ton of
I am a
people.
Freemason. I can tell you right now that there's no connection between Freemasonry and UFOs in the normal Freemason.
The priest that left the Abbeville house with the fly incident.
I am a Freemason, Los Doritos Squad. No, they don't make us a Freemason with our last name Squad. That's something that I chose to do. So I'm a Freemason, but I can tell you that the term UFO or alien, if you use it in logic, you can see it's a strange person.
The problem with animals,
well, here's the thing, Taylor. I kind of thought that what you did. No, I completely understand. I thought what you did. I thought I'd get there and they would tell me all the secrets and there'd be like a UFO at the end of my trees, and they'd be like aliens.
Animals that sometimes react to
What was it?
what seems to be the spirit of
Well,
someone they knew they were
after the first flight, so about an hour-long process, and the rest of the lodge is there. I can't give away all the secrets to it, but essentially, there's some secret passwords that are given, but trust me, there's no UFOs or aliens. It has a lot to do, I would say, with history. It's also it's not secret.
Probably not that. It could be the electricity giving up, the wiring giving up noise. There's any number of things that can do that. There are also animals, we have in our history and parapsychology something called sky-trailers. And you hear about these stories where people unfortunately left their animal behind, their pet behind, they moved thousands of miles away, and somehow a few weeks later that dog or cat shows up, somehow trailing them, which they could not possibly have done by chance.
No, Taylor, I'm telling you, I thought the same thing. That I get in and then they'd be like, all right, well, here's all the secrets, and like, you get a free trip to Area 51, and Bob, you get to hang out with Bob's guy. It is not like that at all. It's like a bunch of old people who memorize what is called ritual. And it almost becomes its own little religion, though it's not called a religion because people who have their own religion within it. But it becomes such ritual and tradition that it becomes its own love religion, though it is not.
Near the end of the book, he says, your whole life would be for nothing if you did not survive death.
Word.
Yeah,
so that's different. That's different. Now, we can get into that. No, it is. It is. So, if you just look at normal Freemasonry, there's 3 levels to it. That's the highest you go. But when you get into the New World Order, that's when you get into like the Council of 600 and the Rosicrucians and all these kind of high-level elements of society, which are higher levels of secret society, but not necessarily related to Freemasonry. Aren't we all? I want to get to the top. How did they know these things about the that's fine. I want to get to the top. Why? Because I want to know all the secrets of the world. So I can tell you this. If you want to do that, perhaps the best way to do it is our 3 secret societies, but not necessarily do that. Though there are branch outs that you can certainly follow. But that one does not reveal the secrets of the world. If you want to get up there and you want to get into the Bohemian Grove and all of that, you really have to start movers and shakers, which you can do there, but they have to invite you into separate societies. They're not linked to
biologists, doctors. Mark Twain was a member of the Society for Psychical Research. Charles Dickens actually was a member of the London Ghost
Definitely. I want to. I mean, I've seen it. If you've ever seen the documentary, it's very interesting what they do there.
So we have a real
I've seen a few of them. There's one BBC put out, and I believe
about what's next.
It's very interesting. What the hell are all these guys doing there? Why they're out there, you know?
Next stop, Doc, Petaluma, California.
I know.
Hey, Doc,
I've seen it. And why wouldn't you want to see that in person?
I could be dead myself. I've been in about 31 years of borrowed sciences. I was in 70 West.
It seems like an interesting retreat weekend in the beginning of the summer in, you know, Northern California.
70? Yeah, totally. It is 55. Somebody wants you back here. Well, you could get quite a bit.
This is where they developed, like, nuclear plants for World War I, World War II, World War III. Even though they say, like, leaving fighters, like, shouldn't go there, people who split, thank you so much. That is not kind of how the people are. They all have their own thoughts to control the world. I want to get in on that. I think we all do in a little bit of a way, and if you don't, I think you're fooling.
Yeah, or you are protecting yourself to make sure that you stick around until that vision of yours comes through. I keep telling Daniel Brinkley, who was hit 3 times and died, that they keep sending him back. They don't want him. He's rejected. He's done. Exactly. James, New York City, east of the Rockies. James, go ahead. Hello? Hi, James. Yes, 2012, something strange happened to me in 2012. I was sitting on the grass and, on the grass, 6 inches long, 1 gold, 1 green, a gave forth, also gave forth, multi-colored lights, like very different colored lights, and it was like sparkling like, sparkling on the 4 feet behind, different color lights coming up, even black lights. And I was surprised.
Everything Taylor's saying is correct. The idea, an idea once like she was where I was like, dude, you need to bring all these people down, yada, yada, yada. Here's what I learned. If you run a world-like simulation 1,000 times, every single time, one small group will come out as the dominant power in the end. So basically what we have playing out amongst society isn't a bunch of evil people like we see it perhaps, but it's actually just normal what happens when you run any type of simulation under the
without more information, there's things like, ball lightning and things like that, those plasma effects, which are unusual but
natural. If the people who can currently control the world didn't, and we ran the simulation again, some other similar group would end up, if given enough time, running the world and having very similar types of organizations that take place.
And I've done medical hypnosis, which curing everything from autoimmune diseases, cancer, everything they were giving drugs for. I just have to learn about it. And then learned emergency steering, and there's no training for medical hypnosis.
I thought we could live in a world where it would be like perfect equality, but it doesn't work like that. If you did have that at any moment, one person could essentially take over the world. And that's essentially what ends up happening when you have these small groups that eventually take over the world. And this is what you run these simulations. And when you look at it as these groups are not necessarily, maybe they are evil, but no matter what group was in place, no matter how you ran out this simulation, it would come out in the same way. It's not as evil to me. It's now more interesting.
Okay, very good. We're almost out of time. Lloyd, I want to thank you for being part of the program. Where do people get Afterlife? They get Afterlife, and the other books are written from Amazon.com. You'll find a lot of them on BarnesandNoble.com, so BN.com as well. And you can also order the city bookstore for the most part. The website for Afterlife and the other novel, Near Death, is www.raineyandday, RANEYANDDAYE.com. Let's not let 4 years go by this time, okay? Please, let's not, yeah. Thanks again. Lloyd Auerbach.
It's funny, I know Jesuits who are Freemasons, and according to the Roman Catholic Church, you're not allowed to be a Freemason, so they're actually breaking Roman Catholic law by doing stuff.
George Stephanie and Clement. I'm George Norrie, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe.
Exactly.
This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Coyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. I was named Ogana after that name, so I changed it to John. John is the English version of Ogana, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so staying true to myself and Rooter Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to Rooter Hero Plumbing means true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Rooter Hero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-DRINK77 and we'll cable your line for $77. That's 866-DRINK77. Thank you. CL 102-8886. If you're looking to get out of your house, doesn't matter why you're moving, or maybe you've inherited a home and now what do you do with it? Usually you go to a real estate agent at 6%, and you're told to clean and clean and repair, and buyers are going to walk through. The house has to be pristine, and if you don't live there, you don't need it for that. How about getting a fair price
home without any of that hassle, DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business, Janet and Matt,